Alright, good morning everybody. Thanks for tuning into my Dragon Warrior 4 run.
Alright, good morning everybody.
There we go. Okay, I think I'm all set up. I'm ShinerCCC. Joining me on commentary is Anatoliu, a fellow runner of this game.
Yeah, Dragon Warrior 4. We are going to have a really fun time with this game today. It's funny, this coming right after the last run, because it's almost the complete opposite. As far as, every move being orchestrated. This one is, every second is a new surprise in Dragon Warrior 4.
Yeah, this run is a bit of a casino. It's got a very advanced random number generator that is seeded by how many CPU cycles it takes to calculate the next input, or the next frame to display. Not sure if anybody caught the intro screen there after I hit reset, but this was one of the last games to come out on the NES. It came out in North America in 1993, I believe. 1 or 2 years after the Super NES came out. So it was also quite expensive when it came out. I believe this is tied for the largest NES ROM at 1 entire megabyte, tied with Kirby's Adventure, I believe. So it was expensive when it came out. I don't think that many people bought it because most of the install base had moved on to the Super NES. So it's still a bit of a valuable game. My cart has a dead battery in it, so it's perfect to use for speedrunning. Usually I come up with a one-letter name here. I think we'll go with the appropriate DQRTA. We'll go with female this time. I know the Countess would like that. Alright, I guess I'll just get started in 3, 2, 1, and go. Picking slow for text speed in battle because it makes it so slow that it just waits for you to press A. But this allows you to go through battles faster than the fast text speed. I'm probably going to maintain that all the way until the final battle. So I'll be mashing through battles. Oh, we're already done chatting with the king here. I'll just let you explain the story a little bit for me, Anatole, while I do my first shopping transaction.
Yeah, of course. So, Dragon Quest IV is kind of different than all the others because it comes in these 5 different chapters. So here we're in chapter 1, where we've got Ragnar the soldier, and basically we have children who are missing from the kingdom here, and so the king is essentially like, hey, I can't ignore this problem anymore. We gotta figure out what's going on with all these missing kids. And this is kind of the thing that sets off the whole chain of events for the larger story here. But right now we're just Ragnar the soldier, going off to find some missing children.
Yeah, not playing as DQRTA, the hero, yet. Playing as Ragnar the soldier. Dragon Quest IV is broken up into 5 chapters where you control 4 different party members, or groups of characters, I guess. I actually got off the roof a bit early there. I was supposed to step off the roof in the second measure of the second phrase. So yeah, you don't get an encounters when you're walking on the roof tile of a castle. So I was doing that to just burn time until it's nighttime. Unlike Dragon Warrior 1 and 2, this game has a day-night cycle, and like towns and castles will have different people walking around who say different things. And I believe encounters change during night as well. I think they're more common, or you might be more likely for certain encounters.
25% higher rate, and yeah, some of the encounters are different.
Unfortunately, it's a random amount of steps to become nightfall. Even the day-night cycle is RNG in this game.
Exactly. So I was gonna say So we'll see how well you timed it when you walk up to Izmit here in a minute.
I'm definitely gonna get there too early. But that's fine, because I'll have to death warp soon after, so any other...
It's okay to take some extra damage.
Will be fine.
Yep. And so the reason we want it to be nighttime when we walk into Ismet here is because there is a NPC running around the playground of the school here, who we can only talk to at night to advance the story. And the real first challenge of the game is catching this NPC.
Yeah. You could also talk to Alex in jail, but this kid is closer.
Oh, very nice.
Yeah, that was a good catch. I like to unequip in town because the water tiles outside are animated and you'll get some lag. Like, you'll see the menu getting drawn slower if there's too many water tiles on screen. So I don't have a weapon equipped anymore. Ragnar's a good soldier. He gets an assignment to do some detective work. First thing he does is sells a sword so he can get some better armor, because this seems like a problem that will not be solved with violence anyway. So, I don't have a weapon anymore, so that means it takes longer to death warp to sock myself out. Wake up back in Berlin here, with all my armor unequipped. Then we'll go talk to Flora, who is Alex's spouse. Just had to get the lore there on what happened to Alex, so that she'll join up. Then we can advance the plot.
So apparently Alex was attacked by monsters, lost his memory, and then was thrown in prison for trying to steal food. So we're gonna bring Flora back to Alex and reunite them, and we will essentially she'll remind him of who he is, and he'll give us the clue as to the next place that we can go on our search for the missing children.
Not going to be doing any fighting in Chapter 1 until, past halfway. Until we're on the bottom floor of the last dungeon of it. Well, Chapter 1 is quite short, though. It's even shorter than Chapter 4, isn't it?
It can be. I'd say it.
Right.
They're both pretty close, and it kind of just depends how you do them.
Yeah, I don't run this game to try to get a PB anymore, but I love showing it off at marathons because, like I said, the run is a big casino. First you gotta get out of Chapter 1 jail, and then that's just getting out of your cell, though. You're in an even bigger jail in Chapter 2. Anyway, I grabbed that gold there, not on the first trip because like most Dragon Quest games, when you die you lose half your gold. So I'm gonna spend some of that money to buy 3 medical herbs, just for healing on the road. I could afford more, but I also have inventory space concerns. The NES Dragon Warrior games do not have a bag. You're limited to 8 inventory slots per character. So I'm gonna have to deal with having equipment and the flying shoes to get to the next dungeon.
Yeah, one really fun thing about this one is, so every character has their 8 inventory slots, and yeah, that's all you get, because there's no bag. And a lot of quest items will just stay in your inventory, even when you no longer need them for the rest of the game, so you also just lose some space over the course of the run to things you pick up along the way that you have to have.
Yeah, in Chapter 5 you have access to a bank that will store your key items you don't need anymore. And gold, too, I think. But
yeah, but
it's
who's
not
got
used
time
in the
for that?
speedrun. Yeah. This game's got a very slow interface when it comes to the items menu and stuff like that. Had to buy all those herbs one at a time, and once I have more characters in my party, it'll be moving items around one at a time with the text drawn 1 letter per frame as well. But it's still better than going to Nada's shop in Chapter 5 to drop off items we don't need. We'll have more characters than we need in Chapter 5 as well, so we can just use them as pack mules, Diablo 2 style.
Yep, exactly. So we're in this playground, the hidden playground here, and there were no monsters on this whole walk to the flying shoes. And this is all kind of following the same story, so the children were kind of being lured in here by the come this way voice. And of course the path was safe, the monsters were staying out of their way. And the idea was to get the kids to use those flying shoes. So that's kind of the next goal. But before we actually get out of here and use those, we're gonna pick up our favorite companion here for Chapter 1. The guest who always makes the right decisions 100% of the time. Our pal Healy the Heel Slime.
Yep, Healy the Healer.
Healy's really interesting. He's kind of our introduction to guest AI for Dragon Warrior 4. And that was one of the things that was really innovative about this game in the early 90s was this idea of characters having AI and not having to input direct commands for everybody. And so we'll kind of see it with Healy, and you'll notice the rules aren't really straightforward. Like there's usually Healy will heal someone if they're under half HP. Not always. Usually he'll prioritize Ragnar over himself. Not always. So yeah, there's a lot that you'll see that makes the AI, feel like it has actually a lot of personality. Oh, nice death warp.
Yeah, no kidding. So, we were saying how Healy will usually heal whoever's at half HP. So that makes death warping really awkward, actually. Because if I, stay and punch myself, then Healy's gonna go, hey, Ragnar's got less than half HP, I better heal him. So this is the only part of the run where we want to run away and not escape, so that the enemies can get free hits on us. And I've done stuff like unequipping before I reach Healy to try to get Ragnar's HP as low as possible, but sometimes I just get killed before I even get to Healy, and that seems to have happened to me more than once in marathons, so I didn't do it this time, but luckily that Sizzle Mage and that Lethal Gopher really helped set me up on the way there.
Yeah, that worked out absolutely perfectly. Getting that death warp under 9 minutes is always, I think anyone's always really happy with that, and I think it was like 8:45.
Oh yeah, I forgot to split for it, but yeah, that was a really fast liftoff split.
Really great. And so we use the flying shoes, and we're here in this tower now, and we saw, once we arrived in the tower, a kid being kind of taken down toward the lower floors of the tower, the same voice saying, come this way, but then he says, come this way, you brat. So not quite the same friendly coaxing tone anymore.
It's the same guy! Amazing.
It's the same guy.
Anatole knows all the lore. I find that of all the people who run this game, you've got the most piercing analysis of this game's story, especially in the speedrun context, where some really wide plot holes seem to open up. And yeah, there's some turns here where if Ragnar's HP gets low, I'll defend so that Healy will heal me. Oops. Did not need to parry again here, though. Okay. Yeah, and those giant bantams have a sleep on hit sometimes. 25%, I think.
I think it's 1 in 3, even carrying basically carrying a sword of leakage.
Oh no! That was half the gold in that chest too.
No sword for you, and no easy armor.
Yeah, this is gonna be interesting.
Definitely recoverable. Just makes the boss fight at the end of this a little bit harder to get to.
Well, I should be fine. Once I do some fights, I'll be able to afford the bronze armor. I died by Xaxes because I accidentally blocked on that one turn. Those Oswargs only have enough MP to Ice Bolt once. And I think 13 is on the higher end of the damage range of that.
Yeah, Ice Bolt has actually an interesting variance where it kind of has like a normal range that does sit around like 11 to 13, and then every once in a while you'll get a like a 16 or something. But at least with the flying shoes, it's really easy to get back into the tower. You're pretty much back to where you were, just minus a little bit of gold.
See, not enough MP. This game does have front row targeting mechanics as well. Like, Ragnar is more likely to be targeted for things due to being in front. I wonder if Healy is actually the more tanky one this early on. Oh, here's
I'd say for level 1, Healy's definitely the sturdier one, but that changes really quickly.
Yeah, Ragnar's a soldier. Should have really big strength and HP growth, generally.
Yeah, we're gonna pay a little bit of attention to Ragnar's stats as he levels up, and strength and HP are the really important ones, with agility being kind of like a distant third, because if Ragnar gets a bunch of agility points, which he usually doesn't, then he can actually start to outturn some of the monsters, but most of the time he goes at the end.
Yeah. Soldier usually has the lowest agility in Dragon Quest classes. Alright, this is basically a key item.
The weapon.
The Sword of Malice. Luckily you can equip items in battle and swing them. All in the same turn.
Yep, so we finally got the weapon for the soldier, so 13 minutes in we're finally going to start getting some experience and taking our first fight.
Yep. Got our best in slot weapon that Ragnar's going to use, well, for the rest of the chapter. And only for a little bit of Chapter 5 when he finally rejoins. She'll get a level up from our very first fight.
Okay.
These tower
3 strength
enemies.
is good.
Yeah, that's a good start.
Nice start.
2 levels from the first encounter.
Alright, solid levels so far. HP's maybe a little low, but good strength. Oh yeah, you're gonna go grab the luck seed.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's a thing in Dragon Warrior 4, but I know in Dragon Warrior 3 your luck stat affects the chance of Vivify successfully reviving a dead character. But in this case I'm gonna sell it to try to get enough money to afford the bronze armor here. It costs 700 gold. I'll be able to sell my leather armor for a 135 kickback to help reach it. This MMO group got me good here. I got a tanky DPS in the chicken and a support with a buff or upper on Lilliput and 2 healers.
Yeah, this formation is a really common formation on these particular floors of the tower, and it's definitely designed to to make you have a hard time. So yeah, you got the 2 healers. Yeah, you've got the Lilliput casting upper. Oh,
Nice HP boost there.
5 HP. Yeah, nice. And then you've got the giant bantam putting everyone to sleep. Really just designed to slow you down and make it as painful as possible.
Another thing
The pixies are fun.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
Another thing these early Dragon Warrior games have is spell resistance. Instead of different elements of magic doing a smaller amount of damage, I mean, the NES has a pretty primitive 6502 processor in it that has a tough time with division and rounding. So instead, there's just a chance that your spell does 0 damage, and that's what happened when I tossed the Sword of Malice and it cast the spell Fireball, or Sizzle by modern Dragon Quest localization, and one of them just took 0 damage from it. It was still faster to do it that way. Like, attacking would get rid of 1 for sure, but tossing the sword to cast Fireball could kill 1 or 2 or 0. So I think the odds are in my favor of just tossing the sword.
Yeah, I definitely default to the fireball for the 2 healers. And yeah, we don't mention Sizzle. Dragon Warrior 4 NES.
I mean, I usually won't, but I have to try to try to keep all the DQ11 fans in the know.
But that's not too bad, right? Because you were gonna leave town anyway, or
Exactly.
leave the tower.
And it only costs 10
anyway.
gold to revive Healy. It's unfortunate. It was like 5 steps away from this healing pad in the basement.
Yeah, there's never any number of safe steps in Dragon Warrior 4. There's no like threat countdown like you'll have in like Final Fantasy 1 or something like that. It's just every step you'll have some chance to get into an encounter, so it can happen on the very next one.
Well, I think there is encounter protection for 4 or 5 steps in most areas.
Yeah, I think outside there is. I'm not sure if there is in dungeon.
Oh, right. Yeah, but even if there is encounter protection, like I said, it's only like 5 steps. And I mean literally 5 steps. This game has one of the highest encounter rates I've ever seen. I haven't played Skies of Arcadia on Dreamcast. I think that's the other really big offender. I have played Phantasy Star 2 on the Genesis. That one also has a pretty high encounter rate, but it doesn't hold a candle to this one. This game's
Yeah,
great.
the encounter rate is legendary here. Yeah, and at least on the overworld, your first 3 steps get a reduced chance of an encounter. It's like 75% reduced, then 50, then 25, and then you're on your own.
Well, maybe I can sell both my herbs?
Yeah, if you...
Oh, no, that would get me too
No,
short.
It would be
Okay.
barely short. You have to walk outside and do a...
Well, I have to spend 10 more to revive Healy as well.
Yeah,
Okay,
10
we'll
more.
do some fighting outside.
Fortunately, it's a really small amount of gold you still need.
Yeah. Well, actually, why go outside? I'll get an encounter faster and an appropriate amount of money if I just use the flying shoes right now. No leather armor this time, though. I'd better be careful.
Mm-hmm. It's okay. Healy will take care of you.
Yo,
He wouldn't let you down.
never. See, he even waited and healed me reactively.
Very nice. So yeah, Ragnar's at 37 health for level 5, which is a little low.
Yeah,
so
I only got 2
hopefully
HP on one of those level ups. Okay, I'll
Yeah,
just sell
hopefully
one
that
of my
turns
herbs.
around on level 6.
So there we go. All those herbs I bought was actually me banking my gold. Oh, I can't even run from these weak enemies. It took me 3 turns to run away. Maybe I should have just fought them. So yeah, I might not be able to control Healy, who is a kind healer. That's why his class starts with a K. But the thing is, the AI in Dragon Warrior 3 is kind of a blessing in disguise, because like I said, they'll heal reactively. I mean, people who have just played Dragon Quest XI first are probably more used to the Shin Megami Tensei or Persona style of combat, where your characters act immediately. In all the other games in the series, it's more like most other JRPGs, especially at the time, where you queue up everyone's actions and then just see what happens based on agility rolls. So, the AI being able to react to situations immediately when it's their turn is actually kind of a blessing in disguise. There is a Game Genie code, actually, that just lets you control everyone in Chapter 5. In Chapter 5, you can only control the hero's actions. And so, most casual players would go, what? That's like Persona 3. That's a nightmare. I don't want to have these... I want to control these characters. I want them to use all the cool spells they have. The thing is that Game Genie code just entirely removes the tactics menu at the start of every turn in Chapter 5. In Chapter 5, not very far in, you gain access to a wagon, which is even more well-insulated than a Pokeball. Like, all your characters are safe in there. They'll even keep all their buffs and debuffs. Well, yeah. That are still on. And the final battle will be really hard without the wagon.
Yeah, no kidding. This is another one of those kind of programmed-in fights with the Gopher, the Duckspill, and the Lilliput here. And it's again one of those, you know, each one of those monsters has a kind of a skill. You know, the Duckspill will sap you, the Lilliput will increase their defense and then do some good damage, and the Lethal Gopher will... Nice, 11 HP. That's what you needed.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, and the Gopher will build up power and then hit you really super hard, so another one of those actually really fun formations. Fortunately, not quite as bad as the Roosters, because nothing else in here is as bad as the Roosters.
Look at that, 48 max HP now. Level 6 is where you want to take on the boss of Chapter 1. Unfortunately, we're at the top of the tower. I kind of take like a weird path through here. Well, usually I go to the bottom, and then like use the flying shoes to go and walk back from the top to get that Wing of Wyvern on the way down. You know, most people will just pace around back and forth in the basement. But I like going to get the bronze armor. It makes this boss fight a great deal safer.
Yeah, it increases your chance of success maybe as high as 50%.
It's hard to measure, but yeah. Oh, good question, Shihali. I haven't tried it out. I should probably Like, try a speedrun with that game's Unicode on and see what it's like.
But yeah, it makes sense to grab that Wing of Wyvern if you have to leave the tower, to just grab that on the way back down, because we grab that no matter what. We'll either grab it there if there's an opportunity, or maybe we'll grab it after we beat the boss of the chapter here. Don't need the herb drop, unfortunately.
Yeah, drops are determined, well, based on which foe you kill last. I'm not sure what Duxbill drops. But I know...
I can't remember either. I know Pixies drop agility seeds, and I think Lethal Gophers can drop strength seeds.
Ooh.
But they're both like a 1 in, 128 drop rate. So...
Yeah, drop rates in this game are very low. You can get stiletto earrings from Plesiosaur 1 in 512. And that's what the task does to get them. Oh no! Healy died by Xaxes!
So yeah...
I guess we're hitting level 7 now.
Yeah, some of the challenge here is always keeping Healy alive as well. Because Healy usually does pretty well at keeping Ragnar alive, but it doesn't take a whole lot to get through Healy's 35 HP.
Well, Healy kind of got bursted there, that was the issue.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's a try out command that generally makes sure your characters do weird things, or try out new skills they've learned recently. Generally, if there's something weird you want them to do, then that's the option you want to go with. I was one of the first people to try routing this game, and I kind of did the utmost with that first route, and went like, oh, let's do the casino in Chapter 2 to get a whole bunch of coins using double or nothing on the blackjack table. Oh, let's get metal babble shields for everyone so they can hoist them up and use Fend spell so I can beat Balzac 2. But it was hard to get them to even, like, raise their shields. Even the tryout option wasn't reliable.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. A lot of the way that the speedrun has really, I guess, come to be routed over the years is, how can we get the AI to do the right things at the right times? And so we spent a lot of time thinking about, what items are the different characters holding, and then what is the tactic that we're going to be using for fights, or even different sections of the fights, and changing that around. And hopefully you do all the right setups, and they generally do what you want them to do. That is really important, especially like at the very end of this game, and
nice
nowhere more than like the final boss.
Yeah, the AI controlled characters might seem frustrating, but I don't think they get enough credit. Oh, nice, 10 more HP.
Yeah, good level 7 there.
Yeah, I think the AI in this game doesn't get enough credit. People will complain about Christo using beat and defeat on bosses, but they won't be complaining when he uses beat and defeat in random encounters and helps you win in one turn. They're actually good spells in this game. Yeah, and Ragnar's need to wave the Sword of Lethargy. Yeah, in Chapter 5, there's a really good sword you can buy called the Sword of Lethargy. One that you'll see the Necrodane enemies use on you as well. It has a chance, or it will cast Sleep if you use it as an item in battle. But the real reason it's so good is that it has a sleep on hit effect like these giant bantams have. 1 in 3 chance to put anything to sleep. Even enemies that are supposed to be immune to sleep. And that item alone is what will break this game wide open and allow us to finish it probably more than 10 levels lower than you'd think we'd be able to.
Yeah, we'll definitely be talking about the Sword of Lethargy when we get there in a few hours, because it's probably the most important piece of equipment in the run.
Yeah, unfortunately, Ragnar does like to wave it around in a lot of fights.
Yeah, exactly. And the other, I guess, aspects of the AI and how they need to learn. But they do have the capability to learn, which is another really fascinating I guess, programming in for the AI.
Yeah, Christo might try beat and defeat early on, but he won't try it forever.
Right, exactly. So yeah, it looks like we're actually gonna get to the basement this time.
Maybe.
As long as
Healy doesn't get ice bolted. You got ice bolted.
Oh.
I should have used my herb on him.
Spoke too
Such
soon.
greed.
You're never safe. Oh, we were just a few steps away there.
Yeah. And then, yeah, one tile away after coming up from under this roof. The encounter protection doesn't work if you're leaving a roof like that, where it's like redrawing the floor.
Yeah, I think whenever you walk through one of those transitions, it's like a 50% chance to get into a random encounter. It's an extremely high encounter rate anytime you walk through one of those transitions in a dungeon. Oh, Healy, we were so close. This is when you wish that you could level up your guest characters and actually make them stronger. Unfortunately, they are static. However they join you is how they're going to stay the whole time that you have them. So Healy will always have 35 HP, which is kind of nice when you first get him. And then, after not too long, Ragnar is now in the 50s, I think, so...
It's not so great when the boss can hit him with the stick for 20 damage.
Exactly, yeah, he can get taken out in 2 hits by the boss at the end of the chapter here.
Or cast Firebell, which can hit for up to 16 or 17, I think. I definitely know all my damage ranges for Dragon Warrior 1, because I was also one of the first people to route that game in the West as well. This game is more of a Gizzard feeling, though, in terms of my knowledge about it. This chapter 1 started off really well. And then Dragon Warrior 4 stuff happened. But it's not entirely the RNG's fault. I know some of these mistakes are on me.
Yeah, the thing about the Dragon Warrior 4 luck, though, is over the course of the 7.5 hour run here, it evens out. You're gonna have areas of bad luck, like right now, and then there's gonna be areas of good luck, and the RNG is so extreme in this game that you see a little bit of everything for sure.
Oh yeah, we've seen the variance even in chapter 1 alone, from like the 8-minute liftoff split to this part. See, I'm getting a lot of foes are bewildered. A lot of free escapes.
Yeah, it's
nice. When I need them. Like, I think I've seen more in Chapter 1 than I usually see in, like, entire runs. And it keeps happening!
That double Bantam fight is the best one to see as Bewildered, too, because that's hands down the worst fight in this tower. Those guys can sleep lock you and just really waste a whole lot of time.
Yeah, it takes...
Here we go.
Uh-oh.
Nice.
It'll take at least 2 hits to bring them down, and they have pretty good Firebell resistance, 50%, I think, so tossing your sword isn't a very good option.
Yeah, you don't want to use Fireball on them. Level 7 Ragnar, he might kill him in 1 hit around half the time if he gets some good damage rolls, but he also might not.
Oh yeah, I never actually explained the running away mechanic in this game. Your chances to escape depends on how many times you've tried. Excuse me, in a battle. The first 2 tries are 50%, the third try is 75% chance to get away, and on your 4th try, it's 100%. However, there is a strange exception to this. There's a clip out there from NES Cardinality's channel where this happened, where he encountered a pile of slimes in Chapter 4, and then he went to run away from them, and 3 turns later he didn't escape, and then all the slimes combined into a king slime, and then he couldn't escape right away. So I guess the slimes changing into king slime I guess the game considered it a new encounter of some kind internally and restarted the escape counter.
Yeah, that's pretty interesting. I guess that makes sense because then the experience in the gold is different than it would be if they hadn't turned into a king slime. So I guess when it reconfigures all that stuff, it is also saying, oh hey, all right, here we are in the Sorrow Shadow giant eyeball fight. So that was nice full damage on the eyeball. What we want to do is avoid bringing the eyeball into the bottom third of its HP range. So we hope it doesn't guard here. It did, because then it will enrage.
Oh, I lose.
And when it enrages, yep, it moves into this, double action crit phase, which is, as you can see, really, really hard to survive. So
I didn't even take out the eyeball. There you go.
Yeah. That was about the worst case scenario. That's about as bad as that one can go. But it is really just up to the luck of how the turns go out, whether the eyeball decides to guard or it can cheat, which I think it did there, where it attacks but also somehow guards. And then whether Ragnar, after it enrages, is able to attack it and take 30 damage off, because after it enrages, it actually moves to a flat 30 HP. But Ragnar, I think, hit it for 28 and not 30. So, yeah, that's what you don't want to see.
I'm still going to keep running from fights because, well, level 8 is that much farther away, and from what I hear, like, even going to level 7 over level 6 doesn't really increase your odds of survival at all.
Yeah, everything helps, but when it goes like that, there's not a lot that can happen. And yeah, oh, you're right, Diener. Yeah, it was guard and then rage because Ragnar went first. So your high agility stat on Ragnar was working against you there.
Yeah, I guess so. Ragnar attacked and caused the layup into the phase change threshold.
Ragnar is too fast. So yeah, with the bronze armor, with Ragnar at level 7 here, yeah, you probably have something close to about a 50% win rate for the boss here, because you really just need to get through that eyeball. Once the eyeball's gone, the fight's a lot more manageable. It's not completely safe, but it's much more manageable.
Yeah, some theorists have considered, like, why not just leave the eyeball alive so it doesn't get mad? But it should be pretty free to just get rid of it. And that's going to be faster because it's less actions to sit through, and not having to worry about chip damage from eyeball attacks is pretty helpful. Yeah, I just wanted to confirm earlier. Healy was at 16 HP while Ragnar was asleep in the last encounter and healed himself. Like I said, there's kind of some rounding errors. If Healy's at 17 HP and his max is 35, he won't heal himself, because 17 is half of 35 but rounded down. I guess it's too low for the game to be able to tell. 16 or lower though, Healy will queue up heal on himself. Oh, another Bewilderment. Very nice.
Yeah, usually. But not always. Because there's always that chance that Healy decides that he'd rather guard or attack or do something else instead.
I mean, I'm grateful for that. Healy's only got 30 MP. Don't use it all at once.
Yeah, you'll have Healy at like 3 HP, and then he'll say, I'm actually gonna attack.
This is why it's useful to have those herbs on Ragnar. Ragnar going last can actually be kind of helpful for some clutch reactive heals. But that also means you won't be able to save Healy if Healy's too low. Uh-oh, eyeball guarded.
Okay, so guarding is okay as long as he guards twice. Oh, he didn't. Oh, here we go.
Oh, miss.
Misses. Oh, good. Okay, Ragnar, take off 30. Come on. Big hit from Ragnar. 29. Oh no. Well, if Ragnar goes fast, we could be okay. Healy's doing really nice work on the heals. Oh, there we go.
Nice.
The fast Ragnar. See, sometimes works against you, but that time really helped out.
Alright, and now it's just kind of mash until I win, pretty much. Unless, like,
Yeah.
both our HP ranges get somewhere strange. Sorrow Shadow has a lot of HP. I think, 250?
250, yeah.
So without Healy, you pretty much can't win.
Yeah, unless Healy, like if Healy dies, you know, maybe halfway through, then you can be okay if you've got enough herbs, and Ragnar can sort of stay on top of it. But the longer Healy stays alive, the easier this goes.
I'm gonna use my herb on Healy here. Oh, never mind. Healy had him covered. It was just to cover the eventual, like, direct stick attack for max damage.
Yeah, definitely, totally fine to just be a little bit safe here, just to make sure you can get through the fight. You hate to lose at this point.
Yeah, there isn't really a direct purpose for herbs on Ragnar's inventory. Ragnar should be attacking, ideally.
Yeah, once we're through this fight, we never want Ragnar to have another herb again, because he'll use them in Chapter 5 when
True.
we really don't need him to do things like that. Alright. Nice fight. Got lucky with the eyeball missing twice when it enraged. that was absolutely the key to that success.
Yeah, it's Demon Hammer attack AI, or the whack-a-mole enemies in the later games, where they either miss or will get a critical hit. Alright, so I already got the Wing of Wyvern, so all I gotta do is put on my flying shoes. Drop off the kids in Izmit Village. Don't go to Berlin right away. Drop off the kids first. And then we use the Wing of Wyvern to go to Berlin right away, instead of having to walk all the way through the cave.
So yeah, I guess to just do a story check here. So we rescued these kids from Sorrow's shadow in the basement of the tower, and what Ragnar has learned is...
explained it, yeah. That guy on the floor is supposed to explain it all, but it's a speedrun, we haven't got time to talk to him.
Yeah, exactly. So basically the forces of evil here have learned that the hero has been born and is a child. And so they're trying to get ahead of that by finding the hero so they don't have to worry about this fulfillment of this prophecy. So Ragnar is saying he wants to go find the hero who is a child, and he's going to go set off on a journey with his pal Healy. And Healy's also on a journey to try to become a human.
Yeah, so the king agrees to Ragnar's request and rewards him with a scholarship. 3,000 experience.
Yeah, this is helpful because, so once we get to Chapter 5, we're going to be going through and collecting all the party members from the earlier chapters, but it actually goes in reverse order. So Ragnar is going to be the last one that we see, and if he were still at level 8, that would be a little bit underpowered. So it's nice that he gets that extra boost of experience, because then he'll be more on par with the rest of the party. So yeah, that's Chapter 1. Brings us here into Chapter 2, where we meet Princess Alina.
Yes, the tomboyish Princess Alina.
Wow.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Bray really wants to talk to you.
Who's even chasing me? Amazing. Yeah.
So we just have to talk to these 3 characters to do a story trigger to be able to leave the castle. We have to talk to Bray and Christo, who are our party members for the rest of the chapter, as well as that guard who lets you know you're not allowed to leave the castle. The story of Alina is pretty straightforward. She just kind of wants to go out and prove her strength, and so
yeah,
she's
she's not
gonna do
interested
it.
in princess stuff. She's been working on her roundhouse kick here.
Yeah, do you want to kick it?
Let's kick it!
Let's kick it.
Radical.
Radical. Tubular. So this is a really nicely balanced party here. You have Alina, she's like a fighter class, and she has really, really high attack power, and she has a very nice mechanic around extra critical hit rate compared with every other party member. And then Christo is like your priest, your healer. He can do some damage with swords as well. And Bray is like a, black mage, and he has a bunch of really powerful ice magic. Plus he can do the sap spell, things like that. So he's also got some support magic in there as well.
Yeah, definitely analogous to the Pilgrim and Wizard of Dragon Warrior 3. It's nice to have a chapter where we can actually control multiple characters, finally.
Yeah, this is actually the chapter where you have the, I guess, the most agency over your party. With 3 party members you can directly control.
Yeah, Ragnar was the tutorial, I guess, where you're kind of controlling a Dragon Warrior 1 style meathead. But now things
even
more
worse.
like Dragon Warrior 3. Yeah. At least that guy in Dragon Warrior 1 actually learned some spells.
Right.
He wasn't very good at casting them, but at least he got something.
So yeah, Shiner's walking through the woods and the hills here, because we actually need to do a little bit of grinding before we take on the first sort of mini-boss in Chapter 2. And the idea is that we get Alina and Christo up to level 4, because Christo will learn the upper spell at level 4, which is the way to make the fight safe, and also actually is pretty useful throughout the chapter.
Yeah, it's very useful due to an important glitch to take advantage of that we call corpse blocking. Enemy targeting doesn't really work most of the time if you have a dead character in the middle of your roster on Chapter 2. So, after we beat this boss, we're gonna keep Bray dead. And with Alina in front. And we'll just give Alina all the good armor, so that most enemies won't do much damage to her, especially if Christo casts Upper on her to double her defense power. No enemies will be able to target Christo, except for orcs. They just kind of target randomly.
Yeah, orcs or a sleeping Bromard might roll over onto Christo. Some of the
Oh yeah.
some of the kind of weird attacks can still find the target who's in the back of the party behind a ghost, but for the most part, Christo will be well protected once Bray is sort of creating that wall of protection for him.
You can see how Christo's turn was just kind of skipped there. Christo aimed at the giant worm, but the giant worm was already dead, so Christo swung at the air. A lot of old RPGs are like that. I think that continued all the way into Lufia 1, I think.
Ooh, this is scary for Bray.
Yeah. These Cascos Hoppers have mummy AI. They all gang up on the same character, and it's almost always Bray.
Yeah, this formation, with the Rabbit Hound and 3 Cascos Hoppers, it's always Bray, every single time. So, fortunately, stayed ahead of it, very nice.
Yeah, that's why I ran from that formation of 6 Cascos Hoppers. Also, they only give 1 experience each, and they have Ice Bolt resistance. They're just not worth fighting.
No, Cascos Hoppers are a huge waste of time if they don't at least come with a Rabbit Hound to get you some decent golden experience.
Yeah, gold is actually nice too. We want to try to pile up to about 500 after beating the boss. I can't remember if the boss gives 100 or 150. I think it's 100.
Yeah, I don't remember. But yeah, gold is always in short supply in this chapter. You're happy to to get any gold you can possibly get the whole way through, because you're always just barely scraping by.
Yep.
Alina's been getting decent strength, so that's always good to see.
Yeah, the checkpoint for Chapter 2. Chapter 2 ends with a tournament that Alina has to win solo. It's a 1v1 tournament with 5 matches. So the requirement is to get Alina to level 11. and ideally with 42 strength and over 80 max HP. That doesn't mean we're going to take every fight we see. Okay, well actually I might, because I'm actually going to try out an experimental new route that Mr. Holmes came up with for Chapter 2. I'm 14 minutes behind my splits.
Works.
14 minutes
seems
behind
like
my splits, it's fine.
Seems like a nice, more consistent way to get through this without, I guess, having to sit through the Grizzly Saber grind.
Yeah, I actually enjoy the Grizzly Saber grind, but even that is kind of brittle. It's because the Grizzly Sabers can do critical hits for 40 damage at the most, and your level 6 Alina probably has about 50 max HP at that point, so it's actually kind of taxing for Christo's MP. And plus you have to like find one Grizzly Saber, and the Grizzly Sabers will like call for reinforcements. But you gotta find that first one to start the loop. And even then, the Grizzly Sabers themselves don't give that good of experience. What you're really doing is grinding for enough gold to get a Morning Star for Christo, and then you just bring level 9 Alina and a well-armed Christo back to Endor and do grinding there. That's the route I usually go with for grinding Chapter 2. Serious contenders who want those nice, like, sub-7 times. I mean, I got a 7:01, but, you know, people who want a nice time are just going all in on trying to kill 2 metal slimes in Endor to go straight from level 6 to level 11.
Yeah. Hey, for my part, I just love the metal slime grind because, you know, it's a Dragon Quest.
It's your standard, exciting metal slime grind for sure.
What are we doing here?
I did metal slimes for my recent run of this at a really, really long-a-thon's last event. Really, really lots of lore too. And that was hilarious, because you did commentary for that too. And I was like, oh, it took a long time to find that first metal slime. I hope the next one shows up pretty soon. One step outside of Endor, it just shows up. And I killed it.
Yeah, that was a really nice metal slime grind, and it's actually really great that you're not doing it again this time, because you'll never live up to that. It'll never happen that same way again.
Yeah, I usually don't do metal slime grinding just because the Grizzly Saber grind is predictable. It's slow and steady, you could say. I don't really like the high variance of metal slime grinding in Chapter 2. I do really enjoy the Metal Babble hunt in Chapter 5. That'll be about 5 hours in. Or more like 6, actually. I think after the Metal Babble grind, you're about an hour away from the end if you're on a good pace.
Yeah, just about an hour at the end of that to go down to Esturk and then do the endgame stuff.
Yeah, it's weird because it seems like you're only halfway through the game at that point, plot-wise anyway. But there actually isn't that much left when you're at that point.
So yeah, Alina, level 4, she's been getting, I think 2 strength every level. I'm not sure if she got on the very first level, but everyone since then, so she's on the right trajectory. Haven't seen those 1 strength ups.
That's a really good start.
Yeah, it's a really good way to start. And there's Christo level 4 where he learns the upper spell, so we're ready to continue on to fight Chameleon Humanoid here. So we learned in this village of Tempe that basically these monsters have been requiring sacrifice, and the mayor here is supposed to offer his daughter Nina. So Alina's gonna essentially take the place of the sacrifice, and we're gonna pop out of this offering litter and fight these guys. Alina's gonna basically show them what's up here.
Don't ever litter the litter. This is no time for puns, shaman. Right.
Yeah, we saved the puns for the remakes.
That guy's not a priest, he's a shaman, obviously.
So this fight's usually pretty controllable. The worst thing that can happen is if someone gets put to sleep by the Chameleon Humanoid. So as long as we can get past that without anything too bad happening, then everything else is alright. Nice, got through the Rabbit Hound on turn 1, that's always good to see.
Yeah, that usually happens. Chameleon Humanoid does no heal, and does have that sleep on hit effect that Giant Bantam had. Oh, that hound stayed alive. Oh, there's heal on the Rabbit Hound.
Yep. Fortunately, Chameleon Humanoid only has enough MP to cast heal twice, so he runs out of it pretty quick.
Looks like Sorrow Shadow, but is not nearly as durable. Does have Ice Bolt resistance, though, so that's annoying.
Yep, but that all went really smoothly. So we'll get through this guy's, I think, 40 HP really quick. And that was his last heal spell, so he's all at MP now.
I used Christo to cast Upper on everyone, so there's pretty much no way I'm going to lose any characters. It's very important you kill Humanoid last, because this fight is coded to have a 100% drop rate, but the enemy you kill last matters. If you kill a Rabbit Hound last, you get a Wing of the Wyvern instead, but we really want those Life Force Nuts to increase Alina's max HP to make the tournament more reliable.
Yeah, nice fight. Nice fight. That's the Humanoid is able to get a couple heals in there, so it was maybe, 30 seconds slower than it could be, but didn't lose anyone, and
the grind itself
solid
was
hits
pretty
on
fast.
Ice Bolt. Yeah, that was nice.
I'm gonna put Bray in front here. Actually, I kind of did that too early. Because I want these Life Force Nuts that I'm gonna pick up to go into Alina's inventory.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, now my goal is to get rid of Bray. Unfortunately, unlike Dragon Warrior 3 and Earthbound, this game does not have experience funneling. The amount of experience received does not increase based on your number of dead characters.
Yeah, it would be nice if it were divided and then you could consolidate it, but...
Oh yeah, just level up Alina super fast, that would be really fun.
Yeah, it would change things quite a bit, but as it is, it's usually worth keeping everyone alive. But yeah, we do actually take Bray out here just to protect fragile little Christo in the back and have him stay alive to be the healer.
Yeah, there's actually like trade-offs to doing it that way.
Yeah, absolutely. Just makes the dungeons a little bit more consistent here.
Well, if you're doing Metal Slime stuff, then you keep Alina, or you keep Bray alive, usually.
Mm-hmm.
It also means Bray will get enough experience to learn Return and Outside before Chapter 2 is over, which also, like, makes the early parts of Chapter 5 go more smoothly. It's not necessary, though. It's funny, though, because the purpose of the Metal Babble grind is to get Christo to level 27 so we can learn Heal All on the way to the final area. Oh, I haven't got MP left on Christo.
Yeah, you want the hero to learn Zap and Christo to learn Heal All. And, Zap is sort of the minimum you need, and then you might get Heal All a little bit after, but I agree with you, Shiner. I like to get Christo to 27 to get that Heal All spell.
The other requirement is getting Bray to level 22, I think it is. Basically, you should learn By-Kill right before the final battle, which is an important spell to have.
Yes, it is.
So that early experience on Chapter 2 could actually help contribute towards that, but I find it's not necessary. Gonna sell Alina's Silk Robe here for a kickback, so I can get her some better armor.
Yep, this chainmail and this wooden hat, those are gonna be Alina's armor for the rest of the chapter here.
Yep, best in slot defensive gear. The feather hat that we started with in her room is actually better, but I find it's faster to sell it and get better weaponry for Alina and Christo. I think I'm gonna save here and roll for my Life Force Nuts, because we're Seems like there's a lot more grinding throughout on the Mr. Holmes route here.
It's like it, and you may as well get the HP early.
Clean up Alina's inventory.
It's only gonna help. So, Life Force Nuts, these are classic stat seeds. You have an equal chance to roll a 4, 5, or a 6 on each one of these. So, obviously we want 6s, but I think, Shiner, you'll settle for like a 5 and a 6 or something like that.
Yeah. Okay, got
So
one
there's a
6. Yeah, welcome to the interface of NES games. This is why NES runners often choose a one-letter name for their hero. Just to save a few frames throughout the run, because text is drawn one letter at a time, one per frame.
Nice, there's the double 6. So it helps. We have to go through some pretty tough dungeons, and Alina is going to be taking the great majority of the hits here.
Yep. Alright, it looks like the next portion here is to grind in this area until I have 500 gold. Oh, here's my favorite encounter.
Yeah, this fight's great. These guys will call for help for heal slimes. But once you do the upper on Alina from Christo, this fight is completely safe. They won't damage your party at all.
Yeah, they can't even roll 1. They're that weak.
Yep.
Okay, here's the reinforcements looping.
Yeah, I think the hero's name is really, yeah, I don't think it actually comes on the screen that too many times with the, character by character. So I think the time save is really small on that one.
I think
with a lot of other RPGs.
I think the hero is only addressed by name like twice in the script and the speedrun.
Yeah, it's not very often at all.
Just at the very beginning and the very end. Maybe a third time if you want to talk to Master Dragon when you first get to Zenithia. Get your powered up Z-Sword and 10,000 experience.
Nice. So that's Alina, level 6, still getting good strength gains. So 2 is a good strength gain to see on levels 2 through 7, and then once we get to 8, there's a jump in possibilities where it's better to see 4s and 5s if we can get them.
Wow, Alina can one-shot Brommerds. They're drawn like that, and they only have 15 HP. Isn't that weird?
Hopefully she can hit them really hard and get that 1 in 128 strength seed drop.
Yeah. Again, I'm walking on hills. Uh-oh, Blaze Ghosts. I would really rather not fight Blaze Ghosts, but here we are. Only thing that could hurt Alina. They can not only cast Blaze, but sometimes if you attack them, they split in 2, or your attack will just do 0 damage.
Yeah, I think a lot of us remember Blaze Ghosts from playing this game casually, and they're really annoying to deal with. There's no good way to do it.
Especially while
honestly,
Bray's dead.
Yeah. They'll just split, and then they'll cast fire on your back row characters, and all kinds of fun stuff. Would much rather just see a whole bunch of these guys.
I keep seeing the side heads on these guys as their hands. Even though if you look, they're all equal. There's like 3 neck stalks. All 3 of these heads should be equal in size, but the perspective makes the middle one look that much bigger.
Yeah, the middle one is definitely the angry one.
Maybe they're happy to see me? It's hard to approximate that face. It's not very human.
The heel slimes are happy to see you.
Yes.
Absolutely. So, with this route, I think we grind around Frenor until you get like what, 500 gold? Is that the goal here?
Yeah. Because then when you get the gold chest in the cave, we'll get an iron spear for Christo at the bazaar. I think that's best in slot weapon for Christo for access to Endor. Bear. Oops, no damage to Blaze Ghost.
Yeah, there's a few enemies like this. We'll see the same kinds of, not exactly the same, but similar kinds of shenanigans with demi-ghouls in Chapter 5.
Yeah, one of the guys in the boss rush at the end has 3 demi-ghouls as minions start helping him out at the start. I think I'm at 380 now.
Yeah, this formation is nice because the Blaze Ghost it's not able to split because there's no room for it. So it can dodge you, but at least it can't split into 2 Blaze Ghosts.
Yeah, that's why I'm gonna get rid of it first. These Bromers are also kind of scary because if you don't one-shot them, they can do a body attack that can have all sorts of effects. I think it's very similar to the Sacrifice spell where it can either like take a character to single-digit HP or make them explode into bits. Yes, that's actually what the script says.
Yeah, the body attack is absolutely brutal. It'll take off a massive amount of HP if they decide to go for that with their low HP.
Yeah, luckily the AI in this game is smarter than what's in Lufia 1, where they'll attack the same thing in a group.
Yeah, most often it will.
Oh, Morningstar is available in Bazaar. Well, there you go. It's 1,250 gold, though.
Yeah, that's a lot of money.
Yeah, it sounds like the rest is used to go towards getting a chain sickle for Alina.
Mm-hmm.
Christo's weapon doesn't really matter. Christo gets armed with a really good weapon early on in Chapter 5. So he just needs something functional for grinding.
Yeah. These carnivore plant fights are great. It's nice you're getting so many of them.
Yeah.
Really solid gold from every single one of these.
Yeah, the experience in Gold Curve of Dragon Warrior 4 is a little weird. I always feel like enemies don't give enough experience, but give more than enough gold. Whereas Dragon Quest V, it's the other way around. You just get showered in experience so your monster characters can level up and get their good skills. But then you get to the final area and you're like, what is all this stuff? Why can't I afford any of it? But the story did a good job of making the final boss seem really scary, so I grinded enough to get all the gear I wanted, and then the final boss was a total pushover. Oh, here we go, the reinforcements
all the heal slimes are
looping.
showing up. Once there's this many of them, you really have to focus on the heal slimes, because you're not going to make any progress on those carnivore plants.
Well, not necessarily, because heal slimes have really high agility. See, they almost always go first, and then the carnivore plants are really slow. So Alina and Christo attacking one of the plants together should take it out. And the heal slimes will never heal themselves either. Sometimes they don't even heal the right plant, like Plant B is halfway dead right now. So 2 attacks from Christo will take care of the heal slime.
Yeah,
while 2
that is
attacks
nice
from
that
Alina.
the heal slime kept targeting the others.
Yeah, A and D got healed while I hacked apart B. Or I guess Alina has a Thorn Whip equipped. That doesn't seem like a great damage type to use versus plants. Okay, I
All
definitely
right.
have enough money now.
And yeah, level 7 Alina and Christo are definitely going to keep getting more and more efficient with these grinds, which is going to feel good.
Yeah, Kristo's gonna get Antidote ahead of schedule, so I don't have to worry about poison lizards when I get to the tower.
Oh, that'll be really nice. Those poison lizards are really rough on those first couple floors of the Birdsong Tower.
If you get poisoned, yeah. Like, they're pretty weak,
Yeah.
usually, but...
Yeah, just their poison breath, and then they get both Alina and Christo.
They got poison on hit, too.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, poison isn't as bad for, like, taking 1 damage every 4 steps. The real issue is that your entire screen flashes red on that poison tick, and it makes the game lag. And there's some very narrow catwalks on the second last floor of that tower. They
Yeah,
didn't
so this
install
is
any
golden.
guardrails.
This is Golden Bracelet Cave. I think you're just running in here to grab this gold chest from the beginning right now, right?
Yeah, I might grab the agility seed, too.
Hmm. Makes sense.
I might take some fights, I just think those vampire bats are a little too tanky. Actually, I guess it would be fine if I just cast Upper on Alina. I didn't want to take those Tevros, though. They have a 1 in 8 chance of emitting a fireball for 8 to 10 damage.
Yeah. Yeah, 1 in 6, I think, even.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah. They, fortunately, they're pretty easy to take out, but can be bad if you get really unlucky and they all decide to fire breath you.
Wait, I don't see how it could be 1 in 6. If this game works like DQ3 on Super Famicom, enemies would have like 8 different actions to choose from. So I would think for Tevro, like 7 of them are attack, and 1 of them would be emit fireball.
Yeah, I think most monsters have 6 attacks to choose from in this one.
Huh.
Or 6 slots, I guess, for actions. I don't know. That's probably a question for the Countess.
Well, there you go. From Countess himself, 6 actions per enemy.
There we go.
Now I want to scroll to the bottom of my notes and see how many different things Phase 4 Necrosaro can do. Chapter 2 might be a good point to change message speed back to 1, since I'm going to be taking most fights rather than running. But I don't mind mashing A and B through these. Oh, forgot to keep mashing at the end there.
Yeah, I always forget to change the message speed. So I either end up mashing the whole time, or I end up taking it easy.
Well, that's actually Galaxy Brain, though, because you're not
There you
losing
go.
time to changing. Oh, there's the
Yeah,
fireball.
maybe. It's definitely Galaxy Brain if I am the world's fastest button masher, which I'm probably not.
Yeah, I don't think it's about fast, because I think that, like, you know, if I'm still holding A and then I press B, the game, like, it kind of considers B and A the same button, you know? I need to let go of one if I'm gonna press the other. I feel like there's a good rhythm, or, like, a certain way to mash to get the dialogue boxes to keep coming.
So yeah, that agility seed is nice. Alina's agility comes in handy, especially in the tournament, because the one that really matters is like on the last turn of every fight in the tournament. If she goes first, that's an attack she doesn't take,
Yep.
and that can really add up over the course of the tournament.
Uh-oh, yeah, I should probably be making Somna Beetle my priority here. Uh-oh. Oh, here we go. Alina woke up.
This is a very, yeah. Those Somna Beetles, you know, none of these guys are too dangerous right here, but they can definitely slow the fights down. One nice thing about being asleep is the game considers characters who are sleeping and paralyzed to be guarding. And so, while Alina's asleep, she's also essentially taking half damage from physical attacks.
From everything. Maybe it's just from
Yeah,
physicals
from
if you're asleep. Oof, those blaze ghosts.
Yeah, that was rough. Might lose Alina here, this is dangerous.
Okay.
Nice. We got some of the monsters skip turns there. So in the first 4 chapters, the game is I guess a little bit on easy mode. Not truly on easy mode because nothing is easy in Dragon Warrior 4. But when you try to run and you're unsuccessful, one monster is always guaranteed to go, but then each of the other ones is actually going to roll to see if it's going to take its turn, and it's got a 75% chance that it will, but a 25% chance it'll actually skip the turn. So sometimes you get lucky like that, and not all the monsters go, and you're able to actually survive the fight.
Cordra disappeared.
Yeah, I love when those Cordras just run away.
Oh wow, I'm rich. I can get the chain sickle for Alina right here.
I know, look at all this money, this is nice. So yeah, upgrading weapons at this point. And so yeah, this is essentially working to make the, I guess, what's going to be more the second half of the grind here more efficient. Because we're going to grind as we go through the dungeons.
I should see what comes next here. Try to grind around Bazaar, or go back to Freenor.
Yeah, so it's just kind of your preferred grind location. Frontier is going to be easier, obviously. It might actually end up being a little bit more efficient just because you can get through more fights at a time.
Well, I think that's just for the next leg, if I'm reading this correctly. Just to get the weapons you need. It seems the main place you want to grind is actually in the tower, because there's an inn there. Oh wait, I should stay around here though, actually, because I need to get some wings.
Yeah, you're gonna want
here.
some items first, and then yeah, grind in the tower. That makes a lot of sense. I always forget about that inn, because I never do tower grinds.
Okay, there's enough for 3 wings.
Perfect.
4 strength, very nice, Alina.
Yeah. We definitely have a pretty buff Alina so far. This is really nice.
Okay, let me think. I need to go back to Freenor to get the Thief's Key at some point. And also need to get the Nectar from Tower. I think 3 wings should be enough. I'm gonna give them to
you still
Krista.
have to do Golden Bracelet Cave too.
Yeah. I have to get the Thief's Key at night in order to get the Nectar, though.
Yeah, because you can't open that door into the tower until you have the Thieves' Key.
Yeah, usually what you do is you, like, use the wing to go to the roof of Santine, walk on the roof until nightfall. I think what I'm gonna do here, though, I'll walk backwards to the cave. Because I stayed at the end here in the bazaar, did some steps outside. So I think if I walk to the cave, and then... Oh wait, but then the fast way out will be to Death Warp. Okay. Well, okay, it'll be daytime then. Okay, I guess I'm winging to Santine, then winging to Freenor to do the... Okay, there's another wing in this chest, so that should cover me.
Yep, that'll get you there.
I should do this now, so that, like, when I don't have any money in my inventory.
Yeah, this is absolutely the right time to do the Golden Bracelet Cave when the Death Warp is not going to inconvenience your gold route.
I don't think it's going to be inconvenienced anyway, because the money for Ironclaw is just waiting for me in the tower. And
Yeah, for the most part.
Any excess I can sink into my gear that I can put in Krista's inventory. And I'm still going to fill Bray's inventory with 6 fairy waters like usual. Yeah, you can't like
Yeah.
transfer your gold from one chapter to another. When you start the next chapter, your gold just gets reset to 0, and the gold your other characters had is not added once you get to chapter 5, so you have to like freeze your assets and gear. Luckily, things sell for 75% of retail in this game.
Yeah, it's pretty nice. Once you know about it, then you know, okay, let's turn this stuff into equipment that we can take into chapter 5. That's really important with Talon in chapter 3, because it's so easy for him to make money, and so it's tempting to just be like, oh cool, look at all this money that I'll take later into the game. But no, Talon is completely broke when you find him again in chapter 5. But if he's loaded up with Abacus of Virtue or Iron Aprons or something like that, then he actually is coming with a fair amount of money.
Alright. Actually, there is no reason to strip down Christo. Christo's
no,
already
he's-
at 5 HP. Oh,
He's
perfect.
not going to make it very long. It's going to be one hit from an orc to take Christo out, even with that armor.
Yeah, they don't. Orcs don't miss.
There we go.
They auto-target right when it's their turn.
Yeah, I guess we can, since we are actually running through some story stuff, do a quick story check here. So, there was this, I guess, fake princess, sort of pretending to be Princess Alina, who was kidnapped. And in order to return her, they're asking for this golden bracelet item, which we just got out at the bottom of this cave. So we're going to meet those kidnappers at night here in Frenor and trade the fake princess's freedom for this golden bracelet item, which we don't know anything about it right now. And it's going to turn out that that golden bracelet is actually really important. But for us, it's just basically just a key item that we're going to use to free the fake princess and actually get a thief's key in return.
Yeah, I don't care what I get from the agility seed. Alina's got really high agility because she's like a martial artist or a fighter by Dragon Quest III standards. But half of your agility gets added to your defense power in the NES Dragon Warrior games. Every little bit helps for the tournament. I could have sold the agility seed for 80 gold, I think. But I'd rather take the little extra bit of agility.
Yeah, I think it pays off here.
NES
For sure, you
cardinality
never
swears
know.
by it.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think, honestly, any boost you can give Alina in basically any department is going to help you with Chapter 2, because it's always... the tournament is really quite a challenge. So any edge you can get.
Yeah, the casino might be open in Endor, but the real casino is the tournament. Alright, so take 27 steps on the castle, or right when the music moves into its second section, and it should be nighttime.
Yep, give or take. 27-ish, of course, thanks to Dragon Warrior 4 RNG. But yeah, I go for the music cue as well, to know when it's coming.
Oh, I guess it's a bit later, because it's the distance
Yeah, it's
from walking from Freenor to the cave.
I was gonna say, this is off. This is taking a lot longer than usual. There we go. But yeah, this is great. So, this gets us into being able to enter Birdsong Tower, where we can finish up this grind to get Alina up to tournament-ready levels. Yeah, Alina and Crystal already kitted out with some really nice gear, so it should be a pretty straightforward grind in here.
Kind of like that silly subplot. Like, I'm not really a princess, I'm just an actress. I'll return to my companions now. A
Yeah,
priest and
and
an
then
old
it's like
man.
I love it. Yeah, it's like a generic Christo and Bray that show up. It's really nice.
Oh no, the Cordra I attacked ran away. Okay, so it looks like I want to grind on the first floor of the tower, right by the inn, using the roof transition until Alina's level 10. And then I guess I climb the tower and head for Endor, and I should reach level 11 along the way. And if not, well, Endor's the best place to grind to finish up. I have the exact amount of experience Alina needs for level 11 in my notes. I guess there is like a slight trade-off with this route. So, like I said, usually after the Grizzly Saber grind, Alina is level 9, and I also have the amount of experience Alina needs to reach level 10 in my notes. So I like to save right before Alina hits level 10 to make sure I get a good strength up roll on the level up. And if not, then I can reset and do it again. Same with level 11, but it looks like I won't have a chance to... I think my level 10 is getting locked in automatically if I'm grinding here.
Yeah, it looks like it. And we've got 9, 10, 11, 3 levels left, so still quite a bit of variance that could happen with Alina's stats, even though she's on good pace so far. But that's fine. Keep it interesting. Let's see how it goes.
Hey, speaking of Grizzly Saber grinding, maybe we'll get a little taste of it anyway.
Yeah, I might get it here. These Spectets are not a threat at all, but they can use Iron Eyes, which can make them take a little bit of time to take out. Just like that.
I'm gonna heal Alina in case those Grizzly Sabers do a critical hit. Spectet B should still be ironized. Yep, impervious to attack.
Yeah. It's gonna be Ironized for 3 turns.
Oh, there we go.
Funny, it's like a hero spell that for some reason this Chapter 2 monster gets.
It's probably one of the least useful spells, at least on a surface level. I guess it's similar to Analyze from Shin Megami Tensei. It's there to, like, see, like, oh, a new enemy, what does it do? So you can cast Iron Eyes to observe it for 3 turns. Oh, there's that terrible blow.
Christo got revenge, though.
Yeah.
Return the Gaishin.
Nice Gaishin, Christo.
Yeah, Iron Eyes is actually really great if you want to be strategic about your fights and you want to come in and you want to learn, okay, what is the enemy doing? And what's fascinating is, you mentioned the AI will learn about the enemies over time, and they'll actually also use that passage of turns to increase the chance that they learn about the enemies as well. So there's that benefit. Yeah, you may not notice it if you're playing casually, of course, because you're not, necessarily noticing if the AI is doing the right things or not, or that they're doing it consistently. But yeah, Iron Eyes actually turns out to be quite powerful in the run. If you're willing to take the time to lose the turns and sit through a whole bunch of text.
Iron Eyes actually turns out to be quite helpful in the final battle in 2 different spots. Okay,
Yeah, it sure does.
I swear I'm not trying to farm these Grizzly Sabers, this is just happening.
Yeah, and this will happen. The Grizzly Sabers will call for help pretty commonly.
Sometimes the marbles just get spilled. They just want to show up and flex.
All's well as long as you can take them out before Christo completely runs out of MP.
Yeah. And you gotta keep Alina above 40 HP. Just in case of that terrible blow. I guess the reason why I'm kind of in a loop here is, well, normally when you do this grind, you've already gone to Endor and bought the Iron Claw for Alina, her best in slot weapon. But here I have a Chain Sickle on Alina. So I guess it takes Alina and Christo attacking together to take out one of them. Well, they seem to have quite the dodge chance, too.
Yeah. Looks like you're getting through here, though, so nice
All right.
experience gain.
I'm gonna guess 400? There are 400 in ET2. There you go. A lot more gold, of course. Oof, only +2 strength.
Yeah, really low strength roll on that one.
Okay, Alina needs 1844 for level 10. Oh boy, more Grizzly Sabers.
Here we go again.
Uh-oh.
But
The marbles are coming, I'm gonna cast Upper.
yeah, definitely. But it is still a really nice, efficient way to grind inside of here, and it's fairly safe except for those crits. Ouch.
Told you gotta keep Alina above 40.
Yep, 36. Oof.
Oh no!
No.
I should have
Oh,
blocked! I should have
It went-
blocked!
It went before Christo healed her. That's too bad.
I was gonna say, I should probably block, because, you'll still take half, well, critical hits ignore defense power, but if you're blocking, you'll still take half damage, so that 35 would have done 17 instead.
Yeah.
Luckily, my money doesn't matter.
Yeah, it's very small disruption here. It's just interrupts the grind for a second.
This is actually convenient, though. I was gonna say, I'm gonna make the executive decision to walk to the top of the tower, because I should get close to level 10 by the time I'm done. And then well, here I can save in case I hit level 10 on the way up, and if I get a bad strength up, I can hit reset. And I'm gonna... Wait, how many wings do I have? I'm gonna buy another wing. So I
Yeah,
can
that makes sense.
wing to the
That's-
bazaar, and then... Oh, I need 2 more wings then. So I can wing to the bazaar to walk there faster, and wing to Santim to drop off the nectar, and then wing to Freenor to walk to Endor after that. I'm gonna buy some herbs too. Gotta fill Alina's inventory with herbs anyway, at some point. Might as well have a few to make the walk easier. Yeah, the back-to-back terrible blows. It happens sometimes.
Yeah, that's why even though the Grizzly Saber grind is quote-unquote more consistent, it's still not really safe.
You still have to do it correctly. But sometimes, correctly is out of reach.
Yeah, it wasn't, I mean, that wasn't really, I mean, you could have guarded, might have been fine, but getting 2 crits, you know, in between Christo turns is just bad luck that there's not a whole lot you can do about.
Well, the thing to do was block. That was all I had to do. It was within reach, but just kind of unlikely.
So yeah, Birdsong Tower here is pretty tough dungeon actually. 'Cause it's fairly long. There's like 4 floors of encounters, and the encounters get worse as you go up to the top 2 floors.
Oh yeah. There's enemies that use attack magic or breath weapons as well, so even Christo can take damage.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is definitely a good time to have Christo at a higher level, rather than like the kind of minimum level strat that we often do, where he's down at like level 5 or 6.
Yeah, normally at this walk, both Alina and Christo are level 6. But now they're level 9, so much more max HP, and more MP for Christo is also nice. I can be really unscrupulous about healing. Just stay above 75% after every fight.
Nice of that Razor Wind to skip his turn there and not cast Infernos on you.
Yeah, Infernos is pretty unlikely from them. Yeah, saving also convenient. Oh, Pteranodons are the worst though. They can cast Firebell.
Yeah, they'll do it half the time too.
Yeah.
It hurts so bad.
Well, that Fireball isn't even so bad. You know what? I have two decent attackers. Let's see how much HP Butterfly Dragon has. Oh.
Yeah, solo Butterfly Dragon shouldn't be a threat to you at this point.
38 experience for a single one? That's a pretty nice reward, honestly. I don't want to fight these Flythropes though. They've got a pretty hard-hitting physical attack and can cast Stop Spell. And they also have a bit too much HP. I think they have like 40 or like a high 30 amount of HP.
Alright, Grizzly Saber that did not get away from you. Plus you didn't get Poisoned Breath, which is nice.
Well, Christo has Antidote, so it would just cost me some MP.
Yeah, that's true. It's not nearly the the threat that it can be when you come in here with your one Antidote herb. You're saying, I can heal poison once. Wow, starting out with the crit.
This is why I block with Alina on turn 1.
Yep.
And turn 2, actually.
I hear it's only like a 6% crit chance, so.
Huh, count us with the lore.
So I'm sure that means you'll almost never see it.
I've already seen 3 in this run alone.
Yeah. Turns out to be 6% actually turns out to feel like a pretty high number when you're looking at 4 attacks a turn and this many turns. Really starts to add up.
Yeah. I think these Grizzly Sabers are split into 2 different groups right now.
Yeah, they're still... Maybe you can consolidate these eventually.
It doesn't really matter, but it's just kind of silly.
There we go, down to 1 group. Because yeah, they'll join whichever group they were called from, and they were just kind of staying with those 2 groups.
Oh, it looks like level 10 lock-in is happening. 4 strength! Yeah, that's a lock-in.
Good. Good to see the 4. So we've only had 1 bad level, and 1 bad level is fine. Alina's still doing alright.
So I skipped my Birdsong Nectar split because I haven't done that yet to hit my level 10 lock-in split. And I'm a minute 44 ahead of my PB now. Pretty big difference from Chapter 1 done being 14 minutes behind.
Yeah, no kidding. It's been a pretty efficient balance of grinding and getting through the
chores of Chapter 2, yeah.
yeah, all the story triggers in the dungeons here. Glad you got away on that second run attempt there.
Yeah.
That was getting you.
Oh, Alina only has 70 HP though. Well, okay, there's still a Life Force Nuts to get in Endor, but I think
Yeah,
it'll be
she's-
hard to hit 80 HP.
She'll probably land pretty close because she's got one level left. You'll get 6 HP from the Life Force Nut. You'll be close.
Yeah, I should get, like, at least 5 from level 11.
Yeah.
I don't really make a big deal out of HP for the tournament. I'm much more worried about strength. Otherwise,
Agreed.
You can't really go toe-to-toe with Samson without more than 42 strength.
Yeah. Like it all matters, but it's much better to be able to take Samson out in 6 turns if possible, but probably 7. If it stretches on to 8, oh boy. you know, Samson's taken off 20 when he hits you, and you're not going to gain that much more HP in a level.
That terrific blow from Alina was really unlikely. Every other character's crit chance is 1 in 64, which I think is lower than the other Dragon Warrior games. I think it's 1 in 32 in the other ones. But Alina's crit chance is her level divided by 256. So it starts off even worse than Christo and Braze. But by the end of the run, she's going to be a killing machine with 2 attacks per turn as well.
Yeah, she's already critting more than twice as often as the other characters, and it's only going to get better and better from here.
Oh yeah, she's got 5 and 128, which is 2.5 out of 64. So yeah, already better crit chance than Christo.
Yep.
Yeah, she's outpacing them after level 4. Yeah, that last floor, pretty unlikely to get an encounter.
And there we go, Birdsong Nectar. Nice tower overall, just the, I guess, usual number of extremely close calls.
Yeah, even with stronger characters that are able to fight our way through bad encounters, we still almost died, just because Double Pteranodon showed up.
So, we learned that the King of Santeem basically lost his voice. And so we had to go get this Birdsong Nectar from the tower so he could restore his ability to speak. And what he's telling us right now is that he had dreams of a terrible monster coming out of the evil world and taking everything over, and he was going to tell people about it. But when he woke up from that dream, he wasn't able to speak about it. But it has convinced him that Alina should actually go out into the world and try to face this evil force that's coming. So Alina now has permission to use the warp bridge, which can take us out to the Kingdom of Endor.
Yeah, Santeem is a very strict country. They don't let Alina go outside, and they also have closed borders. There's a shrine to the south of Freenor here where the guard won't let you through, even though you're the princess. But now we finally have permission to go through and go to Endor, which is the biggest country in the world of Dragon Warrior 4. It's kind of like the central hub of this world's economy. Really big town with a very nice secret shop that we won't see in the speedrun. Although I think Mr. Holmes likes to use it. He likes to buy Metal Babel armor for its really high defense power.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Endor is strict too. They don't let you open a shop without the king's permission.
That's true. A bustling economy, but also tightly controlled.
Exactly, yeah.
They
So
would
here we
hate
go,
to,
kind of.
They would hate to have it ruined by rampant inflation. Foreshadowing for the next chapter.
But Saloon, we already have an armor shop and a weapon shop. What could you possibly add?
Lunches.
I'll do the same thing, but I'll sell it for way more money.
Maybe I shouldn't be bothering with these encounters. I'm on my way to a much better experience per minute.
Yeah, you could kind of go either way with it. But yeah, the target here is to get Alina to level 11 right about the time that we're getting around to Endor. Because level 11 is kind of the minimum viable Alina to take into the tournament.
It's all Samson's fault. That guy's got a hefty suit of armor. Very hard to get good damage into it. Whoa, a featherhead!
Yeah, that's extra defense for Alina, which is actually a really nice gain for the tournament here. That's cool. I'm not sure what the drop chance is on that. I don't think it's super high. You don't see it very often.
Yeah, I thought I was gonna get an antidote herb. Yeah, not much point in casting upper, because these Crested Vipers will use Kasap, or defense, to lower your defense anyway.
1 in 32. I guess I just don't usually fight them. But that's still a nice drop.
Uh-oh. Christo's out of MP, because I did not use the inn when I came back from tower. Time to use those herbs I bought.
Sure is. Fortunately, not too many steps to get to Endor, although the encounters on this side of the river are quite a bit scarier.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's 4 extra defense from the wooden hat to the feather hat.
Oh yeah, there is an inn here. Good point, Diener. I'm going to use it, because I'm not quite sure what my chances of success are. Normally when you get here, you just run all the way to Endor. But here I've got a higher level Alina and a higher level Christo, but Alina has a chain sickle instead of an iron claw. This is a weaker setup than Iron Claw Alina and Morningstar Christo.
Yeah, we don't get the Ragnar cameo because it's daytime. You can kind of see Ragnar his various adventures way before we can actually get him to join.
Oh, neat. This should be enough for Razorwind. Okay, good. Wow, surprised it took 3 hits to take out Pteranodon.
Got the boomerang.
Boomerang.
Look at all these item drops.
That's a weaker weapon than either of what my characters have, but that'll sell for a decent amount.
Yep, exactly.
All this starting capital I get to take into Chapter 5.
Yeah, this fight is scary. Yeah, it's good to do the kind of safety strat here.
Rogue Knights can also do a terrible blow.
Yeah, and they will. And even their regular attack is quite powerful.
Yeah, definitely a good idea to block while setting up. Yeah, Christo doesn't get any mass damage spells. That's Nara's domain. She's the other white mage or pilgrim-esque spellcaster of this game. But she gets Infernos and Infirmore. Christo doesn't. Christo gets beat and defeat way later in the game, though. And again, we got the chain of healer reinforcements. It's all contributing towards progress toward level 11. I think I'm just gonna buy 2 Iron Claws once I get into the tournament building. Iron Claw is the second most expensive thing I could bring into Chapter 5.
Yeah, it doesn't hurt if you can afford it. For sure. It's too bad Alina can't actually equip 2. That would be awfully nice.
What if you could equip 2 stiletto earrings, then?
There we go.
Just keep equipping stiletto earrings and getting more attacks. Kazwoozle.
Made it through the Rogue Knights and healers. They call healer, I think, like a third of the time, so it's a really common action for them.
Walking on the grass for lower encounter rate. Quote unquote lower encounter rate. Nice catch, Alina.
Very nice.
My characters are still at full HP.
Yeah, so this is about the time that you should run into a metal slime and get a whole bunch of experience.
And then get a terrible strength roll and be upset about hitting level 11. I'm gonna try to finish it off. Oh no!
Bye, Alina. Oh boy, the monsters are really critting this run. They're really coming after Alina.
Oh no. Oh no, half my money!
We were so close to Endor.
Good thing I had enough to get 2 Iron Claws. Now I have enough to get 1 Iron Claw.
Yeah. It's really not. Not a huge deal, just a little bit of a setback. We don't need that money for Chapter 5. We can bring plenty of equipment from Chapter 3.
Yep. Well, now I have to save, now that I'm back here.
Yeah, you can't do that again.
I can't do it again. Because then I'd have to sell Christo's Iron Spear that he doesn't need. For 660.
Yeah, the troglodyte fight is kind of annoying.
I probably
with
shouldn't
these
take
guys.
this.
Yeah, they'll call for reinforcements sometimes, and it can
Well,
just be
'cause
slow.
It's 5 targets. It's gonna take 3 turns to win.
Yeah, at least they didn't call for help.
Well, more than once.
Yeah, once would have been fine. Yeah, I've died a few steps from Endor so many times.
Same.
It's so close. You're right there, but the encounters are just so dangerous out there.
Yeah, you got Rogue Knights and Armor Scorpions that can do critical hits.
Yeah,
At
the
least,
Scorpions, I mean,
At least skeletons
You've got-
aren't dangerous, because they have scripted behavior, just alternating between defense and attack. Kasap, attack, back and forth every turn. But it'll
Yeah,
still
they're-
take you 3 hits to take them down.
they're pretty alright most of the time. And then, of course, you still have Pteranodons casting Fireball on you. Nice, 4 strength
Oh.
and level 11.
Look at that, and 9 HP.
9
Okay,
HP.
yeah, that's a lock-in.
Huge HP gain. Alright. We've actually got a really decent Alina here. Really decent Alina. I think once you equip the claw, her attack is going to be around 80. It's going to be above 80. I don't know if it's 81 or 82. Right in there somewhere. And then, yeah, her HP is going to be above 80.
Yeah, with those Life Force nuts that I still have to get. This is gonna be kind of a weird setup. I guess I'm gonna, like, talk to the king, grab the Life Force nuts, save, scum for the good roll from the Life Force nuts, save again, and
Let's get
then
that strike first.
and then walk to the tournament, buy Iron Claw, go into tournament. Actually, with that in mind, I better fix Alina's inventory right now, then.
Yeah, you don't need to take that boomerang into the tournament, probably.
No, I'll just take Rorik's. Okay,
just boomerang Lingwar. It'll be fine. It'll definitely work.
Yeah, boomerangs attack all enemies, right? Gonna buy 6 fairy waters for Bray as well. He's gonna be one of the. Well, when he joins up in Chapter 5, that'll be my source of fairy water for the really big worldwide power-up tour of grabbing small medals and adding return locations. Gonna have just enough money for this too, even with losing half of it.
Yeah, this is working out really nicely, actually.
Oh right, and I need 2 more wings to finish things off.
Oh, right, because you don't have a
Don't have return.
Bray with the return spell, right? Because Bray has just been dead the whole time, serving his purpose of keeping Christo safe.
Oh right, I need room for. I have to sell
you're
one
gonna
more thing. Need room to add
transfer.
the Life Force nuts.
Transfer some things around here.
I'll sell one of Bray's items. They sell for very little.
Yeah. So yeah, we're gonna talk to the King of Endor many times in this game. And here he's gonna essentially say he promised his daughter, the Princess of Endor, would be able to marry whoever won the tournament. And now that this guy, Necrosaro, is doing so well in the tournament, the King of Endor is worried that maybe he made a mistake. That guy seems kind of sketchy. So he asks Alina actually to enter the tournament to save him from his bad judgment.
Yeah, it's not stated explicitly in the script, but I think they're saying, like, well, maybe if the princess wins the tournament, that's an out from the terms. But why? Why can't the princess marry the princess?
Yeah. And just to clear up any confusion, they make sure that you know that the princess she's actually interested in Prince Reed of Bon Malmo. We learn about that next chapter.
Yeah, there's an interesting fan theory that Samson in the tournament is Prince Reed, dressed up in armor, entered under a fake name. Okay.
Nice rolls on those seeds.
Yeah,
That's great.
No need to get up and hit my reset button. I'll take a peek at Alina's stats after I save here. .44 strength and 85 max HP. Wow. My Alina is jacked.
Really solid Alina here.
This is the strongest Alina I've ever had, I think. This is the ideal you want, that you seldom see. You may not like it, but this is what peak Alina looks like. Do I have room for one more? I don't think so. I do not.
Yeah, you got 5 already. Yeah. All right. Well, this is a really good shape going in here. So we'll see how the fights go. So the tournament is great. It's 5 consecutive fights, 1-on-1 with Alina, and they kind of get gradually more difficult, with the exception of Vivian, who's easier than Rorik, I'd say.
Yeah. If Bray was alive, he would say, "Best of luck, Princess Alina."
Yeah, he sure would.
I saved 25 frames by keeping him dead.
So Hun here has 70 HP,
okay.
which went down real fast with that crit. Very nice. Good start.
And you're allowed to use your medical herbs in between fights, but I think I'm just going to go for it to conserve herbage.
Yeah, better to use the herb during this Rorik fight and get more of a heal out of it.
Oh, Rorik's blocking. 10 free damage.
You want to make sure to use at least one, though.
21 free damage.
Rorik's going to drop an herb, and you don't want to have a full inventory and not be able to use one, of course.
Oh yeah, that's true. He's blocking a lot.
Yeah, it's really nice he's doing all these guards, because that's damage that Alina doesn't take.
Rorik's got high agility, though. Alright.
Nice start. That was a friendly Rorik.
So, a silly strat you can do versus Vivian is Vivian's a spellcaster, so you can block until she runs out of MP. I like to block on turn 2, because she almost always opens with Ice Bolt. If you block Fireball, which does the same amount of damage, you kind of waste her MP. Because, well, Ice Bolt costs 2. Yeah, now she doesn't have enough MP to heal more. Oh, it does have enough for one more Ice Bolt, though.
Mm-hmm.
Fireball costs 5, and Heal More costs 5.
Okay, and now the tournament gets hard. So we got Samson coming up next. Samson's got 90 HP, and he's got a lot more defense than any of the previous encounters. Plus he hits much harder. And as an added bonus, when he goes below half of his HP, he's got a chance to use an herb on himself and heal up, which is certain disaster if it happens.
Yeah, he's fast, so this is where the agility seed can really help if you can outturn Samson. You kind of want to like lay up about this much and then like try to top up. Oh no, it happened.
Use the herb. Oh no. So that makes it much harder because essentially it takes 3 more hits to get through him now.
I think I'm out of herbs.
Yeah, it drains the herbs really quick to keep up with this.
Oh wait, I should have one underneath the Iron Claw, because I bought one more herb after the Iron Claw.
Alright, outturned him at the end there. That's nice. Okay, we got a chance.
Getting past Samson without a crit is unusual. Uh-oh, I don't have any medical herb. Okay, 50 HP for the final opponent, Linguar.
All you need to do is just get lucky.
Yeah, just get lucky 5 hits.
Just get lucky. So Linguar is a lot of fun. He splits into these 4 different forms, and only one of them is real. So 25% chance.
This will always be! The Better
Really
Business Bureau
Endor.
has come to Endor.
Except when you select B, then of course it's gonna be A.
My secret code never works. Oh no, it's B again.
He's totally trolling you. This is amazing.
Linguar almost always faster than Alina as well. Oh, I got one!
1 hit. Unfortunately, it wasn't a crit.
Yeah, I think I gotta like hit this next one and critical if I even survive this attack. Ah, nope.
Yep.
Ground down by Linguar.
It's really tough to get through Linguar with only 50 HP and no herb. You have to get better than average luck, and it wasn't happening that time.
I don't have enough gold to buy more herbs, so I think I'll just hit reset.
But yeah, Linguar wasn't even doing anything too special there. It was really Samson that made that hard for you with that herb.
Yeah, took away like another 50 HP from me. If I had another herb in Linguar, I might have prevailed.
But yeah, really common to take multiple attempts to get through the tournament here.
Yeah, just like I said, you get out of Chapter 1 jail so you can get into bigger jail in Chapter 2.
Exactly, and this is the I guess the final locked door that unlocks the rest of the game for you.
Yeah, you need to not get killed in Birdsong Tower and have a good Metal Slime grind and get through the tournament. Chapter 2, definitely the gatekeeper of this run.
Alright, so hopefully Lena doesn't waste her crit on Hun, and she uses it on Samson this time.
Yes.
What did I just say? Come on, Lena.
I forgot to equip the Iron Claw. That's even worse. That was just a Falcon Punch.
Punched him really hard in the face, though.
Do I get a cooperative Rorik this time? I'm just gonna try to one-cycle Rorik. Got him. This is why I kind of like blocking versus Vivian. You take less damage. Oh, she opened with Fireball. Weird. Well, might as well keep attacking then. Yeah, Vivian doesn't attack if she's out of MP, she'll just block. Oh, maybe she does. 94 damage, Kaishin.
Alright, no problems with Vivian there. Okay, let's see how it goes this time. Come on, Samson. So it's really nice if you can get the first 3 hits from Alina staying below 45 damage. And you're right there, so this is perfect. Because then you can heal back up without the risk of Samson using an herb.
Yeah, I'm gonna top up my HP here and then go in.
And then you go all out.
Oh,
now.
there we go.
Perfect. That's the Samson crit we needed. Perfect.
Lots of herbs to account for Lingua rerolls.
Yeah, we can miss plenty of times now.
I wonder if I can maybe 2-hit Lingua with 44 strength. Okay, D is building up power. If Lingua D takes another turn, it will do double damage. But maybe I'll go first and take away Lingua D's turn. Oh, never mind.
Yeah, it's worth trying to trade the hits when they build up power. Because then at least if it hits you, well, you hit it back.
That seems like a Monty Hall problem kind of thing. But I think if Alina... It's very unlikely, but I think Alina can outturn Lingua, and if Lingua gets hit first, then Lingua loses its turn. What's really funny is in the casino, you can buy the Mirror of Ra, you know, a known item from Dragon Warrior 3 that reveals illusions. But if you use it, then, like, it just shows, like, oh, all the Lingua mirages disappear. And then it's Linguar's turn again. The Lingua splits!
That was a big hit on Lingua there, actually, taking off 28. Linguar's got 55 HP, so if you do that much damage again, you can get him in 2 rather than 3.
Ooh. It hasn't been Lingua A once this whole fight.
Yeah, it's not the day for Lingua A.
A and Prey is not working.
No, sure isn't.
And you gotta heal early versus Lingua, because Lingua always goes first. Still hasn't been A! Can someone tell me how to fight Lingua during full Kagetsuchi so I can see which one is the real one?
Yeah, we all know that there's a way to tell which one's the real one. You just gotta look really hard at the sprites.
Yeah. I'm sure that Lingua splitting up doesn't even look correct because I have I'm capturing off a Dazzle, which only captures at 30 FPS.
Only 25 damage on that hit, so he's got 2 HP left.
Oh, I needed
Got
that.
him, though.
My gizzard told me to pick B.
The battle of 2 HP. Feels good. Feels good to get through the tournament like that. That's exactly the way you're supposed to win it.
Yep.
Yep.
Hey, Bray's alive! Congratulations, Bray.
Welcome back, Bray.
The dialogue boxes finally have white borders again. Alright, I can't use my wing yet. I have to walk outside. If you try to use the wing, you'll see the strangely translated text, "But the Strange Force works and contains return." Christo has my wings. Alright, so that guard told me to return to Santine Castle immediately. Oh. No music. music. Alright, and then you have to take one step off of this tile, and we should be able to wing right out of Chapter 2.
There we go. What did it all mean? Determined to solve these mysteries, Alina's party goes off on further adventures. Made it out of Chapter 2. So I hope everyone's ready to relax for a little while here with Taloon in Chapter 3.
Taloon, the arms merchant. He dreams of becoming the world's greatest arms merchant. But he starts off having to go to work in the morning. We're a long way off from that point, I guess.
Sometimes heroes are just like the rest of us.
Yeah. Nope, we're not going to work today.
That's the job dodge. If you walk in front of your boss there, he pulls you into work.
Yeah, it takes a little while to get out of work if that happens, but I just love coming one step away and just noping right out of there without saying a word.
So, first thing we're going to do here is head into this cave north of the town, where they intend for you to go pick up this item, the iron safe, but we're going to leave that behind. And we're just going to pick up
I think it's slower to hit the button, but I want to show it off. Yeah, there's
hitting the button is fun.
So yeah, there's only encounters on these upper floors of this cave, where you gotta go up some stairs and then back down. This cave is mostly about puzzles. Taloon is basically, well, he's like a merchant from Dragon Warrior 3. Doesn't get MP, just only slaps with weapons. We're gonna get this chain sickle though, not because it's a great weapon, but because it sells for a decent amount. And that's gonna be our starting capital for the incredible venture that we're gonna go on. Into the Shadow Realm. First thing we're gonna do is commit Sudoku just so we can get back to town now that we have this chain sickle. Basic clothes don't add a lot of defense, they're not worth unequipping. The chain sickle is very powerful. So yeah, there's an item in that cave called the Iron Safe, and while it's in your inventory, instead of losing half your gold when you die, you lose 0 gold. And there's a lot of money flying around in Chapter 3. So, like, money is a mechanic in Chapter 3. We're gonna be making moves here. We're gonna be making deals, buying and selling things for tens of thousands of gold. So having the Iron Safe to protect all that seems pretty important, right? It's actually not a big deal in the speedrun, though. In fact, you can't get rid of the Iron Safe once you have it. And we're gonna need all of our inventory slots as well, so having the Iron Safe would just be a brick, in addition to just taking too long to get.
Yeah, who's got room in their inventory for a giant iron safe to carry your tens of thousands of gold pieces around?
Yeah, we're just gonna carry it in a gigantic sack dragging behind us like a real man.
We attach a sled to Tav the dog. I think that's what we do.
That is probably how it works. Okay, we're gonna get 5 wings. This is all it takes to become a good merchant. You gotta have mobility. You gotta have a good transport network. Even though there's only 2 places we can go, that's all we need. Also need to establish connections. Get in touch with the nobility. We're gonna talk to Prince Reed in his room. He's gonna give us a big hug. He's that grateful.
Very nice hug.
It takes a long time to leave that tile. The game, like, really lags. Alright, Taloon, this is a sneaking mission.
Oh.
Wait, really? I didn't know that,
Stepped out of the doorway.
Oh, I didn't know you get detected, like, a diagonal tile away like that. I never liked stealth games anyway.
Basically, Taloon is seeing how quickly he can get kicked out of as many places as possible. Get kicked out of the prince's bedroom, get kicked out of the prison.
Wow, these kingdoms in Dragon Warrior 4 are really draconian. This is the second time in the story where, like, someone being in jail for stealing is a plot point.
Yeah, fortunately the jail has no roof, so
Yeah.
sneak in a wing, no problem. Fly right out.
There's some really weird roof mechanics in Dragon Warrior 4. Like, normally you need to use outside to leave caves and towers, and return will move you around in towns and on the world map. But the only place that actually has a roof is Gardenburg, the Kingdom of Women. So I guess they're better architects. They can actually make roofs that work.
Yeah, they know how to build a prison in Gardenburg.
Oh yeah.
Yep. Can't get out of that one.
So yeah, we had to walk on the roof until nightfall to meet Prince Reed like we promised. He gives us a letter that he wants us to deliver to the Princess of Endor. But also, we're gonna talk to Tom, who we freed from jail, who's a bit of a nighthawk. He's wide awake even at night.
The son of Grandpa Tom.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Wait, isn't his name also Tom?
Could be. I don't know.
I guess we could wing to Wakanaba.
Yeah, you can wing outside here, or you can walk. It's obviously not too far of a walk, although that NPC is making it longer for you.
Yeah. I failed to execute an unskip.
So yeah, we've got Top the dog here, and we're actually going to go to this village sort of in the middle of the forest out here, because the architect Degardi is supposed to be in Bon Malmo fixing a bridge, but he's gotten delayed here. So we think maybe we can do something by bringing Tom the dog into this village.
Yeah, he's in this mysterious village where you can buy things that cost way too much money, and if you walk on that path at the bottom, it just loops left to right forever. Turns out this is a village enchanted by foxes, because apparently foxes are magical. It's more, not really a thing in Western fantasy, but here we are.
Degardi wakes up from his illusion and says, "Oh, it's supposed to be working," and he runs off.
Gives us a full plate armor as a reward, though.
Yeah, the fox just having a full plate armor is awfully generous. Probably didn't need to be quite that generous with Tulun, but must have been really scared of him. So we're gonna take that here to Bon Malmo, where they're preparing for war, and so they have a weapon shop here in Bon Malmo, but they don't have an armor shop. So they're willing to buy armor for quite a bit of extra money, but this guy will haggle with you. So we're going to take a lot of armor to that particular guy and make him give us some really nice money to sell it to him.
Yeah, I had to just check my notes there for how much to haggle for. It looks like it was 2,300 or more. And I'm gonna say, because now I gotta walk to Endor, it's a short walk, but need to make sure I don't die. Losing half that gold would be a disaster.
Yeah, this is absolutely a place where you can't lose that gold, or else you get really thrown off the route.
Oh, right, I have to talk to the king in order for the bridge to magically be fixed.
Yep. We have to get the Golbez laugh from the king here. Ha ha ha.
What the? I was not... My right hand wasn't even on the controller and the menu popped up. Just
yeah, that'll
sometimes.
happen. Dragon Warrior 4 likes to bring up your menu sometimes. Just it feels like it.
Wow, I took 6 damage from that healer. Just having basic pajamas is not a lot of defense power. Alright, we made it.
I'm surprised it could hit you. It wasn't distracted by the pinstripes.
Alright, now here we're gonna buy some armor, and also some... I maybe should change my haggle notes to 2,500 so I could get a bronze armor here.
Yeah, I was gonna say I usually sell for at least 2,700, but you just don't pick up the bronze armor, it's fine.
Yeah, I guess I'll sink my money into a chainmail. Oh, and I still need this wooden hat as well. Oh, I'm carrying too many things.
Haven't had to heal.
Oh, I can remove the prince's letter.
Oh, you've also still got the basic clothes on, yeah.
Do I buy a wing? I don't think so. I don't think I buy anything. I need room for the statue. Oh, I should buy a wing, actually, just so I don't have to walk back out.
Yeah, wing saves you from walking all the way back from the castle.
When you walk
Small.
this slowly in an NES game, it really helps.
Yeah, it seems small, but it's actually like a 20 or 30-second time save.
I played all these games on emulator when I was a kid, but my friend and I did not know the correct frame rate that NES ran at. We played them at 90 FPS instead of 60. Oh, I do, but I'm talking to the wrong person. Yeah, I think these games are more fun on faster than 100% speed. This is still the version of Dragon Quest IV that I prefer, though. The script in the DS version is very different. It's very whimsical, whereas I prefer the sort of dark and gothic flavor of this game's script.
And we equip all this fancy armor, and now,
Oh, not yet. I forgot to get the wooden hat because my inventory was full.
I was gonna say, it brings your defense up to 52, which is really high. Most monsters have a hard time piercing that, and even if they can, it's only for 1, 2, or 3 damage.
Yeah.
So Saloon's fairly safe even at level 1 now.
Only Flythropes and Sandmasters will be strong enough to do more than 1 damage.
So yeah, we're kind of into the treasure hunting part of Chapter 3 here. So we're gonna head up to the Silver Statuette Cave. That's, I guess, what we all call it. Because at the very bottom of this cave, we can find a treasure that's going to be worth a whole lot of money to a collector in Endor. And that's the next big step in accomplishing our money goals here in Chapter 3.
Oh, I forgot you get a royal scroll cluttering your inventory, so that really didn't make any room.
Yeah, fortunately you only need 2 inventory slots in here, because you pick up the Iron Spear to sell, and you pick up the Silver Statuette.
I could get the wing.
Yeah, you can get the wing.
I don't think I
if
have
you've
room,
got,
though.
If you've got room for it, it's...
Yeah, because let's see, I've got 3 pieces of gear and the royal scroll, and then I'll have the statue.
Depends how much you heal, I guess, by what points in the dungeon.
I've still got the medical herb, and I could pick up the herb on the way. So that's like my last flex slot, though, because I'll have to use that before the statue, and then replace it with the statue. But I've got the chainmail in my inventory already, and I'm supposed to have the iron spear. Oh, there's that Sandmaster chipping away for 3 at a time. There is my first triple escape fail of the entire run. I've had pretty good luck all around.
I've had really good luck if that's your first one. I mean, there's a lot less running in Chapter 2 than usual,
yeah.
But that's nice. It's a 1 in 16 chance to fail to run 3 times, so it happens, you know, a fair number of times throughout the run.
Okay, here's the wing. Oh, I already have a wing. Okay, I'll leave it behind then.
Yeah, you don't need 2 wings. But yeah, Taloon is fun. He's just gonna stay at level 1 the entire time. We're never gonna get him any experience. He never needs to be any stronger. So he's just gonna run from everything in here.
Yeah, Taloon is saving his strength for when he gets to be in his own video game in Tornico the Last Hope. I think he's in a couple other Mystery Dungeon style games too.
So this dungeon, basically we have all this water on this floor. We're gonna hit this button, and the water drains down to the floor below this one. So that opens up a few chests that we can now get on this floor, and then on the floor below, it's now going to be flooded, and we can sail around to access some new areas.
Oof, got away from Sandmaster.
Yeah, grabbing the herb for healing, this is a good idea with 11 HP, because then you can get back up to full, be in the same spot you were at.
It was gonna be more steps to get the spear and then come back and get that. I got a death warp as soon as I get the statuette, so I'm kind of doing myself a favor, I guess. Well, it doesn't matter. With 20 HP and no armor on, I will not last very long in any encounter.
No, this is basically the easiest death warp, probably of the entire run. And yeah, thanks for the raid, free Enterprise viewers. Hey, welcome in to Dragon Warrior 4 and the DQ RTA Marathon. Hope that you had a really great free Enterprise match over there. Looking forward to catching up on that later. We're here in Chapter 3. Taloon is treasure hunting in the Silver Statuette Cave, and we are looking to get the big treasure out of the bottom, and then we're gonna do a whole bunch of capitalism to make some nice money.
Whole bunch of free marketing, yep. It's kind of a big meme that everyone celebrates in Chapter 3, because it's all capitalism ho time, like Reciteer, but I think it's a little different from that. The King of Endor will ask us to outfit his soldiers at one point, but we'll have sold like twice as many iron aprons and abacus of virtue at that point.
Alright, we don't need that herb anymore, so we're gonna drop that, make room for the silver statuette here. And then, yeah, run's easiest death warp coming up. Back down to 2 defense. Solo vampire bat, doesn't matter. It'll be just fine.
I'm back here, how convenient. I can deliver the scroll and vendor all my armor, and then just transport back to Endor. Who knew it was so easy to be a merchant? You just have to make it to the next town over, and then it's only 25 gold to warp here and there. We were kind of making conjecture about, like, what would a peasant's wage be in Dragon Warrior 4? Because Nara and Mara get paid 100 gold pieces for their paycheck. I'm not sure how much work they did, though, for that interval. How realistic would it be to, like... Is the Wing of Wyvern, like, a luxury travel option, or is it, like, a vital transport infrastructure in this world?
It's a really interesting question. I think,
Is it like riding the bus or having a helicopter?
yeah, I think it's probably fairly accessible, you know, because you can think that in most of the economies, the monsters are gonna, you know, having more money than that, and so it can't be too much. Because I think the idea that, you know, the monsters having gold is that they've taken that gold from, like, travelers that they've waylaid and taken their money, right?
JRPG economies are really weird, because, like, in more dangerous towns, you can get some really good gear, but the local monsters also reward a lot more money. Makes you wonder, like, can a level 1 adventurer with this really good gear have a go of it in that area?
Yeah.
Would they be able to sustain?
Exactly.
Strange to imagine.
I think, actually, I think I remember in the manual for Final Fantasy Legend 1, it explicitly says that you run into monsters and they have this gold that they took from previous adventurers that they defeated.
Whoa. I'm gonna do chainmail again. Probably shouldn't, but We're doing some weird seed capital stuff here. So, I'm sure someone else watching has figured it out now, that sometimes you can get higher than retail values of armor from the Bonmamo armor guy. So that's kind of what we're doing here. And it looks like it's gonna be pretty excruciating to get a whole bunch of money, right? Well, what about that silver statuette, and how money is a mechanic in Chapter 3? There we go. Now we have 25,000 gold pieces kicking around in our inventory.
It's the money.
Oh, I forgot to sell the iron spear. Oh, that would have given me a way
You can do
better-
it here when you
yeah.
get the wing. Yeah, it doesn't matter. So yeah, the armor merchant here in Bon Malmo is a really fun mechanic. So basically what is happening is he's gonna roll like a 32-sided dice. And so he's gonna give you offers that are below the cost price, so like 1335 there. You know, we bought these iron aprons for 1500, so that's a pretty bad roll. He may give us a neutral one. He may just offer 1500 gold for it, or occasionally like that, 2250. That's like rolling a 32 out of 32, where you get a critical offer that's worth a whole lot more than what we bought it for.
Ooh!
Already seen 2 of those, so
2 gold experience requiems.
that's a pretty good way to start. So we're gonna basically be accepting offers over 1710. I think that's your threshold, right, Shiner, that you use?
Yeah, I like 1781. There's like
1780.
there's like specific amounts due to the, you know, NES processor not being the best at division. It's more like there's a bunch of discrete boxes it can land in.
Yep, exactly.
Now we buy 7 iron aprons here and a wing, and off we go. Easy way to figure out when you have enough without checking your inventory is you buy 1 and then just look at the 4th digit of your gold and subtract 9,000. So when I'm down to 20,000, that's when I have enough.
Yeah, I just count. 1, 2.
Yeah, but then I can't have banter. I'll be thinking about it too hard. It's hard enough to count to 3 when fighting Beelzebub and Shin Megami Tensei Nocturne. Like, I'm a Zelda 1 runner, so that already means that I am unable to count to 10.
Yeah, a lot of counting in that game. There you go. So usually this takes 3 rounds of selling iron aprons, and then going back and buying more. But if you get enough of those critical rolls, then you can actually do it in 2.
I might have done it in 2 if I remembered to sell the iron spear, and then I could have bought, like, a bronze armor, or maybe a half plate instead of the chainmail. Just for, like, a little extra on that first trip. There we go, 1781.
Nice.
1710 and 1734 are also boxes, but I want to be greedier.
Yeah, Shiner's got high standards over here. 1804, very nice.
Whoa, this is
yeah.
going great.
Getting really good rolls here. This is nice.
We're just chugging through these iron aprons real quick. Iron aprons can only be equipped by the merchant class, by the way. So Tulun really is becoming the greatest arms merchant in the world. Emphasis on the merchant part, because we're really providing good arms and armament for the merchant classes of Dragon Warrior 4. They'll be better equipped than even the soldiers of Endor.
So the idea here with accepting only, I guess, 1781 and above is you're making at least a 281 gold profit on every iron apron, and what we're going for here is enough money to be able to buy the shop in Endor, which is kind of the next milestone that we're trying to get to. So we need to get enough to buy the shop, and then also to buy a little bit of equipment to get the shop going.
That was some really good haggling. That went by really fast.
Yeah, this is a really smooth segment so far. Cruising through it. Sometimes this, you'll just get a bunch of really low offers, and it takes forever to actually drag out the decent ones.
The other thing about only being willing to accept higher offers is that you're more likely to just blow past it all and see the critical super golden wind amounts that are over 2,000. Yeah, the shop costs 35,000, and like Anatole said, you also want a bit of surplus to like start that part off. I like to start with the. So I guess I'm trying to reach 38,200. It's nice how this works out.
2 Abacus of Virtue to start. I aim to get 36,600 to get 1 Abacus of Virtue to start with, but 2 is even better, of course, and it sort of evens out. You don't want to start with too little though, because then you're just slower getting the shop going than you would be grinding out money over here with Iron Aprons.
The shop is an even faster way to make money than this, but it grows quite explosively. So the more you can start with, the better pace you'll have.
Yeah, exactly.
It's nice how this all works out, how you can like come back to Endor, load up on aprons, buy a wing, and then you buy a wing at the front of this place too. And if I had the iron safe being a brick in my inventory, then I'd only be able to do 6 iron aprons at a time. As you can see, there's like really isn't any mortal danger in Chapter 3 anyway. You have enough armor, you have enough money floating around to have good armor.
Nice, 1875. That's the highest roll that's not a crit, so it's really good to see that too. And followed by 1265, which is the minimum roll.
Yeah.
There you go.
I took a 1710 earlier just because I'm almost done.
Yeah, getting close now.
Want to get out of this phase.
Yeah, there's the mention in the chat of the trilogy here. So yeah, this is the first in I guess what's considered the Zenithian trilogy, 4, 5, and 6, where they're sort of connected by some similarities in the story. You have this legendary armor. You've got the sort of celestial kingdom of Zenithia. But yeah, it's very thematic rather than direct ties in the story. So it's more of a feeling, I guess.
Yeah, I've played all 3 games, and I don't see a direct connection in the stories of any of them.
Mm-hmm.
There's just the common element of Zenithia in all 3 of them. Oh, gotta do one more round.
So close. One more round.
If I didn't take the 1710, I made about 2,000 from that one, so this will get me plenty of riches for the next phase.
Yeah, you'll be just fine. You don't even need to be too picky on these.
Take any profit margin, pretty much.
Yeah, just about anything. Once you sell all 7 of them, is gonna get you to a decent starting place for the shop.
I think that's 7. Menuing in this game is really weird because the menus are sticky. They're not really like laggy, but it's more like there's a limit to how fast they're willing to accept input.
Yep, this time it will pay off to buy that wing before you go and do the haggling. You want to do that on the last round, and there was a good chance the second one was going to be the last one, but unfortunately turned out to not be, so you had to do that extra item shop. But yeah, we're going to cruise through these, and then plenty of starting gold. The shop in Endor costs 35,000 gold, so it's not cheap. Ooh, 26.95. That's a good crit.
The task does Chapter 3 very differently. Tuluna has a mechanic where enemy drop rates are really high, and enemies can drop like anything at all. They can drop like any piece of equipment. So he uses that to work on getting the 7 broadswords and 7 half-plate armors that are needed to get the actual last money gate of Chapter 3.
Yeah, if you can just manipulate item drops for monsters, that's definitely the easy way to do it. The task is actually really worth watching just for all of the ways it uses Taloon throughout the whole run, which is
Yeah, it's very different
really
from
fun.
RTA.
Yeah, you can't rely on Taloon doing the very unlikely but helpful things in the actual speedrun. But as a task, you can play with all of that stuff, and it's pretty good to watch Taloon take down Necrosara.
Maybe I should have just done 6 aprons so I could get 2 wings. Then I could wing from Endor to Endor here. Yeah, now that, so we spread the gossip there. Now the King of Bon Malmo and Endor both know that, their heirs want to get hitched. So, Bon Malmo doesn't have to go to war with Endor, and Endor gets to get even richer from having an alliance with Bon Malmo, so... As promised, the king will allow Taloon to open a shop.
Yep. Peace is restored, so we can get an abacus and a venomous dagger to start the shop here, and that's going to be a totally solid start to get this one going.
I love
Smack.
you. That smack sound appeared when Flora was talking to Alex in Chapter 1, too. I think it's supposed to be kissing sound effects, but...
It's definitely a slap. Netta's always slapping Taloon because he's needs to get in line and wake up and go to work. And of course, Flora's mad at Alex for disappearing.
Yeah, it was the 90s. Dysfunctional marriages were considered the standard. So every time you sleep, every item in the shop has a 75% chance to sell. So I'm gonna sleep twice to make sure both of them sell, so that I can just rake in the profits here. We don't have any merchandise. So yeah, both of those things I bought sold for almost 4,600 gold. I bought them across the street, and I'm selling them at over 100% profit.
Yeah, so every time that you are selling an item in Netta's shop here, she's going to sell it for minimum 150% of what you bought it for, and maybe up to 200%. So making a really nice profit on all of these.
I think this was intended to provide a nice kickback for all the stuff that Taloon finds fighting outside. But I'm not sure if the developers intended for the shop to be used this way.
Yeah, it's kind of amazing, because it's not too hard to figure out, of course, and because you buy something and you just take it across the street, and she says, oh, I'll sell it for more than that.
There's some very strange added value going on here. I guess it's those lunches that Nada makes.
Yeah, my theory is that they paint pinstripes onto all the merchandise, and then sell it because it's like branding.
There we go. Now my 4,600 turned into 7,400. And so on and so on. We're gonna keep this loop up until we've got 24,600. Oh, whoops, I bought a chain sickle. Pressed A too many times.
Yeah, I always end up buying a chain sickle or two.
That's a first
as we
for
try
me.
to menu down to the abacus. Fortunately, it's actually not preventing you from buying another abacus. You wouldn't have quite been there.
Yeah, I wouldn't even be able to get a Morning Star, so I probably just would have bought nothing.
So yeah, this part goes pretty quick. As you can see, we are basically coming up from starting with about 2,000 gold, and already capping the 10,000 mark. And the goal here is to get to about 30,000 gold, because that will get us to the place where we can afford, I think, to get through the last scenario here in Chapter 3 and get the really big money.
Again, 2 sleeps. Hopefully that'll sell all 5 items. Oh, look at that. 11,000 gold.
Pretty good.
Oh, the chain sickle didn't sell. Not remarkable.
Yeah. Well, if she was gonna not sell one thing, let it be the chain sickle.
Yeah.
Worth so much less.
Oh, this kind of works out. Because all I can afford is 7 abacuses. Apparently both work for plural. I mean, I could have eaten the lunch. Oh wait, I wasn't gonna buy the other thing anyway, so... Really, there's just like 550 missing from my float. That's the only difference that made.
Yeah, it's not consequential. And we're still avoiding selling the lunch this time around, because it's extra text box if you sell the lunch, because she'll give you a new one in the morning.
Yeah. Also, the Abacus of Virtue can only be used by merchants. It's a pretty good weapon. It casts Expel when used as an item in battle. Whatever that means.
Oh yeah, there's just a button on the side, you just have to push it.
What's this button? It says Mahamaon. Uh-oh. Okay, don't have any merchandise. It all sold.
Very
that means
nice.
I finally get to eat my week-old lunch to make room in my inventory for the next batch of goods.
So basically this will be the last round that you have to do. Getting all the abacus here and then selling them is going to get you right at the... Actually, a little bit above if you...
Oh, way above where I'm
If you went all out, yeah, then... Because you need to sell about 11 abacus worth to get all the money you want here.
I'm just gonna fill my inventory with these. I could, like, go buy 3 more and drop them off again, but the float that I'm carrying is already enough.
Yeah, exactly. You've already got all that extra money, so...
I think that's
If
8.
you do 8, you're gonna be close. Selling 8 with what's left over here. Gonna be close.
I see people talking about Final Fantasy II in chat. I didn't quite finish that one. I was playing it on Game Boy. I'm trying to finish it again, but I'm lost. I can't remember where I dropped off my airship and where the tornado is. But, I'm just gonna say, I really love the Final Fantasy Legend games for Game Boy that have a pretty similar engine. Final Fantasy II walked, so Final Fantasy Legend 2 could run. And those games just came out on Switch as the Saga Collection, so... Any RPG fanatics out there with a Switch, I recommend checking that one out.
Yeah, the Final Fantasy Legend games are so good. I really love all 3 of those.
I never beat 3. It's a bit different, but it's got a really awesome Sunsoft soundtrack, so it's worth playing, I guess.
Yeah, 3 rules. It's so good.
Somehow the Game Boy versions of the soundtrack sound better than the DS remake that came out in Japan. I guess I just really like chiptunes.
Alright, so sleep in how many times did you sleep there?
3 times to make
Yeah.
sure.
Don't want to leave anything behind.
Oh, there's the big payoff.
22,675 plus
Oh, wait.
the, what, 9,000 you had before? That's just right.
Okay, everything's sold. Let's go shopping. So, alright, we broke the market. All the merchants all over this landlocked continent are just geared up to the gills. Tulun smells a new score. I think the market is hot
last
for
lunch.
half-plate armors now.
So yeah, the final thing here in Chapter 3 is we're going to go talk to the king in a minute. He's going to give Tulun an order for 7 suits of half-plate armor and 7 broadswords. So we can get a little bit ahead of that already here by just buying the half-plate armors in advance. Easy enough to get, they're right here in the armor shop in Endor. And then we'll go fill the other half of the order right afterward, and this is what we wanted to have enough money to do. Plus have a little bit extra to take some equipment into Chapter 5 for selling and getting some better stuff for the Chapter 5 party.
Yeah, money's a mechanic in Chapter 3, and of course that means we can abuse it to basically bring 75% of an infinite amount of money into Chapter 5. And then get off to a really strong start once we have everyone on the team. Yeah, somehow the King of Endor is so broke that he has to ask a crazy middle-aged speculator to outfit his soldiers. Private contractor, I guess.
I think he just likes Tulun. He looks for reasons to talk to him.
Yeah, King of Endor's a likable guy. Likes making friends.
When you fill the order, you'll be paid 60,000 gold pieces. So, it's actually a nice clue because the thing that ends the chapter is Tulun digging this tunnel, and the tunnel costs, coincidentally, exactly 60,000 gold pieces to dig. So it's a pretty clear hint that the game intends for you to do this as sort of the final thing to get that accomplished.
I guess I'll buy the swords first. I forgot to buy the wing on the way in.
Yeah, just don't lose count.
Just go down to 9,447, because that's 14,000 minus 23,000.
Yeah, the broadsword math is easy.
Yeah, for the half plates I just buy 2 and then look at my gold, and then it's 6,000 off from there. I'm pretty good at multiplying a 2 or 3 digit number by a single digit number, because I played Dance Dance Revolution for half my lifetime, which is like you multiply the BPM of the song by your scrolling speed modifier to figure out what rate it's virtually scrolling at. And you want to know how fast you can read so that you're not just kind of like clutching the bar for dear life and having silly technique.
Yeah, totally. Yep.
Now the wing's at the bottom of my inventory. Rookie maneuver. Oh wait, we'll do the shopping after completing the order here. So yeah, I've got almost 10,000 gold to frolic with now. For, well, some armor for Tulun so I can safely walk to the tunnel, and then the rest will be used on expensive gear to then sell in Chapter 5.
Alright. Here is a huge pile of gold. So, put that in your backpack, Tulun.
Yeah, just gigantic sack like the Grinch Stole Christmas being tugged along by Tov the dog. Okay. Do I need 2 wings? A wing and 2 fairy water.
Just one to get back from the tunnel to Endor.
I think I'll just get 1 fairy water. I don't think I have room for anything else.
Yeah, you bought 6 in Chapter 2, so you're pretty well stocked on fairy waters here.
I can get 2 more in Chapter 4, probably. Okay, and then 4 abacus, I guess. That's all I have room for. Maybe I'll just sell my fairy water and buy a weapon instead. Nah, that's fine. This is more than enough money to work with.
No, you're all good here. It's actually very nice Tulun setup to take into 5. Yeah, don't equip. Yeah, don't forget the armor. Very important to not lose the 60,000 gold on this short walk over to the cave.
Oh, I didn't even save. I might get Duck's builded. Because Duck's build has sap, which will reduce your defense to 0. So if that happens, you gotta go do more abacus looping for about 5 minutes.
Fortunately, very peaceful walk. We've given the money away, and the excavation will start.
Yeah, I like how the guy says, "Oh, I've received 60,000 gold pieces twice," to like really sink into the player that like you just spent 60,000 gold, man.
At least he doesn't count it all one at a time.
That's one of the few episodes of Dexter's Laboratory I remember, where Dexter wants to buy ice cream, but the ice cream guy keeps running away from him because Dexter paid with a jar of pennies last time. Ruined the ice cream business for a week and a half because he had to count it. Oh, right. There's one important thing to do. So now that Tulun caused hyperinflation in Endor, the casino is finally open, but the exchange rate is 200 gold for 1 coin instead of 20 gold like it was in Chapter 2. So, good job, Tulun.
I think that was the king's long plan here. It was like, alright, this guy knows how to make money, but we can make money off him.
Yeah, we can tax all the sales and use it to renovate the casino.
Yep. And then get him addicted to gambling. We'll take it all back.
That'll bring in tourism and real estate. People will want to live in Endor, where the casino is. Got that lavish monster casino. Alright, we're finally done with Chapter 3. All we gotta do is walk through the tunnel.
Yeah, nice Chapter 3. Everything went really smooth there.
Yeah. Pretty much everything did go smooth.
So it takes us into Chapter 4 here. Chapter 4 is the last, I guess, small chapter before we really get into the heart of the game here. And it's actually a fairly short one. It takes about 25-30 minutes.
I think it's the most interesting, not just in terms of story, but also mechanics. As a kid, I always wondered, like, I'm sick of playing as a meathead hero with a big HP pool, and he just swings around a big sword. I want to start off as a spellcaster. And well, Chapter 4 gives you a taste of why that's a terrible, terrible idea.
Sure does. Yeah, Chapter 4 is a lot of fun. And it even gets its own special battle music. Because, you know, why not?
I love what Mara says there, too. Like, did you see him? No, I didn't see any cute guys in the audience tonight either. No, I mean our sworn enemy, Balzac!
So yeah, Chapter 4 is pretty story-heavy, and really gets into, I guess, kind of the main deep story of Dragon Warrior 4 here. So what we're going to learn is...
Oh, it's this one.
There we go. What we're going to learn is the sisters Nara and Mara, their father, was doing some research on the secret of evolution. And he was basically killed by this Balzac guy. And that secret of evolution is tied to the golden bracelet from Chapter 2, and it's tied to a whole bunch of stuff that happens in Chapter 5. But right now we're on a quest for revenge. The first thing we're actually gonna do is
for revenge.
Nice. The first thing we're gonna do is pick up a guest in the party, Orin, and he was actually their father's apprentice. So he's all in on this revenge quest as well once we find him. But yeah, until we pick up Orin, the party is pretty fragile, because we're just going to be walking around with these 2 level 1 mages. And it's not really worth trying to grind. It would be really slow. And so we're just going to try to survive long enough to make it to Orin, and then Orin will take care of us from there.
Yeah, you may have noticed the sister stats here. Nara has 18 max HP, and Mara has even less than that. Nara starts with a copper sword, and Mara starts with a stick. They do not.
And a blaze spell.
Yeah, they do not hit very hard, and they're very squishy. It's really hard to get anything done. You can use the inn for free in this town, in the sister's hometown, because the game knows how brutal this start is. So that sword isn't very useful, so we're gonna sell it.
Whenever you have a free inn in a Dragon Quest game, it's a hint.
Yeah. We're also gonna get a career change for Mara. We're gonna sell the dancer's costume and replace it with a leather dress. Also gonna get a feather hat for Mara. Yes. 2 wings, 2 antidotes, and 3 herbs. Right, I'm looking to fill Mara's inventory, because she'll be in the front, and then when I pick up the Sphere of Silence, it'll go into Nara's inventory. I'll put the other 2 herbs in Nara's inventory. I'm gonna reorder the party, then pick up the Life Force nuts in this jar in Edgar's house. And I'll be done with 21 gold. So just in case I die, I'll come back to life with 10 gold, which will be enough to revive the other sister. Oh no, I forgot if it's the left or right jar. It is the right jar. And the sisters aren't important in Chapter 5 or anything. I can just use the nuts, don't care what result I get. Oh yeah, let's get suited up. Oh, I should have done that in town. There's water tiles outside. Menus are a bit slower. Alright, we're gonna go into this cave. Very spooky cave. Here's Angel Head. One of my favorite named enemies. See, the enemy names in Dragon Warrior 4 are so grotesque and interesting. Kind of reminds me of the Phantasy Star games for Sega Genesis, which also had some extremely grotesque enemy designs with incomprehensible names. It really made you feel like you were in an alien world. You know, and here we have demon toadstools fighting on a black background. They can poison you. The encounter rate's really high. This game's really scary. These games were so scary that when I played them as a kid, they reinstilled my fear of the dark. And then the DS versions come out and the enemy names are all puns. I guess it sort of goes with the cutesy Akira Toriyama designs, but I think the scary nature of the NES localization, you know, with these cute designs, it makes it incongruous. It can make them more scary. I actually have a funny story to tell about Dragon Warrior 2. Like I said, I was playing those games on emulator when I was 10 years old, I think. And there was one winter where I just kind of inexplicably started waking up at like 3 or 4 in the morning on my own. I guess because it was winter and it was dark all the time, it didn't really matter. So what I would do when I woke up that early is I would just like sneak downstairs and turn on the computer and play some Dragon Warrior and Mystical. So there was also a lot of power outages going on around this time, though. So I was in the seafloor cave, actually, of Dragon Warrior 2. Very spooky dungeon with lots of lava tiles that hurt you with every step. There's mummies in there that gang up on one character and kill them. Then you have Dragon Warrior 2's really scary soundtrack with that very unusual timbre to it. There's no NES game that sounds quite like it. It sounds like it's all being played on haunted xylophones. So, I didn't even get through this lava cave. The power went out. It was, complete blackness at 4 in the morning, and this scary Dragon Warrior 2 game has me scared again. So I just, go, well, I guess I'll just creep back upstairs and go back to bed. So I'm tiptoeing back up the stairs. And then the power comes back on, and our microwave makes this really loud sound, and I just, leap 10 feet in the air and scream, and wake up my whole house. Hey, we made it to Orin. So now the extremely difficult Chapter 4 with these 2 squishy spellcasters, our problems have been solved, because now we got a big burly man who's an alchemist to go in the front row for us. I tried to fill up Mara's inventory, but I had to use those antidote herbs, so I'm just gonna have to manually transfer the Sphere of Silence to Nara anyway. I'm still not gonna fight Blaze Ghosts. Orin almost always goes first, and has an Iron Spear that'll do about 30 damage. But of course they're Blaze Ghosts, they might just dodge. Yeah, this will take too long, and will not give a very good reward. Yo, shoutouts to Brainlord, that game's awesome. It has an awesome, jazz fusion soundtrack, too. Shoutouts to Volsu in chat as well. The Seventh Saga is another RPG I really enjoyed. One time I completed it, I played as Esuna, the elf, the only girl character. And I had Volsu join up my team at the very end as well. At level 28 or something. The Seventh Saga is interesting, because it's a rare case of where they made the game harder for the North American release, instead of easier. In the original version called Elnard, once you got past level 10, your level ups got bigger, and once you got past level 20, they got even bigger. But in the 7th Saga, they did away with this bonus, and your level ups are uniform. However, there's 7 characters you can choose to start as in the 7th Saga, and the ones you don't pick are just roaming around the world, also, competing with you. And sometimes you have to fight them. But they level up like it's Elnard. Once they're above level 10, their level ups are better than yours. And even better at level 20. So, they're the same strength as you. Or if not stronger. So, if you can't beat one of them, the solution is not to grind. You'll probably just make it worse. That's why it's a very difficult game to finish. Olven, best character. Olven gets to go in that tower, and no other character gets to go in. Nice level up for Mara, by the way. Not gaining any HP. I haven't played Mystic Arc. I probably should, though. Alright, and conveniently, Mara is at 1 HP, thereby setting up a corpse block for Nara for the last little bit of this cave that I have to walk. But I also will be death warping as soon as I get the Sphere of Silence, and if Mara's dead, that means it'll go straight into Nara's inventory. Poof, there we go. Oh yeah, I still gotta play the 7th Saga randomizer. Matrix's been trying to get me to try that for years. Oh wait, I don't walk through this wall, I have to step on the switch. Uh-oh. Oh no. Okay. As long as Nara doesn't get too blazed. Because just like with Healy in Chapter 1, if my controllable characters are dead, that's a wipe. Okay, got the Sphere of Silence. This isn't necessarily a plot item, but you kinda need it. No, I think you literally need it in order to beat the boss of Chapter 4. The boss of Chapter 4 can cast Fireball, and will cast Heal All if his HP gets too low. And has a lot of MP. You cannot beat him without the Sphere of Silence, it's just not realistic. So yeah, now that I've got that, I got Nara in front to begin doing the Death Warp. She doesn't have a weapon though, so it's gonna take a while. Maybe I should probably unequip her armor. These lava dolls are not very good at attacking. I kinda want some experience though. It's nice to get the sisters to level 4. And there
Looks like the walk to Orin went well. Nice to see.
Yeah, it did. I had to use both my antidote herbs, and I got poisoned again, but that just ended up being convenient.
Yeah, it's okay if it happens later. It's when it happens at the beginning, it's really painful because they're low HP totals. But yeah, very nice. So yeah, Sphere of Silence on Balzac, yeah. Like, technically, it might be possible to beat Balzac without it, but it sure wouldn't be easy. This is funny, because this is actually one of the harder Death Warps to accomplish, because Orin is just so tough, and he's just taking stuff out. So it's like, yeah, we'll just get some experience for Nara here. It's all good. It kind of helps her to be a little bit tougher for the Balzac fight, because it helps her survive that. Plus the MP is nice for extra heal spells. And then, honestly, Nara and Mara being a little bit tougher when you're in the beginning of Chapter 5, doing like the lighthouse and stuff is also fairly helpful.
I think it's more relevant I think Mara's experience is more relevant than Nara's, because her max HP can be so low.
Mm-hmm.
Especially for the lighthouse fight.
Yeah, no kidding. Yeah, Mara's HP gain is so bad.
Now I'm gonna stick
into the
Nara.
lighthouse and she'll have like 20 HP max.
So I just found out that you can wing keys. I thought it didn't go on your return list, but it's just that there's no place to save there, so you can't come back to life there after a Death Warp. That's the only difference made.
Mm-hmm. Did you use a Life Force Nut on Mara?
Oh right, I got the other one in the cave. Let's use that now.
Yeah, okay.
Nice.
I was gonna say, she's actually doing okay on HP. You must have used a nut.
Well, I used the first one and only got 4.
Mm-hmm.
It's taking longer to run than it is to win. The experience is not really worth it, though.
No, it's not. You're almost out of the early encounter zone here, where you'll start getting some fights that would at least be worth taking if you had to fight them.
Okay, we're gonna go north, stop by the Castle of Kelion just to add it to our return list.
Ooh, the ice bolts are coming for you.
Oh.
This is actually a pretty rough encounter with 4 of these.
Yeah, no kidding.
Ouch.
Today I learned. Let's see if they have enough MP to do it again.
I don't think they can, yeah, I think it's a one and done with these guys. But it hurts. At least you didn't need Mara to be alive anyway.
Well, not yet. It's her turn to go into the mine in Actemto.
Oh, you were planning on going with her in there. Well, never mind then. That's
yeah, I can switch characters in Actemto.
Yeah.
Actemto's interesting. Dragon Warrior 4 doesn't have the destroyed town, which is kind of a trope in the series. Well, there wasn't 1 and 2. No, wait, there was. That's Moonbrook. That's like the very beginning of the game.
Very beginning, yeah.
Actemto is the closest thing to that in Dragon Warrior 4.
Yep, it plays the sad music, and the town
swamp.
only gets sadder as you go along.
Yeah, there's swamp in it. That's how you know it's not a habitable place.
Mm-hmm.
It's a mining town, and they dug too deep in the mine and have started releasing poison gas. Forgot to reorder my party here.
Yeah, Nara's still in a little bit of danger. You wouldn't want to lose Nara here, because if you lose your main party members, then the game considers that a wipe, even if Orin is healthy.
Yep.
Yeah, that's actually a pretty good point.
Oh, right.
The hero's hometown at the beginning of Chapter 5 is another ruined town, so... ruined towns all over.
Yeah, the Nameless Village. That's your ruined town.
Yeah.
It happens to you in this game. Just gonna walk on that swamp a little bit to make sure Nara's HP is lower than Mara's.
Very similar to, DQ11 in that way. You meet the hero in this nice little village, and hopefully nothing bad happens here.
Now I'm just gonna walk on the swamp until Nara is dead. This time it's Nara's turn to be the coffin blocker, so that I can put experience on Mara to get ready for the boss fight of Chapter 4. I'm also going to save here, so that I come back to life here, in case I wipe out in the cave. Very unlikely, but it's possible.
Yeah, the mad clowns in the cave are especially dangerous, because they'll cast Fireball on you. And...
It's going to be harder because the were-tigers are strong enough to actually do damage to Orin, and I have Mara up instead of Nara, so I can't keep Orin healed in those fights, or between those fights. Orin's 95 HP has to get all the way to the bottom.
Yeah, the Gargoyle Roosters can actually do quite a bit of damage as well. They can be pretty heavy attackers.
But the foes are bewildered. Does it even matter what I do here? Doesn't work on Mad Clown. Orin falls asleep. Okay.
Yeah.
Mad Clown ran away. That's good.
Like to put the party to sleep. I
was hoping Mara would sap A. Okay, she should now. Okay, hopefully that'll set up a one-shot from Orin. It did. Good. Look at that, Orin's lost 40 HP already.
Yeah, that's a rough start, but at least you got your experience on Mara, that's nice. No
Yeah.
HP gain, of course. Because
Classic.
Mara. Yeah.
Yeah, the black mages in this game hate gaining HP. Oh, Vamp Dogs have sleep on hit. I think I learned something new about this game every time I play it.
Yeah, Vamp Dogs have sleep in every way. Every way possible.
If you get a Metal Slime kill in the Lighthouse in Chapter 5, then Mara should learn Bang, which is a great spell to have for the boss fight at the top of the Lighthouse. But no matter how much experience I get on Mara in Chapter 4, it wouldn't be enough for her to reach level 11 to get Bang.
Yeah, I think you actually
need
need
to be greedy.
2 Metal Climbs to learn Bang with the amount of experience you're going to have here in Chapter 4. Although, I guess if she's going to live through the Balzac fight, 'cause she's your main character there, that gets you closer. It's actually a nice little benefit to the Mara route I hadn't thought of.
Well, it's pretty rare for Mara to survive that fight. You just need her to cast Sap, and then if she dies, it's okay.
Okay, you still don't take Mara as the living party member in the Balzac fight.
Yeah, I guess you have to pick one, but
Yeah.
I thought Nara would have to be the one because you need someone to heal Orin.
Yeah, you'd have to load up on herbs if you were going to use Mara.
That would take a bit of time.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of herbs, better give one to Orin here. Oh yeah, just to mention the items we picked up in this mine here. I got the Mystic Acorns right away, which is the MP equivalent of Life Force Nuts. They raise a character's max MP, but one of our casters running out of MP is just pretty much never an issue in the run. We sell them when we get to Chapter 5 for like 412, I think. They sell for a lot.
Yeah, they're worth like 5 times as much as the other stat seeds, so that's definitely their most useful application. This is a little dangerous.
Uh-oh.
That was a bad time to fail to run.
Rip. There goes
Yep.
half my money.
That's the mine, it'll do that to you. Fortunately, you don't really need money.
Yeah, Chapter 4 is just like money's whatever.
Mm-hmm.
You can just
Yeah.
spend whatever is left over on fairy waters or consumables. You can't afford any gear, and even if you could, what would you spend it on? Like, the sisters don't get much use in the speedrun.
Yeah, you basically just do all the equipment shopping at the very beginning of the chapter, and then from there it's like, okay.
It's just enough
Orin
to
will- Yeah.
coast through Chapter 4 and the beginning of Chapter 5, and then they spend most of the rest of the game dead. Mara's just
Yeah,
kind of like
Orin-
a return outside bot.
Right. Yeah, Orin is the armor in Chapter 4.
Yeah. Orin's your tank.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the Visiter fight I don't usually take because these guys will call for reinforcements, and this one can get away from you.
Oh, there we go. Down a sister already.
Get him, Orin.
Dang, these things are strong.
Yeah, Visitors are rough. This is actually... There's quite a few dangerous encounters here in the mine. This is really one of them.
Maybe I should have used the tarot cards. Right, that was the other item I didn't talk about. Silver tarot cards are probably my favorite item in this game. Only Nara can use them. Like, equip them and even use them as an item. The other characters don't know how to use them. The silver tarot cards will... there's like 9 of them, I think, that all have a different effect. I think more than half of them are bad. One of them is, I think, Card of the Moon, which is buy kill. It'll like cast buy kill on a random party member, or whoever's in front, I think. And one of them is Card of the Stars, which gives you double experience and gold. Oh, look at that, I just got to the gunpowder jar with only 2 encounters. The mine is hilarious like that sometimes.
And Dragon Warrior 4 encounter rate.
Oh, here's that were-tiger.
Yep, this is probably the
Oh, yeah.
the next easiest death warp in the game after the Chapter 3 one.
You were right, Garswall Rooster hits as hard as were-tiger.
Yeah, those guys are pretty tough.
More like Garswole Rooster.
Garswole. Yeah, nice. That rooster did not skip wing day.
He flap. Hey, speaking of flapping though, the tarot cards. If you can use all of them and not wipe out, because one of them casts like Expel, and one of them casts like Defeat or just like massive damage. There's one that casts Stop Spell on all sides. A lot of them have like really disastrous effects. And if you can get through all of them, then The last
then
one you draw is the Card of Death, which makes a Necrodane spawn on the enemy side. This is an enemy that appears like late game in Chapter 5 that has about 90 HP and is immune to all forms of magic. So it just will kill you in Chapter 4.
Yeah,
in a really roundabout way.
It's not... It's definitely a gamble. It's not useful most of the time. It's tempting to think about, like, okay, there's one of those cards that will give you that double golden experience, and that could be cool. But it's so unreliable, and bad things can happen.
You might get Card of the Tower and get owned.
Yeah, exactly. Alright, so here we go into the Balzac fight. So, this fight is a little scary as long as both sisters are alive. But if he kills Mara, and we have that ghost block for Nara, then the fight becomes quite a bit safer. And the goal here is to get Mara to be able to cast Sap on Balzac, and then also to get Nara to use that Sphere of Silence on Balzac, so that he can't cast Fireball and heal all these spells that basically make the fight unwinnable.
Sphere of Silence is a great item. It casts Stop Spell, and seems to have a higher success rate than actual Stop Spell. It works 100% of the time on Balzac, because it causes this cool color change.
Mm-hmm.
Nara died!
Ooh, no, that's what you don't want to see.
Well, this is gonna be tough.
Yeah.
Oh, I haven't got any herbs left. Oh, I died by Exaxes.
Yep.
Okay, well, I saved before, just for that reason. I haven't got another wing. It would take too long to walk to Kelion.
So yeah, that's the real danger there, is that Balzac can decide to focus on the character in the back. Low likelihood, but it happens, and if it happens before Amara's gone, then, well, not a lot you can do about it. It's basically the way you lose that fight.
Yeah, Balzac is a pretty easy fight, except for his physicals. His physicals hit really hard. I mean, our defensive gear is far from optimal, but we shouldn't need it. Orin can take 30 on the chin every turn and be fine. Because you pretty much spend every one of Nara's turns healing him. You could attack with your silver tarot cards for like 15 damage, but who cares? Orin's your main damage dealer.
Yeah, it helps a little bit just because Balzac does have some regen. He's regenerating about 20 HP a turn. So, getting ahead of that is nice, but... yeah, for the most part, the goal is keeping Orin alive, and at least one of the other sisters alive as well.
Balzac rewards 500 experience, so getting off Card of the Stars sure would be swell, but like I said, the experience on the sisters really doesn't matter in Chapter 5. Even if I got 1,000 instead of 500 on Damara, I'm pretty sure she would still be too far away to learn Bang for the Lighthouse fight.
Yeah. Yeah, she wouldn't quite be there. One way to make this fight a little bit safer is you can actually have Mara target herself with her Blaze spell. So it slows the fight down. Yeah, it slows the fight down a little bit because you're not getting that damage output from Mara, but gets you to that safer part of the fight a little bit faster.
Yeah, damage output? What damage output?
Yeah.
She's gonna get one shot anyway. Oh, Nara got one shot. There you go. You called it.
Keeps going for the...
Should have had Mara delete herself.
Keeps going for the one in the bag. Oh, man.
Okay, I guess we're going all in on this experiment of can Mara learn Bang? She's got 2 criticals for less damage than her Blaze spell would do. Oh, wow.
All right. Hey, that's one way to do it.
All right, Blaze strats. Blaze strats it is.
I think we...
Bang strats.
Yeah, I think you'll still need...
Ooh, early Fireball. That'll be really good for leveling up Hero in early Chapter 5.
We should give Mara some stiletto earrings. Just have her take over Chapter 5.
Oh no, another boss fight.
Nice, got the 1 turn.
Maybe I wasn't supposed to win that.
That guy seems tough.
So that guy in jail is apparently the real king of Kelion, even though I think that guy, that lion guy who appeared is, he's Kelion. That's his name. He changed the name of this kingdom to Kelion. Who knows what it was before? So yeah, he's the deposed king, and he's like, I had a boarding pass and was going to leave this country. You can take it. You stand a better chance than me. And then he coughs and goes back to sleep.
Yeah, so basically, the first 3 chapters end with kind of success. Ragnar rescues the children, and Alina wins the tournament. Saloon makes a lot of money. Chapter 4 is kind of ending on a little bit of a darker note, because they don't actually... they beat Balzac, but Balzac is still alive, and then they just kind of get rocked by Kelion there. So they have to leave in search of, I guess, finding some help, because they know they can't actually take care of this on their own.
Poor sisters. They can't get a break. Starting out as 2 spellcasters, and then they need Orin to do everything for them.
Yeah, if you are worried about Orin, though, he's okay. We're not going to actually go see him in Chapter 5, but we could go find him recovering in bed. So he makes it.
Oh yeah, and speaking of plot holes that the speedrun script doesn't get to, there's a bit of text here that talks about 7 lights. There's a fortune teller I didn't talk to. That little shrine that you saw on the way to Ectem 2. There's a fortune teller you can talk to that says, I see 7 lights around you. Huh? What's that about? Anyway, I'm gonna be right back. This cutscene's the only 45-second break in the run.
Yeah, this is kind of like our halfway point in the run here. In between Chapter 4 and 5, we get this nice little sailing cutscene. And it's actually a little bit before halfway through, because Chapter 5 is more than half of the game. And if you play it casually, it's a lot more than half of the game. But yeah, really nicely, conveniently placed in the speedrun to be able to step away for a minute. So yeah, that basically takes us through the end of Chapter 4, and it sets up the story for all of the various party members. So here we are, 3.5 hours into the speedrun, and we finally meet the hero, the main character, who we named at the very, very beginning of the game.
.330 Chapter 4, still a pretty good pace.
Yeah, nice pace. It's been going really nicely after Chapter 1.
Yeah. According to my splits, we're right on track to hit estimate.
Excellent.
Oh yeah, I picked female hero because that would make the Countess happy. It's actually suboptimal to do so because oh, here we go. There's 3 times hero's name appears in the script. But yeah, speaking of the script though, right here in this first town, there's an extra line of dialogue that's added if you're a female hero. And that's the only notable difference, really. The only other difference is that a female hero can equip a golden beret, and there's one that you can pick up at the top floor of the lighthouse where there's no encounters for a little more defense power, but that probably won't really matter. Most of the damage you take in the lighthouse fight is from fire.
Yeah, exactly. It can be beneficial though. It's a little boost, and then if you're not doing the speedrun, you're playing the game casually, female hero just makes a lot more sense because you can equip all the female-specific items like the feather hat and the stiletto earrings, stuff like that.
And pink leotard, but
Pink
there's probably
leotard.
better options than that.
Not sure if anyone ever equips that. That thing is made to sell.
Yeah. I think it actually has decent defense power, but it just sells for a lot.
Mm-hmm.
You're so cute, I've always thought of you as my little sister. There's the extra line. There's no equivalent if you're a male hero. It's just, you know, 60 frames you won't get back.
Oh, no feather hat for female hero. That might be right. I'm not sure if I've ever actually tried it.
Female hero cannot equip a feather hat.
Yeah, okay. No luck there, then.
I probably don't need this herb. Well, maybe I do, because I used all the herbs I bought on Mara. I bought, like, one more.
Yeah, I like having all the herbs at the beginning of the chapter. Every herb I can take into the lighthouse, I'm happy to take.
Yeah, here's this woodsman shack. There's a character in the town of Branca, the castle that's just a little ways to the southeast that we might get a glimpse of, who mentions something about I heard this beautiful fairy tale that an angel descended to Earth and had a child with a human. Isn't that sweet? And then there's this woodsman in the shack who's like, "Who are you? Get out of my house!" So, wonder if that could mean something.
Yeah, the implication is definitely that the hero's mother is a Zenithia, and hero's father is that woodsman who lives in the forest outside the hero's village, kind of keeping an eye on her from afar.
Yeah, I don't know what their deal is. But I guess that answers the mysterious question of who are heroes' real parents?
Yep. But if you're not an orphan, can you really be a hero? I mean, come on.
More like, can you... If you aren't an orphan, can you be a hero?
Yeah, exactly.
Hey look, we're back in Endor, that, the city the sisters ended up in. That bustling world capital. That just seems relevant in every chapter except one. Alright, we got our first party member. And now we're in chapter 5, where, I'm sure you saw there was... Actually, wait. I don't think the fight menu appeared when I was alone versus, Monjar there.
Yeah.
Well, now it's gonna start showing up. Now we're in Persona 3 mode, where, I can't control my party members. I can only give orders to the hero. Which seems like a bad thing at first, but, like I said a while ago, the AI characters don't decide what to do until it's their turn. So they'll never swing at the air, and they'll reactively heal if someone's HP goes lower during combat. There's a bunch of different tactics you can assign them, and yeah, I think the AI in this game doesn't get enough credit.
Yeah, it's kind of nice. There are things, times that can be really useful, like if we're fighting a metal slime in the lighthouse, and then there's metal slimes and some other monsters there. If the hero damages a metal slime, the other characters may say, "Oh, hey, that one is closer to dead. I'll actually target that metal slime rather than another monster I was gonna target instead." So stuff like that can happen too, thanks to it. But yeah, chapter 5, we're just gonna start out, do some shopping, sell the Mystic Acorns and the Silver Tarot cards that we brought over from chapter 4, and turn that into especially an Iron Shield for the hero, which is really important for her survivability here.
That's gonna be the shield she uses for the majority of the game.
Yeah, she's gonna... I think she keeps that until you get the Zenithian shield, and then...
Literally, yes.
Then you can finally pass it off to Christo.
I suppose you could buy a dragon shield if you get super rich. I don't know where that would be relevant, though. I should buy 2 wings. I should probably leave some cash, though, so I can revive.
Yeah, you usually get enough from hopefully grinding up to level 3 or 4 in the cave.
Well, I've also got the copper sword that I can sell still. It's just like annoying if you have to go sell stuff when you're done in the cave.
Oh yeah, I always plan to sell the copper sword and the leather armor. So, don't even worry about it. So yeah, the first thing we're actually going to do here in Chapter 5 is go to the Silver Statuette Cave from Chapter 3. Because when Saloon was there, he actually didn't take all the items out. We left a couple things behind. Specifically so we could grab them now when they're more useful.
Yeah, it wasn't obvious, but there was some stuff that was left behind. And it's the same cave. There isn't like a separate re-instanced version of it. It's the pointers just go into the exact same cave. All the water is still in the basement. All the chests that I opened are still opened. All the chests that I didn't open are still not opened. So instead of the stuff being trapped on Taloon's inventory and an hour away from being accessible to me, it's here for the taking for my poor undergeared level 1 hero who has no huge amount of money, didn't start with any money, and the sisters didn't get any money either, so I can't even put awesome gear on them. So this is how we get off to a strong start in Chapter 5. There's like a pretty big beef gate in the Cave of Betrayal to the east of Bronca, where your hero has to defeat some strong monsters alone. So the easy way to do that is to get, some basically best slot gear straight out of this cave. And also, this chest here has a Morning Star, which is a weapon the hero can't equip, but Nara can equip it. It's a weapon for pilgrims, or white mages. So there we go, we got a pretty good weapon for Nara, and once I get to the basement, I'll have a good weapon on the hero too.
Yeah, they definitely, they know that Nara and Mara are not that strong when they're at low level here, and they're trying to make the beginning of Chapter 5 quite a challenge, I think. Because I think they expect that you could have come into Chapter 5 with a lot of stuff on Taloon, and so they put Taloon behind some really difficult stuff. The Cave of Betrayal is difficult, and then the Lighthouse, of course, is really, really hard, and your reward for finally getting past the Lighthouse is both the ship and Taloon.
See how Nara was at almost at 17 out of 26 HP, and then she got hit twice, and then cast heal on herself? I don't think a human player would have done that.
Yeah, it's so nice.
That reactive healing. Yeah, unfortunately, its copper sword on hero is really not.
Yeah, the
doing
hero
it for
is
me.
totally useless in here until you pick up the broadsword. But hey, at least we're starting to get some levels.
Oh right, I guess the hero's name appears every time he levels up. So I'm gonna lose 4 frames on every level up compared to my PB.
Oh no, 4 frames.
4 frames in my 8-hour speedrun, oh no.
Ooh, this is a nice fight.
Luckily we have this use no MP tactic. I didn't even know they could appear in pairs down here.
Yeah, it's really rare.
Nice
Oh,
Kaishin, Nara!
Amazing. Wow, that
Are we booked for bang strats?
marathon luck. It's coming up. Sweet. So yeah, that might be enough XP for Mara to learn bang. If not, she's gonna be very close. Wow.
I like how the hero never learns heal in this game. Does learn heal more right away though.
Yep. That's so nice. You really don't count on getting a metal slime in here, where the encounter rate is very low, or even in the lighthouse, where the encounter rate is actually pretty good, but they're not very easy to kill. But if you get one, it's such a nice bonus.
Getting one this early is way better. Now my hero's over-leveled for Cave of Betrayal, it's gonna be free.
Yep, don't even need to death warp at the end of this, you can just outside.
Oh yeah, Mara learned Return after beating Balzac, so she should have outside right here. Ah. No bang yet, I guess she needs one more level.
Yeah, I was thinking she was close, but not quite there.
I'm actually gonna hit Inform when I come back to life after... No, wait, I won't be death warping. Never mind. I want to see Mara's TNL. Like, how close is she to learning bang?
Mm-hmm.
Should I try to get it? Yeah, Kaishin no Ichigeki. Apparently, a more direct translation is satisfying single blow. Well, I guess Ichi means one, and I guess Geki makes me think of the Yu-Gi-Oh card Raigeki, which the art just seems to depict a lightning blast of some kind. But I think the Rai part means lightning.
I can definitely agree with the satisfying part. It was very satisfying to watch Nara crit the metal slime.
Oh yeah, for 44, that's huge.
So nice.
Gonna take away this medical herb. Oh. Yeah, the inventory management in NES is quite cumbersome. But I'm gonna take away this medical herb so that Mara doesn't try to use it while I'm doing this death warp.
Remember, you don't have to death warp.
You're right.
I love getting thrown off by the extra experience when you get lucky.
I like how I can return to Bronca even though I've never been there. Oh wait, I'm gonna go to the church anyway, so I can save, so...
Yeah, still good to save before the Cave of Betrayal. Or even more precisely, the walk to the Cave of Betrayal, which can sometimes be kind of mean.
It is pretty dangerous. There's mad clowns on the way.
Mm-hmm.
And they can cast Fireball and ruin your day. Now I got all this extra money, too, because I didn't have to death warp. Okay, this is probably going to be the only use of Inform in a speedrun ever. Later Dragon Quest games, you can just open the menu to see your TNL. Okay, 638 is that seems like a lot to me.
Quite a bit. It's probably not worth grinding for.
It really isn't. I think if I fought, like, every encounter on the way to Conanbur, it still might not be enough.
Mm-hmm.
Well, wait, stuff in the desert could be, like, 80 or 100, maybe?
Yeah.
They're about as tough as stuff in, like, Chapter 2 Endor.
Yeah, because you'll find scorpions in the desert. And,
look at how high this encounter rate is. It could happen.
I guess regardless, you know, I bet you'd get to Conanbur a couple hundred experience away still, but not too far. And then you don't have to play the slot machine that is the lighthouse during a speedrun quite as...
Yeah, this is my argument here. Like, it'll take longer to walk to Conanbur, but if I get wiped out by the lighthouse fight, then that's like 4 minutes just gone. Mm-hmm. So I'm basically just gonna purchase insurance.
Yeah, exactly. I'd say for the marathon, it makes perfect sense to just take these fights and yeah, get your Mara up to level 11 and bang right through those flamers at the end of the lighthouse.
Oh, Expel doesn't get used on the Lick-Licks, it gets used on the Vampire Bats after the Trixie Urchins are gone. But the Vampire Bats are only going to do 1 damage anyway. It's just, Expel is just faster than chopping them down.
This walk is fun because you're going to see all of your favorites from Chapter 1. Starting with the giant bantams here. We can find the giant eyeball on the walk over here.
And Lillipaw.
It's a really interesting encounter zone that just mixes it just kind of mashes a whole bunch of stuff together.
Yeah, that's why this game is so charming. There's so many different kinds of enemies in it. A lot of them are palette swap, sure, but they'll behave quite differently as well. Oh, Fireball you back, fools!
It's a wizard battle.
By the way, go follow and subscribe to my commentator, Anatoliu, who has Lillipaw and Lethal Gopher emotes.
Yeah, very crucial, of course, to be able to have the Gopher available to you.
Look at that, I got 69 from that one.
So the whole idea with the Cave of Betrayal here is that there's a guy we actually haven't talked to yet, who we'll talk to after the cave, named Hector, and he was betrayed by his friend, and still feels kind of in a bad place about it.
Oof, that Fireball resist.
And so what we're gonna do is we're gonna go into the bottom of this cave and see what's happening, and actually pull out the Symbol of Faith, which will restore his faith and friendship.
Yeah, we need Hector because there's a gigantic desert. We can't go to the south without a wagon. Because, well, it turns out the wagon is air-conditioned. Makes you immune to cold breath and fire breath. So we definitely need that wagon to get across the desert. And Hector's a wagon master. I think that's actually his class, like his title.
Yeah, the W is
No, wait.
It's
No,
wagon.
he has a
something.
young. He's a young man, I think is actually his title.
Young man. Yeah, there you go.
But he should be wagon master. He's really similar to Orin. He's got an iron spear and 95 HP. He's actually... I'm pretty sure he has less offensive power, but he does have the building up power move.
Yeah, he can do that instead. Orin is funny because he's got all of his action slots are just attack. And he's the only guest character that doesn't have any variation whatsoever.
I don't think I want Orin to do anything other than attack.
Yeah, exactly.
He's definitely
Hector at least mixes up a little bit.
The second best guest character.
So the Licklicks here, at level 8, not going to be a problem. They can cast Surround, and if that happens, your accuracy goes down to 25%, so usually at that point you'd switch over to attack magic, but this one's, I guess they're not feeling, like surrounding you today. So the fight is very easy.
These things are some late game Chapter 4 enemies. It's really daunting to fight 2 of them alone. Okay, we caught up with Nara and Mara. Oh, wait.
Yeah, so you can see how Hector may have thought his friends betrayed him, because of how the monsters in here are tricky, the Licklicks and the tricksy urchins pretending to be actual humans.
Oops, I was looking at my food and I mashed A to attack Vampire Bat instead.
Fortunately, you're level 8, so it doesn't even matter.
It doesn't matter. One-shotting the Vampire Bats is so good.
Yeah, getting the early Metal Slime in Chapter 5, it really doesn't happen very often at all, but it makes this segment significantly faster and safer, and then also the lighthouse, so it's really such a blessing when you get it.
Fire Bell. I don't think I can do anything interesting with that, unfortunately.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think the hero is generally just going to be better off attacking.
Yeah. Broadsword is really good.
Quick pop quiz. Which sister was in the casino?
I pressed B. As Mara was at the casino. I guess we get more insight into income, where Nara's like, do you want me to read your fortune for 10 gold pieces?
Oh, don't forget the
Oh, yeah.
Symbol of Faith.
I'm going the wrong way. Don't forget the MacGuffin.
You may need the MacGuffin. Early Chapter 5 MacGuffin.
I got really good at manipulating these menus from Dragon Warrior 1, where part of the speedrun is like 25 solid minutes of hitting take, the bottom right option in the menu, to take between 6 to 13 gold from a chest that doesn't disappear for 25 minutes straight until you have 5,200 gold from nothing. There's a weird, like, slingshot move you can do to, like, that makes going right and down really quick. What is going to be the final party for Necrosaro? It's Ragnar, Alina, Hero, Christo. Although Christo will be rotated in and out of the wagon for Lucia and Bray at different portions. And those are the only characters who get any use in the speedrun. Nara, Mara, and Tulun will stay dead so that we don't have to sit through them leveling up after boss fights.
Yep, Lucia's going to be really useful, because she casts Heal All. And the nice thing that is a benefit for Lucia over Christo is if you have a dead character in the party, to use the coffin blocking technique, Christo's gonna try to revive them, but Lucia's not gonna do that. So you can have coffin blocking and you can have a healer in your party at the same time, which is really nice.
Oh, that was a clutch block from Mara, but she still died.
Yeah. So, Symbol of Faith in hand, we can head back over to Hector's Inn here. And move on to the last really big RNG roadblock of the run, usually, which is the lighthouse.
Well, not quite. I gotta revive Mara. I'm trying to get her to level 11.
Mm-hmm.
I think instead of walking, I should just wing to Bronca. Do I still have one? I should.
Yeah, you should.
Okay. Mara's got return already, so I can use her for transporting everywhere else, but she's dead. Hero doesn't have return yet. Dang, look at this money! I got so much money already.
I know, taking all these encounters. Pretty nice to have some extra money here. At least you don't have to worry about, fairy water routing or.
I don't have to. I don't have to death warp out of cold storage either. Mara can cast outside there.
Mm-hmm.
Oh wait, she would have it after the lighthouse fight anyway.
Yeah, she doesn't always live through the lighthouse fight though.
True.
It's easier to walk to the desert from this direction anyway, since you're in the earlier encounter zone for most of it.
Oh yeah.
Don't have to deal with all those mad clowns and their fireballs. And then you can focus more on taking fights once you're into the desert. You have
Metal
more of
slimes
those.
can appear in the desert too.
Yep, metal slimes can appear in there, and then you've got... It's basically just like a very similar encounter zone to outside of Endor in Chapter 2. Not exactly the same. There's a few monsters that you wouldn't recognize if you were only familiar with the Chapter 2 grind. There's like a Yeti-type monster out there.
Oh yeah, Baronth, I think?
Yeah, I think it's a Baron. There's Dark Dorians, the stump monster out there.
Yeah, Dark Doriard from the end of Chapter 4. I killed one earlier. My split names for this section are really funny. So that was the Hector joins, and up next we have Boat joins, then Alina joins, then Ragnar joins.
Yeah, we don't care about Tulun, but we do care about Boat.
Oh yeah. And all the stuff that Tulun is carrying. Tulun knows what he did. Okay, I want to put Hector in the front here. Oh, Hector has 96 HP. Officially tankier than Orin.
Yep, so the top level here is actually an earlier encounter zone. If you go south one tile, then you step into the desert encounter zone.
After I win a fight with Hector, I could use my fairy water and I should repel everything. But
I love that. I love that color palette on the Air Ops. I think that one's
Yeah.
really fun. So yeah, encounters are gone. So this is a really nice thing about guests is they have that question mark level. So rather than referencing their level, when the fairy water is saying, okay, how strong are you? It's gonna look up the guest's monster index value, which is really high. It's like in the 200s or something.
Yeah, that's
Essentially, it's just gonna be like, okay, you are stronger than every monster out here, so we're just gonna repel all of them.
72.
Like Hector is 202. So as soon as we use a fairy water, any monsters that aren't close to that level are gonna be repelled.
Oh, Oh, that should be Mara. She was gonna level up first.
There we go.
I don't think learning spells is based on intelligence in this game. I think it's just strictly you're going to learn them at certain levels, or maybe some are 50%. But I think all of them are consistent in this one. Unlike
Yeah, I think
Dragon
it's just
Warrior
tied to
3.
the level, which is nice.
There we go. We got Bang at level 11.
That was nicely timed, right outside of Conenberg. Didn't really have to do anything
Yeah.
extra.
Well, I got very few encounters on the way, so that's why I had to take a couple extra steps. Let's just look at herb count here. I should probably buy a few. Want Nara to have one.
Yeah, it's really nice to have a few herbs for safety in the lighthouse boss fight here. If you have any questions about whether that's a good idea, I urge people to watch a Sumdiner's world record run in the lighthouse boss fight there,
Huh.
which demonstrates the value of herbs in the lighthouse fight.
The world record that just happened, by the way, like a little over a week ago.
Yeah,
I'll
really
do one more
amazing
for
run.
Nara.
Highly recommended to go check that out when you've got some time.
Alright, and then I'm gonna save. And then I'll use a fairy water because I just want to fight with Hector in the party, so the game thinks my average character level is astronomically high. Oops. Hector isn't carrying anything.
It's funny because he actually is carrying stuff. We just can't see it.
Yeah, he has gear, but we can't mess with it.
Yeah.
Kind of like the guest characters in Final Fantasy Legend 2 as well.
Yeah, it is like that. Mr. S.
Taro's got some really nice swords, but can't have them.
So yeah, the lighthouse is pretty tough. It's a pretty long climb up in the first place here, and there's definitely a lot of monsters that can do some real damage to the party. So crested vipers aren't too bad, but we'll find skeletons that if you get stuck with them, they'll pair up with other monsters, unlike showing up solo in Chapter 2. So when they cast defense on you first turn, the other monsters can take advantage of that. Oh, bye, metal slimes.
I probably should not have. I was thinking, like, should I even fight these? But, like, experience going on to hero it'll stick around and carry over to the metal babble grind, I guess.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's always worth trying for them if they're not coming with a, bunch of monsters that are just gonna rock your party. But yeah, there's also like a lot of classics from like the Birdsong Tower are also in Lighthouse here, so you're gonna see Pteranodons, you're gonna see Razor Winds, some of those same ones that were giving us a hard time then.
Skeletons are here
again.
too.
Mhm.
But also Rogue Whispers from Chapter 4.
Yeah, the Rogue Whispers are our friend. We like seeing them. They'll waste a little bit of time, but they're never gonna hurt us. At least not very much.
Hector is building up power. If he attacks the metal slime, I think he can do 2 damage.
Yeah, he'll do 2 if he connects after building up power. So he's got a chance to kill the metal slime here.
Ah, not anymore.
Right away.
Yeah, I should probably stick to offensive tactics because party members will target metal slimes last. They correctly understand that if you get killed, then you don't get any benefit from killing a metal slime. So they take out everything else first.
Yeah, they try to just kind of think where they can have the biggest effect.
Yeah, I think their threat
What's the
assessment is just
effect?
based on, like, what has the most HP left right now?
Yeah, exactly. So they like to target monsters where they'll do a lot of damage to it. Especially if they think they can finish it off. So if you take 2 damage off a metal slime and it's only got 1 left, you will see that, like on an offensive tactic even, they'll start to target the metal slime because they're like, oh, I could actually kill that. But when it's got 3 or 4 HP at the beginning, nah, they've got things that are more productive, they think.
Makes sense. I like Taloon's pop quiz there, where you have to tell him yes and then no.
Yep.
Otherwise,
And
he
then,
loops you into doing the whole conversation again, like K Bora Gay Bora.
And then, of course, with the Queen of Gardenbur later, you have to tell her no and then yes.
And just like the Inform predicted, Hero and Nara had about 700 TNL to next level. Now they got some level ups. I will definitely stop taking encounters in Lighthouse, unless it's Metal Slimes.
Yeah, Metal Slimes are really common on the first 2 floors. Will show up in those big packs even sometimes. On these 2 floors, they'll still show up, but they usually just show up alone, and it's a much lower encounter rate.
That mini-demon there is pretty funny. If you talk to him, he's like, "Oh no, the hero's here!" And then he'll cast Return to try to leave, and then bonk his head on the ceiling and get knocked out. I guess it's a tutorial for like, hey, this game has ceilings now. Except that most of the time it actually doesn't. You can still use Return in places where you think you wouldn't be able to. Places you would think have a roof over your head.
I really like in Dragon Quest games how they use the mini-demons for comic relief a lot of the time, but then this game is funny because about the time you get to the Colossus, the mini-demon type enemy will suddenly actually become a threat because they can use the big spells. They'll use like Blazemore, and they can actually take your party out if you get stuck with them. But the early ones are always trying to cast Defeat and like really ambitious spells, but they don't have enough MP for it.
I think Zemime is really cute, the one from Chapter 4. I'll just like take your MP.
Yeah, they're great. So we're here climbing the lighthouse. Tuluna asked for our help because essentially the lighthouse is not working correctly. It's kind of got this flame of darkness instead of the more purifying flame. And the ships can't sail around Conanbur right now.
Yeah, the monsters are directing the lighthouse. They corrupted it and they're making the ships crash. So Tuluna's upset because trade has stopped, of course.
So we're gonna come over here, grab this golden barrette for, what is that, 4 extra defense if you put it on the hero.
Yep. They also
Doesn't
get more
hurt,
tower
you
music.
never know.
Oh, 6 more defense.
6, nice. You never know when that can make the difference.
Hey, it will make a difference. That's gonna be Hero's Head slot until Zenithian Helm, which is way later. Alright, ready as I'll ever be, let's go.
Oh, I usually buy an iron helmet in Roosevelt. So yeah, this fight is rough. These flamers actually have more HP than the Lighthouse Bangle. And they like to cast Fireball. They like to emit Fireballs, which is the weaker version, so that's better than casting. There's the cast. You can see it's taken off like twice as much damage. So, Mara's healing there. Try to use Expel. Expel, I think, has like a 40-ish% chance to work on the Flamers, so a little less than half the time, but we really hope to take them out. And then Nara is casting Sleep, which is huge for this battle.
Bang does have a chance to work on the Flamers, and their defense is really high. They're like regular mooks in later encounters, but here they're like way stronger than us. So Bang is like pretty much the only reliable source of damage. You see that Hector with his Iron Spear can only do like 10 at the most. Hero's Broadsword is even worse. Yeah, Expel is kind of our only hope.
There we go. Nara's doing really nice work with the Sleep spell though, and then we finally got one Expel to work, so...
Yeah.
From here... wow, Bang is just not landing on the Flamers, but it's easy enough to finish the battle with damage from here on. Oh, nice. Double Expel. Super easy now.
The Bengal can't do much damage, but I'm gonna heal more Hector anyway, just to make sure I can go ham for the rest. Oh, he already died.
So yeah, making the Lighthouse Bengal fight look fairly easy there. But oh boy, that is such a roadblock in the speedrun.
That's a huge level up.
Yeah, 10 HP is nice.
Yeah, I
Anytime
think,
you can actually expel both the flamers, I mean, that's what you want. The fight is so much better when that happens.
that took longer than usual, but luckily they didn't rock me too hard.
Mm-hmm.
Like, the first turn looked really scary, but then once one of them got put to sleep, things really stabilized. Okay, back to Conenburg. Didn't even stop in the town of Anno on the way, even though it has a small medal in it. I only need 9 small medals for what I'm setting out to accomplish. Alright,
Stopping in Anu is the worst, because then Soretta moves on to the second page of return spells,
Oh, yeah.
and it's...
By the
you
way,
return to
Sprite Flicker.
Soretta so many times in the speedrun, it's really nice to just have it at the bottom of the first menu.
I got Sprite Flicker on because I have 5 characters on the same row. That's how the NES works. Invisible Tulum. Starboard the capital H helm. Yeah, we got a boat! And now the game cracks wide open and becomes very non-linear. Just like Dragon Warrior 3 and 2.
Yeah, really classic part of a Dragon Quest game when you get the boat and then you have the whole world to explore. And they give you a hint. You know, Tulun is like, hey, if we go south to this town of Mintos, I hear there's a world map there, and can actually sort of get you going in the right direction. We're just going to pick it up as a return point right now. If you went into the inn there, you'd actually find the Chapter 2 party. Well, at least Bray and Christo. And you'll learn that Christo is sick. And Alina is off looking for this item called the Pedequia root, which can cure his illness. And Bray is just kind of there watching over him. But you could actually, if you need Bray, you can get him to join right there and then. So, for example, if I'm doing this run and then Mara hasn't gotten very much experience because she's died in the lighthouse fight or something, so she doesn't have the outside spell, but Bray does, then I'll pick him up there and use him as my mage instead of Mara for this next part.
My Bray doesn't have outside because he spent most of Chapter 2 dead. People who do
Yeah, it's
Metal
not gonna
Slide
work out
grinds
for
will
you.
have a level 11 Bray, though, who will definitely have outside.
Mm-hmm.
Gonna save here just in case I die in cold storage. Then I'll come back here.
Pedequia Cave is funny. It's a really short dungeon if you know where you're going, because it's kind of like a maze. But if you know how to navigate it, it's very short. But boy, there are some really brutal monsters in here.
Yeah, it's really weird. It can either be like an extremely free, short little trip, or sometimes you'll just get completely wiped out. Actually, I might be on track for that here, because I noticed I forgot to heal.
It's fine, just don't get stuck in any encounters.
Yeah. Just don't die.
Just don't die.
I got MP on Mara to cast outside. That's the important part. Yeah, we got these arrow shortcut tiles down here, and this is my argument number 1 that the developers of Pokemon were directly inspired by Dragon Warrior 4 in particular. Same things that's in the rocket base. Well, I guess those, like, there's just one tile and it, like, kicks you all the way in that direction. These ones you move along one at a time.
And there's Alina looking for the seed with some fake adventurers.
Some
Don't know who those
mercenaries.
guys are.
Yeah, I think her team had some leftover wealth from Chapter 2. There's actually mercenaries you can hire in Chapter 3. The guard who's, like, with the spear on the west side of Endor who's walking around, that guy's name is Strom. And you can hire him for 5 days for, I forget how much, like 180 gold or something like that. But he says, I hate dogs, get rid of the dog. I won't join you while you have a dog. There's also Laurent in the inn, who's a spellcaster. Actually, he's more like the hero from Dragon Warrior 3, or, you know, the class you start off as in Dragon Quest 9, a minstrel. He even has the minstrel sprite. He has a heal, fireball, and sleep. He's actually... And fights with a venomous dagger for decent damage. Overall, I think he's a way better merc than Strom. Also because he can tolerate dogs.
Yeah, it's absolutely not worth getting rid of the dog. Mostly because of moral support, but also because of the time it would take to go drop the dog off.
Yeah. This is the last room of cold storage. Just gotta hope I don't lose any characters, because that will cost some time. Well, Nara especially. Mara is mission critical here, otherwise I'll have to death warp and lose half of the significant amount of cash I'm carrying.
Yeah. Fortunately, there is a very conveniently located Mimic chest here. That's the other chest down there. And Mimics are
really?
great for death warps.
Huh. Yeah, they are. Because you can't run from them, so you just try to flee every turn until you're dead.
Yep. Alright, well, that went well.
Yeah.
Despite you not taking the inn, so that's nice. This inn is very important, because this actually sets the day-night cycle for a whole bunch of sailing around the world where we need to get to certain places at certain times of day.
And recharges Mara's MP for all the return I'm going to be casting. I love this kingdom. Even the king works in the fields. He ain't better than the people. Soretta says they're very poor, but they have this, like, Pataquilla plant that's an amazing cure-all. It's just they happened to run out when we came by and had to go get the seed from cold storage. Oops, I thought there would be a page 2, and so I pressed up. Not to worry, Mara's got lots of MP and she'll be dead soon. We'll use what she's got while it's available. Don't forget to get this small medal.
This is the easiest one to forget, because you come into this town and you're like, cool, about to get everyone from Chapter 2. But yeah, you really want to remember to pick up that small medal next to the well.
You need 9 in total. Yeah, Talon can equip almost all the same gear as Ragnar. And he can use the Metal Babel Sword. But actually, I think the most interesting character to give the Metal Babel Sword to is Nara. Alright, so there actually is a roof in this room, so I can't cast Return yet. I have to get this plot point from this minstrel in the hallway.
Yeah,
so
we've got everybody except Ragnar, so right after you collect the Chapter 2 party, that guy's like, hey, I hear that Ragnar is over in the Kingdom of Kelion. Which is good information, but we actually can't get into the Castle of Kelion until we get the magic key, so gotta take care of that first.
Howden was that old guy talking to a bunch of people by the well in Mintos, by the way. He's apparently an old merchant. Oh, I'm forgetting all my fairy water points. And this is why I loaded up Bray with a ton of fairy water. It's for this portion right here, the world power-up tour of collecting mini-medals.
Yeah, I really love this part of the run where you have the ship and you're sailing around, collecting some return points, collecting some small medals.
Oh, it's the right
and,
part.
Yep. Always the right pot, except in the Magic Key Cave.
Lingwar's sleeping on the right side of the bed there at nighttime, so you have to walk around him to get to that jar. That's why it's important to have your day-night cycle correct. Oh, I might be overshooting it here. Oh, no, I didn't go that far west.
Yeah, you're alright still. Too many more steps and you may end up getting to Mon Baraba at nighttime and have to take an inn. No big deal.
I've forgotten all the checkpoints to use fairy water. I'm still learning Dragon Quest III SFC, where you gotta like learn all the points to use Shinobiyashi.
You want to go around the right side of that forest cape?
No, I forgot to get Actemto,
No, yeah, you did. Yep.
so I gotta go down
gonna
here
want that.
first.
You're gonna want that.
We'll be coming back here sooner than you think. Not to go into the mine, but to sail directly south and go back into that cave where we found Orin back in Chapter 4. It's kind of our next official thing on the shopping list.
Mm-hmm.
This seaside village that doesn't actually have a name does not get added to your return list. It's a totally optional place to go to. This is where you get a clue about, like, oh, the Stone of Drought is somewhere in this town, and then at night when the tide comes in, there's a tile that doesn't have water on it, and that's the tile you have to search. And that just leads you into an optional pirate cave behind a waterfall, where the Metal Babel Sword and the Sandglass of Regression are. But we don't need any of that stuff.
Yeah. Nice to have, but it's okay. We go headfirst into every battle, no looking back.
Yep. I think the Sandglass of Regression is used in the Famicom version of this run, isn't it?
Yeah, they can use it in the Famicom version in the Necrosaro fight. They use that along with, I think there's a glitch when you try to run away unsuccessfully too many times, to be able to do some interesting things in the Necrosaro battle. I guess I'm not the expert, but I know they exploit that to make it not go the intended way.
You can see how much slower the menu gets cleared out while at sea, where there's so many animated water tiles on screen. Okay, we're actually not doing the King's Challenge yet. We'll talk about that later when we actually come back. I'm just here to pick up small medals and talk to a guy that will further the plot and allow me to acquire a different guest character. This part's really funny. Like, imagine you're just sitting down and having lunch, and then these three girls come in, just reach their hand all the way into your jar of grain, pull out the small medal that you've been hiding for 12 years, and just leave without saying a word.
Yeah, so the King's Challenge here is basically he's worried about the state of the world, of course, and he wants to have someone come to the kingdom and cheer people up. So he's looking for someone who can make him laugh. So we're gonna talk to this character upstairs in the castle, and he's gonna say, I bet this comedian I met named Pannon can make the king laugh. I wonder where that guy is now. And after we talk to him and get that hint, we can actually go find Pannon in the village of Monbaraba, which was the beginning village of Chapter 4, and get Pannon to join the party.
Well, I'm gonna talk to this king, or it's this soldier here the Count has talked to in one of his runs. What's black and white and red all over? A penguin falling down the stairs! Isn't that funny?
Oh boy. Oh boy. What's a penguin?
Yeah, what is a penguin? Is that like a duck's bill?
So yeah, this is the one where I guess we find out if you took too many extra steps or not.
True. I opened the wrong character's inventory. Probably used that fairy water a bit early. Oh, it's nighttime.
Yep, so we'll take it in here.
Yeah, at nighttime Pannon is performing, and you can go on stage and he'll like force you to help him tell a joke. Where he's like, hey, can you stand on the back of my coat here, please? Get off my tail! I don't know where that joke came from. It's
excellent.
It's probably a direct translation of some kind. Or maybe they couldn't think of something.
I don't know, well. That's a perfect joke. I'm fine with it.
It's a pun on coattail being a tail.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, solid.
Come with you, but we're already indoors.
Panna, we just need you to come and just like tell a couple jokes. No worries, we're not gonna make you fight a bunch of really big scary bosses or anything like that. We're not gonna use you as a shield to go to the bottom of a very scary dungeon. Just come tell some jokes.
Yeah. We're going to
Pannon
next.
Pannon is great because he has a sword of lethargy equipped as his weapon, so he can actually be used for that exploit of actually putting some of the bosses to sleep to help us get through them at a lower level here.
Alright, we get to take the wagon into this dungeon now. This also means we can kill off the characters we don't need anymore. So one at a time. A lot of things in here have group attacks as well, so marching with 4 characters would just make battles take longer. So we're gonna march 2 at a time. Panon is the other character all the time because Panon is only 10 gold to revive and also has a pretty decent HP pool. Has 95, just like Hector and Orin did. You can't take a step with Panon though because, I don't know, he's not one of the chosen ones and doesn't know what to do. Kind of strange, but whatever.
That's what they say.
I guess it's to prevent weird, like, immortality locks, where, like, what if you started a battle with Panon alive, and then as soon as it's your turn, you lose? That would be a feels bad, I guess.
Yeah. I think it's just, yeah, the idea that, you know, you can kind of control the, you know, the main party characters with those tactics commands. Those tactics commands don't actually even tell the guests what to do. It does seem to inform them in subtle ways. Like, it can change their behavior, but...
Oh, really?
It doesn't mean that if you're telling them to be defensive, that they're actually going to act defensively. They just may act differently than they act on offensive. But yeah, it's just a whole other level to how they actually perform in the battles.
Oh, my bad. Panon has 85 HP. Yeah, I thought the guest characters just always do their own thing.
Yeah, they do for the most part, but I know that, like, when you're fighting in Furnace Shadow in the boss rush, you go to, I think it's defensive, specifically to try to get Lucia to act in ways that she doesn't act if you have different tactics selected.
I'd rather pick offensive, so she goes for defense. She'll heal someone if they go under 50% either way. I don't think defensive will make healing any more aggressive.
Ooh, this fight.
Bray is slippery today.
Yeah.
Probably gonna get right to the bottom.
If everyone survives, you can do the strat that Crimson was mentioning, Crimson the runner from DQ3 earlier, where you can take your still very living party and actually go attempt the Zenithian armor cave.
That's, oh, here we go. I'm gonna keep Mara alive a little bit longer. Ooh, Cloak of Evasion on Panon. Yeah, Mara has outside, and Hero doesn't, so I need to keep Mara alive a bit longer.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess I'll march with Hero, because she's most tankiest. Alright, this is a chest I could have opened in Chapter 4, but I probably won't need the Lamp of Darkness. It's just faster, because it's just more over, instead of having to search the chest a second time and sit through all that text. Also, don't forget the small medal in one of these jars? Okay, left jar. And because we got Alina, who had the Thief's Key, we can go in here to get the Magic Key. And now we just unlocked a whole bunch more doors.
Nice. Let's go use that to rob the King of Endor.
Good idea. Not yet, though. It's time to go cash in on our mini medals. So we don't want to try a robbery in the daytime.
Oh, but you get a small medal from Endor. You can use the Lamp of Darkness.
Oh, yeah, that's what I'm supposed to do. Right,
Yeah.
It's not time yet. Right, my day-night cycle was kind of thrown off. Who got Lamp of Darkness? Alina did.
Yeah. Taking that in Mombaraba. Usually it would just be nighttime here, but easily fixed since we were forced to pick up that Lamp of Darkness.
So this guard you have to sneak past, but it's pretty easy to do so. Meanwhile, this guy, like, actually, let's chat with him. Like, king and the princess are both asleep. Oh, thanks. Thanks for the intel, bud.
Turns out that the king is not asleep. He's a restless pacer.
He's frolicking. Actually, you wonder what he says.
Never mind, he's actually feeling good. Ho ho ho.
He is a restless pacer. Okay. Now we're going to Stancia. No, wait, we're going to Mintos. We need one more of these medals.
Gotta head over to Riverton real quick here.
Just checking Mara's MP. Oh, she's out of MP. Well, I can use Hero for return at this point. I was thinking, like, I'm supposed to use Fairy Water when I touch the coast next. Oh, Bray's dead. He can't use his Fairy Waters. And all my living characters have a full inventory!
There's probably an item or two you can get rid of in there somewhere, I expect.
For sure there is.
Oh boy, we collected a lot of nice junk in Chapter 2.
Laggy water menus!
But I don't know, that boomerang might still come in handy.
Yeah, I can sell it for 262 gold.
Mm-hmm.
Might be able to buy an early dragon mail for Ragnar to make the Colossus walk easier. Yeah, I love the music in the NES Dragon Warrior games too. Sugiyama-san is a pretty good composer, but I think he's better at arranging for the 2A03 sound chip than orchestra sometimes.
So here's the 9th small medal. That's the last one we're gonna pick up.
Okay.
Now
Going to Stancia for real this time.
finally ready. Gonna sail over to the Metal King's Palace. Turn these in for some goodies.
Yeah, and that'll alleviate my inventory struggles a little bit, because 9 entire slots will no longer be filled with small metal. Oh.
Yeah, it really helps a lot. Having all those small medals takes up a lot of inventory space. There's still some fairy water.
Oh, Mara just has one. I'm saved. There we go, 9 medals, just what I need. So we're gonna get a Sword of Miracles. Very powerful sword with plus 100 attack power that Christo, of all people, can equip. We're gonna spend the rest on Staff of Punishment. We're gonna give 1 to Hero, and 1 to Alina, and 1 to whoever. Staff of Punishment can be used in battle to cast Infirmore and deal about 40 damage to an entire group. Also sells for a lot. Sells for like 2,600 or something.
Yeah, Staffs of Punishment are the way to turn your small medals into real money.
Yep. Okay,
Very
now,
nice.
there's one more thing to do. Need to get Mara killed off. So usually what I do is just pace back and forth on here, but I think for the delight of our marathon viewers, let's try to go all the way and see what happens.
Yeah, there's like a, I don't know, 10% chance you make it through here.
The only way out is to die, though, because I don't have enough MP left on Mara to cast outside.
I guess if you're willing to sacrifice the full party, your chance of making it through is much higher than 10%. Probably close to 50.
No, wait, let's do Alina. I don't want my characters with healing magic to go down.
Yeah, save them for last for sure. Maskin's a nice encounter in here. These guys will do not too much damage, and they'll call for help sometimes. Much worse monsters in here than that. The cave in here has dragon riders, which are one of the worst enemies in the entire game.
Oh yeah.
And this is, I guess, the first opportunity we'll have to see them.
There's those Necrodanes I was talking about that the Silver Tarot cards can summon if you're persistent.
Yeah, Necrodanes, they can sometimes just wave around a Sword of Lethargy and try to put you to sleep. That's nice if they decide to do that. Or they can attack for a whole bunch of damage like they just did there. Yep.
We're past halfway.
Yeah. Making it through alright. Haven't had any encounters that are too bad. And it's a really nice plus if you happen to be able to make it through here and grab the Zenithian armor early, because it's such a huge upgrade for the hero.
Having it for the Balzac 2 fight would be amazing.
Mm-hmm.
Wow,
Made
I
it.
did it.
Nice.
That's so good!
Yeah, it makes Kelion and Balzac quite a bit safer, which is really, really nice.
Let's make room here. There's a small medal in that chest, but I'm not going back to the Metal King ever. Christo getting one shot. And as you can see, oh, they're not immune to magic! I guess... Huh. I guess I just didn't level up enough for Nara to learn Infernos.
This is actually... We're trying to Death Warp here, so this is fine.
Yeah. Oh, there's no wagon in the basement! Even faster!
Yep, that's the way to do it. Because as soon as you step off the boat, you just have the party you have. The wagon stays on the boat.
Right.
Although spells of the party members in the wagon are still accessible outside of battle. It's kind of an interesting in-between. The wagon is just got a lot of kind of nuanced mechanics like that. But it's funny because you'll cast outside from that bottom floor if you had MP for it, and then you still don't have the wagon. You have to like go step off the boat and onto it, and then you'll actually have the whole wagon again.
MP Gajai, something something. I'm out of MP. I gotta use the inn. Thanks for the lore, by the way, Dweeded. The lag is not due to the animated water tiles, it's because the map data has to be uncompressed and loaded again. Fascinating. So I'm gonna have a laggy menu even if I'm not on the boat. I always felt the lag was worse near water tiles, though. Anyway, we're gonna go somewhere the Queen of Gardenburg would tell us to go. If only we'd been there. Uh-oh. Do I have to win a fight with Panon again to get good fairy water levels? Oh, I guess I died, so it's just not an effect.
Mm-hmm.
The last fight I won had one of them alive.
Yeah, I think...
I got one fairy water left, so I can just give that to Alina. And then I'll kill the bosses, and then Hero will be able to cast Repel, so that should be just enough.
Yep, it'll be fine. It's always nice when you use the last fairy water outside of Roseville here. That's sort of the idea.
Okay. Form, Hero, Taloon, Alina, Christo. Taloon has a bunch of stuff I gotta sell, so if I'm gonna sell Taloon stuff, I skip all the "then I'll go grab the item from Taloon in the wagon" sentences that keep popping up.
Yeah, he likes to say that every time.
Alright, it's time to sell all the stuff we don't need.
Yeah, this is one of the bigger shopping trips of the whole run here. Roseville is kind of a late game town. It's like the latest one on that you can access by the ship at least. And so, a whole bunch of really good equipment here for the party. And in particular, we'll get a Sword of Lethargy for the hero, so we'll have two of those between the hero and Panon. And then some better armor for Christo and the hero here as well. And we'll actually come back here pretty soon once we grab Ragnar and get him some good armor here as well.
I need 13,500. Oh yeah, big thing to sell would be the pink leotard we got from the King of Endor's room. Sells for a lot. I can sell Nara's Morning Star as well.
If you sell up to, because you've got plenty of stuff on Saloon, up to 14.7, you can also get another Iron Helmet for the hero and up her defense.
Oh, true. I think I'd rather reach for that Dragon Mail for Ragnar, though.
Yeah, we're probably not going to do it in this run, unless Shiner feels like it, but Rosaville is where the tower is, where Rosa is being kind of held by Necrosaro, where he's protecting her from the humans.
Yeah, it's an optional fight. I usually do it for really, really long-a-thon, but not for this. I'm trying to stay under estimate.
Yeah,
it's kind of beneficial, though.
There.
You get like 6,000 experience. It's about like 2/3 of a Metal Babble.
From the Sorrow Knight?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the Sphere of Silence actually has some applications, too. Wait, no, it's not Iron Mask. We're gonna get that Vest and Slot gear for Callisto. It's neat how the Abacus of Virtue converts like 1-to-1 into an early Iron Helmet for Hero. Pretty sure
Yeah, it's really nice.
I've never done that, and I'm pretty sure I won't need it because I have early Zenithian armor.
So yeah, it's funny. This is a kind of unique spot in the game where Christo is actually pretty tough. Because he's got that Sword of Miracles, he's got good armor right now. And we're going to use him as like our main damage dealer for about one fight here.
No, I keep getting bamboozled by that appraise ability that Taloon has.
Yeah, that one always gets me too. It's right where transfer is for everybody else. But Taloon will try to appraise things.
Okay. Revive Bray if necessary. Ah, yes, it is time for that.
Yep, because he'll get the experience, the whole wagon gets experience from these fights with Kilian and Balzac. And we need Bray to get some experience going forward, because he's got to get up to the level where he'll learn By-Kill before the end of the run.
Okay. We're gonna save. Kilian should be a really easy fight, but sometimes Kilian wins. Mostly depends on his physicals. So we're just gonna warp straight back to his front door. Unfortunately, we don't have Orin with the knack anymore, but luckily we just have an actual magic key to open the door properly this time. That's Healy on the left there, by the way.
Good for Healy.
He did it! He became human! I'm so happy.
Looks nice and human over there.
You can't stop me! Ooh-ah!
Yeah, if you talk to Healy outside, he'll be like, hey, you have to help my friend Ragnar. He's trying to do all this on his own.
He just leads you in here, like I'm not hands off the D-pad right now. I don't know about this party order, but...
It makes sense to me now that you've got that Zenithian armor, actually.
Yeah. Zenithian armor's got that spell resistance, too.
Very nice, Kilian. Put to sleep immediately. That's what you want.
Yeah. Hero's got a Sword of Lethargy for that 1 and 3 sleep on hit chance. So does Panin. Unfortunately, Kilion's agility is a little weird, and sometimes... Whoa, what was that from Panin? Panin got an unannounced critical hit for 101. That just happens sometimes.
He'll do that. We call that the Panin crit. It's funny, because Panin can get an announced critical hit, as well. But every once in a while, he just he also gets one of those. It's just a special little bonus from Pan. Pan in casting sleep, not very helpful. Much nicer for him to just attack.
Sword of Miracles has that 25% lifesteal, by the way. So Christo only has 40 max HP. We're fighting this guy at probably half the level we should be. But Christo is back at full HP without even stopping to heal. Got the Staff of Punishment in Alina's inventory. She's doing more damage with that than with her Iron Claw.
Nice fight.
Then we get this guaranteed full plate armor to give to Ragnar as well. And I get to have a food break while I just hold a button down to sit through all the level ups.
Yeah, we get about a minute and a half of levels here. Maybe a little bit less since you've gotten some extra XP from the Metal Slime, but not too much less. And yeah, that went really well. What you really want in both that one and then the Balzac fight coming up, which is honestly a very similar fight, just harder, is for the boss to stay asleep as much as possible. And Kilian was pretty cooperative there, and you could also kind of see the Zenithian armor helping out, because Hero, lost some HP, took some hits, but never was quite in a really dangerous zone.
Stop spell with capital S, like a skill from Dragon Quest VII.
I can just see that Dragon Quest VII font in my mind when you point that out.
Very skinny letters.
Yeah, I love that.
Uh-oh, Bray's level goes up. We're gonna see that a lot of times.
Yeah, time for Bray to start catching up.
Now Bray has returned and outside, so he can be my travel battery who sits in the wagon. My flight agent. Travel agent.
So yeah, Christo really served us well there. He did a whole bunch of damage with that Sword of Miracles. But now that we've got Ragnar, Ragnar can take that over. And Christo can sort of return to the role of support healer kind of guy. And it's actually kind of good because the next fight with Balzac, Christo can sit out. We'll just have Pan and Hero, Ragnar and Alina.
Christo's too squishy. We need Ragnar to get in there to kill Balzac before he kills us.
Yep, and you actually want to keep Christo safe because it's really important that Christo gets the experience from Balzac so he learns the increase spell.
True.
Which is critical for the next boss fight with Bakor. But yeah, here we go. Ragnar has joined the party and we have, for the first time, everyone together. Only took almost 5 hours.
I'm gonna go to Endor here because I have to buy an Iron Shield for Ragnar. I didn't get an Iron Shield for Christo in Chapter 2. Usually there's a budget for that. Pretty sure... Let me just double check I don't have an Iron Shield to give him. Because I gave Tulun's Iron Shield to Christo. Yeah. So let's sell something. Guess the most obvious thing would be Ragnar's bronze armor, actually. Oh, I need a little more.
18 short.
I've got here we go, Christo's wooden hat.
Mm-hmm. I think you had a boomerang too.
Yeah, I can't remember if I sold that. I know I looked at it and I was thinking of selling it. I'll deliver this to Ragnar in the wagon. Gotta keep my eyes out for garbage in people's inventories now too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's always a little bit left over that I always end up with an extra fairy water or an extra wing or something, because it was good to have in case something went wrong earlier.
Golden Barrette in Hero's inventory kind of shocked me because I thought it was gunpowder jar for a second. No, get that out of there. Oh yeah, and I have to go save before Balzac. Really easy to get killed.
Oh, absolutely.
The gold is not a big deal, but look how long it takes to revive characters. after losing. It's faster to just hit reset. Well, I guess gold would be an issue because I'd have to go sell stuff to have money to revive people.
Yeah, you'd have to go sell your Sword of Malice, half-plate armor, all that stuff.
Oh, I'm actually not done setting up here. I have access to everyone's inventory in here, though. Need to give the Sword of Miracles to Ragnar. Now we'll get him suited up. Oh yeah, my suit's so tight.
So yeah, Balzac is significantly harder than Kilian because he's got more attacks, and he can also use like Snowstorm, which is an extremely powerful attack spell.
But our strategy is the same. Just put him to sleep and wail away and hope it works.
Stayed awake turn 1, that's not great, and Snowstorm, nice. Nice start.
Zenithian Armor's got spell resistance, but as you can see, we can't put up with this for very long. Ooh, losing Paladin right away hurts. Didn't put him to sleep either.
Yeah, Ragnar can sort of keep himself fairly healthy with the Sword of Miracles, at least to a certain extent.
That's why we stick him in the back, so he doesn't get bonked by that club for 70 damage.
Oh boy, he is just not sleepy today.
That's a reset.
Yep.
Lost my Sword of Lethargy, people. Balzac has 500 HP and 50 regen a turn, so I pretty much need to keep everyone alive as well. Okay, let's fix my inventory first, and then save again, so I don't have to keep doing that for every retry.
So yeah, super normal for Balzac to take a few attempts to get through, because if you don't put him to sleep, he really starts taking party members out very quickly. And as you can see, he sometimes decides to go twice in a turn.
Again, we're half the level we should be. Oh, Countess was talking about how Dragon Warrior 4 doesn't have a gold man or jewel bag equivalent enemy, but these Mystic Dolls are actually that. They give about 400 gold a pop.
Really nice getting the encounter on the tile when you step up to Balzac, of course.
Yeah. Top-notch etiquette.
So yeah, you'll notice that Balzac looks a little different than the last time we saw him. He looks more like that guy.
Yeah, he kind of got
in the
5
corner of
more
the screen.
horns. You got 5 more horns. Oh yeah, while Balzac is asleep, I can use the Staff of Punishment with Hero, because Balzac goes last, so there's no point in swinging with the sword again to try to re-sleep.
Yeah.
Just get in however much damage you can, whenever you can, right, to overcome that regen. Oh, 40 max damage Snowstorm on Panon. Double Snowstorm.
Oof. Go to sleep, Balzac. Oh, man.
Uh-oh. Okay, 2 more chances for sleep. There it is.
Go, Panon.
But Alina's blocking. I have to heal Alina.
Yeah, Alina's too low HP. She doesn't feel like she can attack right now.
Even while Balzac is asleep. Oh, Balzac woke up. Oh, nice catch.
I do that, Alina.
Hey.
Okay, alright. That helps a lot. Now the only one in a lot of danger is Panon. And it's not a huge deal if Panon dies later in the fight.
Panon's just going to keep attacking anyway. Speaking of keep attacking, that's what I did by mistake. Oops.
Okay, staying asleep, that's nice. The way that sleep works in this game is there's a kind of a progressive chance to wake up from sleep. So the first
early.
action,
The Panon
Nice.
re-sleeped him.
nice fight. The first action, it's a 25% chance to wake up from sleep. Then the next, it's a 50% chance to wake up, and then a 75% chance. And then on the 4th turn, it's 100%. So the longer they stay asleep, the luckier you're getting, essentially.
It's kind of like your chance to escape from fights.
Yeah, it's pretty similar, except less likely to happen on the first time. But yeah, so once we get through this 2 minutes of levels coming up here, we're gonna see some monsters kind of banter about how the evolution cannot be perfected without the golden bracelet. So we saw that, Balzac evolved into a kind of a higher form there, but still was able to be defeated. And so apparently that golden bracelet is actually really key to a successful and really powerful evolution. So maybe we shouldn't have just traded that away for a thief's key in chapter 2, but okay.
No, man, thief's key was worth. That allowed us to get the magic key, which allowed us to get the pink leotard, which allowed us to afford the Sword of Lethargy, which we used to beat Balzac, who did evolve into a pretty frightening form, honestly. It's really hard for us to beat him at half the level we should be at.
Yeah, Sword of Lethargy is incredibly powerful.
More powerful than the Secret of Evolution. Sleep will make you whole again, Balzac.
It said the golden bracelet amplifies the evil force.
Alright, no Montan menu in this game. You gotta manually heal everybody you want to heal.
So yeah, too bad that the golden bracelet is probably in the hands of some bad characters. Anyway, that done, we'll come back here, grab this magma staff. It's a decent weapon for Christo, and has some in-battle uses, but it also is necessary to be able to access the kingdom of Gardenburg, which is the next place we're going.
Turn to Soretta. Always go to Soretta.
Yeah, when in doubt, just go to Soretta.
Oh, right, I reset, so gotta do repel. I just want to fight with Panin, though, so I got majorly high level.
Yep.
And it just so happens I'll want to use the inn when I get to Gardenburg. Not for day-night cycle reasons, but because there's a shopkeeper I want to talk to. The counter is 2 tiles wide, but there's a tile on either side of it that's behind a wall where I won't be able to interact. So, to try to counter siesta strats, I will use the inn, which is right next to it, and then just go north, and hopefully I'll be able to get a word in edgewise. Magma Staff casts Bang in battle.
And it crumbles mountains.
Yeah, much less fancy animation than what's in... Oh wait, before I go in here, I'm gonna put Tulun in rank 2.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's fairly important. Yeah, just in your head, just picture the cutscene from Chrono Trigger when Frog takes down the mountainside with the Mazmune. It's basically the same.
So here's like a well-hidden item using NES Dragon Quest mechanics. Gonna give that to Alina right away. After. I don't have enough money. Okay, well,
Looks
no
like
siesta? Alright.
Oh, capture. It was fine. It was fine.
It was fine. Time Time to sell our next Staff of Punishment, because the Fire Claw can also be tossed like an item for big results. Gonna buy this Cloak of Evasion for Alina. That's gonna be our best-in-slot armor for the rest of the run.
Yeah, Cloak of Evasion is nice. We will see Alina get some good dodges in several fights in the rest of this run, if we pay attention to that.
The other option is you could get the Dress of Radiance from that little shrine where you get the Baron's Horn, but that has a chance to reflect spells, including friendly spells, which is not good when you're trying to cast By-Kill on Alina. Or trying to heal Alina without a Staff of Healing. You bold thieves.
Oh boy. The one thing we didn't steal. Get thrown in prison.
Yeah,
for
we
it.
stole the Fire Claw, but Bronze Amulet will get us in trouble.
So yeah, here's that prison that you can't just use a wing to leave, because they need to keep you in the story here.
I love what the Queen says here. Put one of them into jail! Not in jail, into jail! We've taken Tulun as a hostage. Oh, okay. Good choice.
Oh no, Tulun.
High-value war criminal right here. Profiteering during the time of strife between Endor and Bon Malmo.
Yeah, let's be honest, Tulun probably does belong in jail.
Pretty much crashed Endor's economy. All the merchants are well armed, though. Can't do battle with them in any Dragon Quest game, prior and since. Here's source number 2. Mount Moon looks a lot like this place. Pretty sure Pokemon Red and Blue designers really like Dragon Warrior 4 in particular.
This is another one of those places where it's really nice that we already have that Zenithian armor, because this dungeon it's long. It's got actually a fairly low encounter rate, but as you can see, the monsters can actually be pretty tough in here, and you really need all 4 party members to be alive at the end of the cave.
You don't say.
Especially because he's your outside ticket.
Yeah, good thing that happened right away. I just seem to have the worst luck in Mount Moon. Okay, well, I did all my shopping. Oh, I just saw in my notes you could sell Ragnar's Sword of Malice and Chainmail, and that sells for pretty much exactly 3,000. And then you could keep Alina's Staff of Punishment. But in this case,
Yeah,
I figured I was going to stay in the inn anyway, I might as well get the Fire Claw.
Yeah, the way I see it, at this point, Alina's high enough level that, you know, she should be critting often enough to kind of offset that Staff of Punishment benefit. So it's almost better to just not have one of those on her anymore after the Balzac fight. Hopefully you can benefit from some lucky crits in the Bakor fight.
I thought someone had Wayfarer's clothes. Okay, well... let's just sell the chainmail then.
Yeah, this dungeon can be really tough. It's funny because Bakor at the end is usually kind of a pushover as long as Christo's able to land that stop spell on him, which he usually is. But yeah, the walk down to Bakor, not always the easiest stroll in the park here.
Bakor's gotta be the most troll boss fight in Dragon Quest, because, well, in this game in particular, Increase and Surround and Stop Spell never wear off, ever. And Bakor can cast Increase, and he already has pretty substantially high defense, so if he gets that Increase off, you basically lose. You just
Yeah,
like
you'd have
can't
to
do
have-
damage anymore, or like your spellcasters can maybe do some more damage, but Bakor has 1,000 HP, so you just won't be able to do enough damage even with the pretty much full MP pool on Bray and Mara. It's funny how when you resolve this plot line, the Queen of Gardenburg tells you, "Hey, you should go to Rosaville. You might learn something there." But that's where you can fight the Sorrow Knight, who you might have noticed that the Sphere of Silence was not in Nara and Mara's inventory when they got to Chapter 5 for some reason. I guess they sold it to pay for expenses in Endor. The Sorrow Knight ended up getting the Sphere of Silence, so if you beat the Sorrow Knight, then you get the Sphere of Silence, which would be a great, great item to use versus Bakor to stop him from auto-winning by using Increase. Luckily, if we just set our tactics to offensive, Christo should cast Stop Spell on turn 1.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if you had Bray in your party, he could cast Sap on Bakor if he increased himself, but
Oh, I guess so,
we're not,
right?
we're not bringing Bray down.
Can't get the final key yet to get the Sword of Destruction, either.
No, yeah.
Or what if you just have, like, a level 42 Bray who has the Open spell?
Oh, perfect, yeah. Just have level 42 Bray, no problem. But yeah, the thing that can really go wrong with Bakor is if Christo tries to cast Stop Spell and it doesn't land, which there's a small chance of that happening, and then the fight gets away from you. Or if Bakor just kind of goes for Christo really early in the fight and just kind of takes him out.
Yeah, Bakor's got a pretty nasty roundhouse kick, too. He's a palette-swapped Hun. He's the not-jobber version of Hun. He's way more capable as a fighter. I don't know why he's a thief. Actually, I guess he's a pretty good thief, because he actually does escape with the Bronze Amulet and frames us for it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, usually for Bakor, I've started just using heal more on Christo on turn 1, because I've had a couple fights where Bakor just decided to just focus on Christo, and you
That's a
can't
good
win.
idea.
You can't win without Christo, basically. And he's still so fragile. You can see his HP total is so much less than everyone else's at this point.
Yep. It's you. How are you, gentlemen? All your Bronze Amulet are belong to us. Okay, still on offensive.
Yeah, he usually opens up a snowstorm that's pretty classic Bakor, and it hurts. Nice, but we got the stop spell, so that's the right start. We switch over to defensive here so that Christo ideally casts Increase, or at least just keeps up with healing if nothing else.
Hey, I put him to sleep. Actually, I think Christo will use Increase if Bakor powers up. It's usually a reaction to that, right?
Yeah, sometimes they'll do it if no one needs healing as well. But yeah, if Bakor's asleep and there's no one to heal, anything like that, he's just gonna attack. One of those complexities of the AI, they're actually looking at what is the enemy doing and is there a smart response to it. You're getting upper instead of increase, that's interesting.
Oh, building up power.
Oh, there's the increase. Alright, well, Hero is absolutely impenetrable right now.
Yup. Wait, it still took
With the
18,
armor.
wow. With like almost
Upper
300
plus
defense power, yeah.
Five damage. That's really amazing. Yep, nothing to worry about here, just 1,000 HP to get through.
No regen either. Oh, Alina flings up the Fire Claw. Alright, I guess I should ask chat, do they want to see me fight the Sorrow Knight or not? Because this is the point where I would do it. It's before I sell the Fire Claw. Because you basically can't beat... Well, you could beat the Sorrow Knight with Stiletto Earrings, but it's really annoying because its defense power is so high, it's just kind of like Alina attacking for 1 damage twice. Actually, wait, I have a good reason to fight the Sorrow Knight. Bray gets the experience for it. And I finished Chapter 2 with a level 5 Bray.
Yeah, I think it's actually kind of reasonable to route it in, honestly, because otherwise you'd have to really look for some encounters in like the final cave or on Got side to get Bray up to where he actually needs to be for the boss rush. And
yeah, I might as well front load the experience before the Metal Babble grind instead of after.
Or you could always try for the Metal Babble at the top of the crypt, so that you get the wagon experience there.
Oh, those are so rare.
Yeah, it's harder to do.
Sarna gives a minimum of 6,500 experience. It could actually be more because you can summon Chelanodons for another like 350 each. If you run out of MP with Hero here, you can do the Walk of Shame and like just go after chests in the cave until you get an encounter that actually kills you. There's actually some extremely nice stuff in that cave. There's like an Iron Mask and a Dragon Mail just sitting in a chest. Oh, I gotta win a fight with Panon again, because I just beat a boss without Panon.
Yeah. For the next little while, you don't do a lot of walking on the overworld, because you're just gonna go straight into Colossus after this.
I'm not gonna fight these, though.
But yeah, this is the part where actually I usually save and then just reload the game with Panon to get the Repel back, because the place where you do want Repel is after the Colossus when you're taking that walk over to Dire Palace. On the other hand, if you're gonna do Sorrow Knight,
Probably won't use Panon for that, though.
yeah, you need to do it after the Sorrow Knight fight.
Alright, I guess I will visit Roseville. I'm gonna put the final key in someone else's inventory, though. And give this agility seed to Alina. His hero's inventory is abysmally low. Alina's is really high, and a lot of her defense power comes from agility, so we might as well stack that up more. Actually, now that I think about it, the Sorrow Knight might hit me with the Sphere of Silence, and then Christo will be pretty much dead weight. Panon is actually a better choice, even if he won't do much damage. I can use Hero for healing in case I don't get my spells sealed. Still gonna sell some of my stuff to get the better armor for Ragnar here. Gonna get a Dragon Mail, which has Breath Weapon Resistance. And Iron Mask is a best-in-slot helmet for Ragnar. I'm actually trying to remember if there is a Metal Babble helmet in this game.
Sorry, I was trying to have a snack. Yeah, there is a Metal Babble helm.
Oh, right, it's from small metals.
Mm-hmm. I think you can actually get one from a king medal, I think.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'll do some more shopping after Sorrow Night. I gotta sell Alina's Fire Claw to buy stiletto earrings, but I gotta use the Fire Claw for this fight first. Oh, wait, I forgot. I need to get the Flute of Uncovering. I actually have to go back to Santine real quick.
Yeah, that's gonna take about 30 seconds, no big deal.
Yeah.
Yeah, there it is. 20 medals. Yeah, it's the really expensive thing from the small metal king, or you can get it as a drop from a king medal, which is what I was trying to say.
It seems so wasteful to me. I would... Like, defense power doesn't amount to very much in this game. You could have 3 Swords of Miracles instead. You could have, like, the second best weapon there is on Hero and Ragnar and Christo.
Yeah.
I think Talon can use
yeah.
the Sword of Miracles, actually.
Would definitely prioritize the Sword of Miracles or the Hats of Happiness. I mean, you're gonna get way more use out of those.
Yeah, the early routes for this game did get Hat of Happiness. Hat of Happiness is also a rare drop from Metal Babbles, though. Oops. That's pretty good, actually. I'm just gonna give that to Alina. Alina is our main damage dealer in the final battle. Yeah, Talon can steal items sometimes. Oh, I guess Talon gets a lot worse if I use that Game Genie code that removes party AI and you manually control everyone. It means there's no more Talon shenanigans, he just becomes another meathead.
Yeah, I see here that the drop rate of the Metal Babel helmet from the King Medal is 1 in 2048, so you probably are better off trying to get Talon to steal that than grinding for the drop. Might be a while.
Oh wait, why am I in Gardenburg? That's not Roosevelt. Okay. Yeah, with Panon instead of Christo. I don't like this order. I gotta put Panon in the back. Oh yeah, and equip Zenithian Shield. There we go, big difference in defense power. Alright, so where you use the Flute of Uncovering, you're supposed to see it in a dream in Izmit Village. I probably should have kept one of my Staves of Punishment, actually. It would do way better damage to the Sorrow Knight than just attacking with Sword of Lethargy. Maybe I can get creative with spells. Wait, tactics won't matter. Sorrow Knight is put to sleep. So even this 5 damage from Panon, if it's a sleep hit, it's still worth. Uh-oh. Spells are contained. It's a race to the finish now. This guy looks suspiciously like Samson, doesn't he? I wonder if Samson had a career change after getting 2nd place in the tournament. Oh, nice Kaishin by Alina. Pretty sure I won't do more damage with Firebell. Raising the Zenithian Shield to cast Bounce won't do anything either. Oh well. Oh, the Silent Panon crit again. 92 damage.
Yeah, I don't think you had anything to worry about with Panon and Alina taking over this fight.
Yeah, like Christo attacking with the Magma Staff wouldn't be that impressive. Oh, Alina figured out the thing to do. I should probably set my tactics to try out then, so that Alina uses the Fire Claw. Okay. No Chilenodons, but I made that look pretty easy.
Yeah, that fight went extremely smoothly. And now you have a Sphere of Silence, which is really nice.
Yeah, it means I don't have to get the Staff of Anti-Magic in the Crypt, but I feel like the Sphere of Silence works better anyway. This is basically 2/3 of a Metal Babble right here, so I just kind of front-loaded my Metal Babble grind a little bit. And here come the Bray level ups. So this would have gone a little faster if I sold something other than Stabs of Punishment to afford Ragnar's gear, but it seemed like I could barely afford it. And then you can talk to Rosa about, you know, what Necrosaro's doing, but I don't need to bother with any of that. Actually, I'm just gonna hit return to Rosaville right now. See, no roof! I went down the stairs, but I can cast return out of that cramped little spire.
Inconsistent roofing.
Gardenburg has better architects than Dagardi. Okay, now sell the Fire Claw. I think that's enough right there. Yeah, it is.
Yeah, Fireclaw exchanges for exactly enough for stiletto earrings.
Perfect. Okay, just checking if there's anything else I need. I don't think so. And I want to fight with Panin, so... yeah, I guess I'll just go do the walk through Colossus now. Or, wait, should I? Maybe I should just get the helmet right now. Because if I don't make it, then I gotta win a fight with Panin. I'm trying to think, like, what's more worth?
The only benefit to having Panin still is that walk from Colossus to Dire Palace. Being able to repel there.
My big repel is still locked in anyway.
Yeah, so it's only if you die in Colossus and have to restart, basically.
Yeah, and then I have to go find a fight and then win it with Panin.
Or reload, yeah.
It'll take so long that, you know, the more I think about it, the more time I'm actually losing. So let's just go get the helmet already. There's some pretty serious physical attackers in Colossus, so the extra 10 defensive power or whatever might actually help.
Yeah, it really can.
Now that I'm, you know, I got an extra level from Sorrow Knight as well, I'm pretty confident I should just get through Colossus in one shot.
Yeah, as long as you don't get instant deathed.
Yeah, by Blizzags on the first 2 floors.
There's no protection from that.
Straight out of DQ2.
Either happens or it doesn't.
No Tetraja rocks available in this game. Sometimes you just get Wizardried. Panin gives a good speech here.
Yeah, Panin, getting real talk with the king of Stancia here. So it's funny, whenever I played this game casually, I would pick up Panin and then just come straight here and turn him in and not use him at all, but we've kept him in the party for, I don't know, over an hour? Quite a long time. Oops. Goodbye, DQ RTA, I wish you success.
I forgot to cast Repel. Oh well.
You can still do it. It's fine.
Really? It, thinks Panin's still on my team. I guess so.
Yeah, because it's not checking the reference, right when you cast it, it's just kind of...
A bite left over after winning a fight, yeah. We got that final key a while ago. Which means means I can finally go over here and open this jail door to access another new area. No one really told me to go here. I think someone makes an oblique reference of, like, when tears rain from the Colossus's right eye, the river shall be crossed. Which is kind of a clue for how to get through this place. Okay, no encounters in the first 2 rooms, looking good.
Yeah, nice start there. So you're probably safe from basically everything in here, except the Blizzags. Everything else is going to be fairly recoverable for you, especially with that huge armor on DQRTA.
Charon's kind of annoying, but luckily it was only one of them. If you triple escape fail from 2 Charons, then sometimes you can lose a character from getting fire-baned over and over.
Yeah, or you have that fight with the 5 mini-demon type monsters in here. If you get blaze moored too many times, that can also be kind of painful.
Oh yeah, I didn't actually equip the helm. Thanks, Lamp
Yeah,
Station.
Might be helpful.
Look at that, I went from taking 5 damage to 1 damage. Who knew?
Yeah,
Going
these
from
jump bats can also, they can crit you too, and so they can
Oh, really?
occasionally be quite dangerous.
Well, my extra 16 defense power won't matter there, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, here we go, Leonar. Huh. I guess this is some kind of weird, like, camel breaker of defense power right here. Having all of the Zenithian gear. Oof. Hope I get away this turn. Whew, okay. No Monton menu, I gotta do it all manually. Always found a strange sort of appeal in doing it this way, though. Oh no, a Blizzag. I didn't know they could appear this high up. They can cast Defeat. That's a big deal. Alright, when running this game for marathons, it's okay to get to this chest, and then if you die, it's fine. You can come back and do the rest later.
Yep, the big first goal is grabbing that demon hammer, because we use that for the big metal babble grind coming up soon. But it is nice to be able to finish the dungeon, and you've still got the full party alive here, so it's looking good.
Yeah. Oh, double Charon. Oh, nice. Just got away immediately. Yeah, it's still nice to get all the way through, so that I don't have to walk through the first half again. Just to touch Dire Palace and add that to my return point list for later. Well, actually, it's also nice to get the Aeolus shield from there, because that can cast this weird version of Expel that hits all targets instead of a single group. Actually, it's not quite... It's the same effect as Expel. You don't get experience from blasting enemies away with it, but it's a different element. It's... I think it's Wind Element. I think it's like the same element as Inframore, which became Whoosh and Kaswoosh in the later translations.
It's the same as a Beat and Defeat, I think, actually, because it gets the same success rate or the same resistances.
Okay, that makes sense for why it works just as well on Enderug then.
Mm-hmm. Wow, nice. Exiting the Colossus with all 4 party members intact. Feels good.
Going in and out of the shrine there adds the wagon to my team again, by the way. Which means I can use Braze MP to get away from Dire Palace when I'm done looting Aeolus Shield. So yeah, this castle is where the monsters have their base. It's kind of a foreboding place, but it has the same old castle music in E minor as every other castle. So they I guess they got a right to their own state just as much. I think you can talk to some of these guys walking around and they'll pick fights with you.
Yeah, they will, until you use the Staff of Transform.
Oh, then you can actually chat with them.
But yeah, Aeola's Shield is really nice, and it's great for the Metal Babble grind as well, for getting through the non-Babble encounters a little bit faster, because, I mean, a Metal Babble will give you 10,000 experience, and the other enemies will give you, a couple hundred. So it's really not that worth wasting your time with them if you don't have to.
I probably don't need this in, but I guess I'm taking it anyway.
Yeah, that was a really smooth Colossus.
No kidding.
Didn't get beat up very much at all.
Yeah, other than that scary Leonar surprise attack, it was extremely smooth.
So yeah, the script is funny because as soon as you get the ship, it's like right here, and so you can walk halfway in and then see a row of jail doors that you can't open for a while. So it's one of those things where you're like, oh, what's back there? But tantalizingly, at the beginning here, as soon as we walk through this first door, you can actually get into encounters with Metal Babbles. It's just a fairly low encounter rate, and the other encounters are really tough. So it's not an easy grind when you're at low, just beat the lighthouse kind of levels. But I know that when I was playing this as a kid, I would grind in the front half of this.
Nice.
Bunch of Metal Babbles and stuff. If you go to the bottom of the dungeon here, you have a much higher encounter rate of Metal Babbles though, and that's the way we're gonna take this. Whole lot more efficient.
Yeah, two things to accomplish here. Get the Staff of Transform on the... Well, you have to go to the lowest level and then back up, going around a whole bunch of conveyor belt tiles. But also we're here to kill approximately 7 Metal Babbles so that Christo reaches level 26. And that should get Christo on pace to learn Heal All on the way to Esturk or after Esturk.
Did you equip the Demon Hammer?
Yes, I did all my equip swapping inside on the first room of the crypt, so I didn't have to deal with laggy overworld.
Oh yeah, that's right. So Demon Hammer is cool. So we use it just for the grind here. It's the curse of the Demon Hammer is that 2/3 of the time it just misses. But what's nice about it is the other third of the time it crits. And critting 1 out of 3 times on a Metal Babble is pretty good, because
that's better odds than the Poison Needle, yeah.
Yeah. So it actually becomes a quite efficient way to approach the grind here. So we've kind of tried to maximize the odds of killing a Metal Babble when we find one. So the hero has that Demon Hammer equipped. Ragnar has the Sword of Lethargy equipped, so if he hits a Metal Babble, he's got a chance to put it to sleep, which is nice. Get some extra shots at it. And Alina's got the Stiletto Earrings equipped now. And the Stiletto Earrings, what's special about them is they actually allow her to attack twice a turn. So she could, hit it twice and take 2 damage, which would be nice. Or she could crit with a better success rate. Because if you guys remember, we were talking in Chapter 2 about Alina's crit rate, which is special. For everyone else, it's 1 in 64. But Alina's crit rate is actually her level out of 256. So right now, she's about 4 or 5 times more likely to crit every time she attacks than anyone else. And attacking twice a turn essentially just doubles that.
Yeah, the Metal Babble grind here is kind of a drag race because it starts slow, but it gets faster as you get further into it because Alina's crit rate goes up. And also, hero can learn Boom towards the end of it, which can help clear out the non-Metal Babble enemies from encounters as well. He's kind of dead in the water without it because she's just gonna do 0 damage with Demon Hammer most likely. Can't do anything except hold up the Yola shield to hope for a cheap expel. I gave my Sphere of Silence to Alina. That chest I walked past has a Staff of Anti-Magic in it, which casts Stop Spell as well, but I have this superstition that the Sphere of Silence has a higher success rate on its Stop Spell. And B-Bomb bars are vulnerable to it. However, instead of just trying to cast Firebane and having it fail, they'll just start doing Sweet Breath and putting my team to sleep, so maybe it's a bad idea. But it's, I don't know, I think it's less time lost than sitting through 4 damage reports every turn.
Yeah, I think it at least makes sense more at the beginning of the grind when the party is still fairly fragile and low level, and the Firebanes hurt so much.
Yeah, it hurts Christo and the hero less due to their spell resistance gear.
Oh, Hero's asleep. It's funny, the Babel is sticking around, but...
It really is sticking around. And that B-Bomb bar just Falcon Punched Christo for 38. I did not know they could attack for so much. Oh, then it ran away. All the sleep worked against me, I think.
Yeah, I don't think it worked out for you that time. But yeah, the first Metal Babel is always the hardest to get. It gets easier as you go along here. Those Henna Swords are one of the most annoying enemies in here. They're not, like, especially dangerous necessarily, but they're not at all vulnerable to either Expel or the Aeolus Shield, so unless you just feel like trying to run, you just have to fight them with damage, basically.
They have decent spell resistance, too. They're just hard to get rid of.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, because the purpose of our extended journey here is to level up, we might as well try to remove, like, just get through encounters that don't have Metal Babbles as fast as possible, instead of trying to run away. The Aeolus Shield works well on a lot of things in here, but because Hero is slow, usually Alina will maybe kill one of the things before they get blown away, so you still get some, like, little bit of chip damage on the big experience health bar that has to get knocked down.
Yep, but it's really nice. You know, these Humbaldas, the Tyrannobats, those Bevan bars, all of them are like 5 out of 6 chance to get blown away by the Aeolus Shield. So, pretty good success rate.
I forgot they have that paralyzed touch. I mean, luckily you can shrug that off. I don't need Nara's Numb Off spell. It should go away in like 10 steps. Paralysis goes away really, really fast in Dragon Warrior 4. Much faster than Dragon Warrior 3.
Yeah, plus these guys pretty commonly drop a full moon herb, so I feel like I always end up with one of those on Ragnar's inventory, and he just cures the paralysis if I forget to heal it.
Who else leveled up? Ragnar. Ragnar's name is just Ryan in the Japanese version, but the stock soldier in Luisa's pub in Dragon Warrior 3 is named Ragnar, so I guess they brought the name from there.
Oof, this is not a very nice formation for the Babbles to show up in.
Yeah, because my party members are going to go after the non-Metal Babel enemies first, I'm going to do them a favor and use Expel on the bigger group of Dragonets. They have, like, no resistance at all to Expel, they should just both go away.
Yeah, it's 100% success rate to Expel the Dragonets, which is nice because they're a really tough enemy, actually. They have a lot of HP, and they'll use that Scorching Gas attack, which is very painful.
Yep, I've got spell resistance, but only Ragnar has breath resistance. And he doesn't even need it, really. He's got a way bigger HP pool. Just gonna stomp on this healing pad up here and then go back downstairs on the usual seam where Metal Babbles are scanned for.
Yeah, there are still quite a few Metal Babbles around on this floor by the heal tile, but not quite as good encounter rate as the floor below, which is the main grinding spot. But it is nice to see this formation, so this might be our first chance to actually get one.
Yep. I didn't change my tactics to use no MP. Hopefully Christo doesn't do something stupid.
Yeah, he might. It's possible he's been exposed to Metal Babbles for enough turns by now that you don't need to worry about it anymore. Yeah, Ragnar's attacking
Deep with the sleep.
Christo. So I think they've learned. I don't think you need to worry about it anymore.
Okay.
But yeah, nice to get the sort of lethargy sleep proc there.
I've got 3 points of
come
chip
on.
damage.
Go Ragnar! Oh, it had
No!
5 HP, and it ran. Shoot. You hate to see it.
There's no DQ5 in the marathon, unfortunately. Wait, 3-way race? Yeah, 4-way race. I actually just learned to run DQ3 SFC last month, or 2 months ago now, for 12-hour challenge. I didn't submit it for this though because my time is not very good. Maybe next year I'll be good enough to race. It's an awesome run though. It's like one of my favorite speedruns I've learned. It took me more than the 12 hours to learn it, but that's because I spent a couple hours just learning to read hiragana, which I will say right now is like not even a necessary skill for running DQ3. You just gotta learn to recognize a couple of certain strings. You don't need to learn to read them on like a one letter at a time kind of level. So yeah, mentioned several hours ago that, I mean, Dragon Warrior 4 does have an astronomically high encounter rate, but under the hood, it's got a kind of like depletion rate similar to the newer engine Dragon Quest games. There should be a minimum number of steps you can take before getting another encounter, but that limit is not checked if you're walking underneath a ceiling threshold like this that draws a different section of the floor. So I can just pace back and forth and might get encounters back to back, one step apart. It's the fastest way to look for encounters. These V-bend bars still getting in there. How tired are my thumbs? 0 out of 10. I used
Mashing
to
is
play piano,
like,
so...
it's like breathing when you run Dragon Quest games.
I'm not mashing very hard or, like, very fast. It's just kind of in, like, a light, repetitive sort of way to try to make the text boxes go away.
What are these formations from these metal bubbles? I'm really trying to make it as hard as possible for you.
Yeah. Okay, now I... Alina should have just attacked the V-bend bar and gotten rid of it. I think I should take away that Sphere of Silence.
Yeah, you don't want to...
I think I had my fun being cheeky and trying it out, but it didn't go so well in LoL 2 either.
You don't want to deter Alina from attacking. She's really good at that.
V-bend bar put to sleep. Hammer hasn't... The hammer hasn't pounded once! Ah!
Ooh. We'll get one. We'll get the next one.
Just put the Sphere of Silence in Hero's inventory. Now I call the shots. If Sphere of Silence is gonna happen. Hammer's got a 1 in 3 chance to land a terrific blow.
It's rough, but it's not that unusual. It's really easy to have a rough start to the Metal Babble grind here.
Next Metal Babble I see, I'm gonna hit it so hard it turns into a nail.
Nice crit, Ragnar.
Probably should go after the B-Ben bar first. They usually assess those as the greater threat. So that should free up Hero to go for Expel on the Dragonite.
Yeah, whenever there's a Dragonite, usually think of it as best thing I can do with the hero is try to expel them. Unless I'm going directly for a Metal Babble, maybe. But that depends on how survivable my party is looking.
Yep. Way better play than Sphere of Silence.
Ah. Didn't fall asleep either. Okay, still here though. Here we go. The Demon Hammer just not connecting today.
Forgot to plug in my Demon Hammer.
Yeah, we didn't charge it. You gotta wind it up.
It's like a King DDD side B in Smash Bros. Brawl.
Yeah, that's right, Shadow Killer. It's Alina's level divided by 256. Every time she attacks, and she's attacking twice, so pretty good crit rate.
I'm not getting any crits from Alina either.
Mm-hmm.
I got one on B-Ben bar, but not getting any versus Metal Babble. Finally!
There it is. There it is. Alright.
10,050 experience points.
Now we're going. We've got the momentum.
I think I had 3 level ups before even killing one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no kidding. Way too much experience on the front end there. But yeah, Alina's gonna get some levels here. Increases her crit rate even more, and she just gets more efficient at clearing out those random monsters and more efficient at critting the Metal Babbles. So she's really the one to watch for the rest of the grind after a certain point.
Elnard boost really kicks in on Alina and Ragnar at this point too. Like their level ups get so huge.
Mm-hmm.
They get like 5 or 9 strength per level up and like 10 to 20 HP per level up. Meanwhile, Christo just gets left behind. Christo's probably going to have about 150 max HP, while Alina and Ragnar will be close to 300 by the end of the run.
Ooh, 3 separate groups here. This is a tricky one, because if the one you target doesn't stay, then you lose the attack.
That still seems unlikely, like Alina would have to target the same one. And I find the AI is pretty polite about not going after the same one as Hero.
Yeah. Nice that A has just been sticking around, though. You're getting a couple Demon Hammer swings at it.
These Metal Babbles really like sticking around today, but I still have not... I've only taken out one. This is making up for my, my Metal Slime luck at the start of Chapter 5. Ah, Metal Babble disappeared. Yeah, the NES Dragon Quest games are called Dragon Warrior because TSR held copyright for a tabletop pen and paper RPG at the time that was also called Dragon Quest. And the trademark finally expired in 2005 or something, like right before Dragon Quest VIII came out in the West. I'm not sure why it took that long, because like TSR got folded into Wizards of the Coast even longer ago than that. Gonna go upstairs and hit the heal pad again. Yeah, I got a copy of Dragon Warrior 7 right here. I also just downloaded High Spirits speedrun notes for that game. Ooh. Not sure if I'm gonna actually learn the run. I mean, I learned to speedrun Shin Megami Tensei Nocturne on hard mode. I thought that would be the longest speedrun I'd ever do. But now that I'm kind of proficient at that, I don't know. I feel like there might be a bigger Everest out there.
Yeah, that's about as long as it gets, is going for PS1 Dragon Warrior 7.
Oh, finally the hammer gets a pounding on something.
There we go. Good job, Demon Hammer. Alright. The splat is very satisfying when you finally get it.
Oh, there's Fen Spill. That's an interesting spell that will actually see some use in the last 2 fights of the run. I think it's called Snub in in other games in the series. He puts up this this wall of purple fog that prevents spells from reaching the target. It's kind of like a stop spell but in buff form. And you can cast it on enemies too, which also makes it interesting. Christo got Vivify, that's really important for consistency. So even if I get careless with healing and lose somebody, Christo has like can spend 10 MP to have a 50% chance of getting them up.
Exactly. It's nice to get to the part of the grind where now if somebody gets taken out, Christo can bring them back.
This is probably another good part of the run to change back to message speed 1, so that you don't have to mash through all these encounters.
Yeah, this is the spot to do it when you're 5.5 hours into the speed run, and
I think if you're persistent, it's just as fast to just keep it on.
Yeah,
I'll definitely change back for Necrosaro though, for the final battle.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Vivify is a spell where you select a dead party member over and over while your MP goes down.
That's how it feels in the final cave, especially for me.
Wizards of the Coast had to formally abandon their trademark. It didn't become like abandonware, or, well, not public domain, that takes 100 years, I think. Hey, Stravinsky's The Rite of Spring should be public domain by now. I wonder if we're gonna hear it in Dragon Quest XII. Almost every final boss theme in Dragon Quest game has those same, like, thumping parallel minor thirds on the octatonic scale. I think the soundtrack in this game has a bit more of an influence from Bartok. And the balloon music is very Debussy. I think Dragon Quest IV is my favorite battle theme in the series because of the second section with all the really cool odd meter. I think it's like 4-4, then 11-8. Haven't gone on a long fight in a while. I'll try to count it next time we're in there.
Hey, we got some babbles again. Don't leave. Okay, well, one didn't leave.
Oh, here we go. Krista will get a turn.
Ragnar missed. That's too bad.
Ugh. They leaved.
Yeah, weird time signatures. Shout out to Ice Palace theme in Brave Fencer Musashi, which is my favorite non-standard time signature in a video game. I can't remember exactly what it is, but it does some really fun stuff.
I'm familiar with that game, but I haven't played it. I like the like rhythm game fight against one of the final bosses. The foes were defeated. Oh no.
Oh, paralyzed. That's too
Hero
bad.
got paralyzed. No, my Yola shield isn't gonna get off now.
That's so rude. Yeah, there's no chance that probably anyone's gonna decide to target that Babel. Yeah, before
Okay.
it runs, just like that.
That little section is 5/8. Yeah, I think it's 4/4, 11/8, 4/4, 5/8 is the meter scheme there. What is it?
I think it in the
No, wait.
background it does like some like I think it actually stays 4, but it goes and does some kind of like
It's
Yeah.
more beats, but
Yeah,
I
it's
think it
more
actually
open.
isn't odd. It just goes on all off beats.
exactly yeah.
I think it's just a measure of 5/4. This part here is... I heard someone call this the first crescendo in an NES game soundtrack. There's definitely some very masterful use of the volume volume amount. No, I should go with Expel. They're gonna kill Dave Bar first. Yeah, lots of music in Dragon Quest IV would be really good in a gent style. Like the tower music is very funky and syncopated. And the music we're gonna hear for Estark and Necrosaro's battle theme is even better. It's got this like really heavy, like sludgy thunk on the downbeats, while this like very wicked, like syncopated melody in parallel fourths plays.
Yeah, the boss theme for Estark and Necrosaro is just so epic.
It's so good.
It's so good. Yeah.
Zoma's theme gets a lot of love, but I think Dragon Warrior 4's final boss music is underrated. Doesn't get enough love.
2 damage from Alina so far. 3 Christo, nice. Go Ragnar, 4
Hey,
nice.
chip
Got
damage kill.
it. Way to go. Glad it didn't have 5 HP. As they sometimes do. I don't know what the ratio is, how many have 4 and how many have 5. I know that Metal Slimes, like a little over 2/3 of them have 3 HP, and then some of them have 4 HP, the remainder. So maybe something similar with Metal Babbles, where most of them have 4, but some of them have 5.
You should send me those sheets, Shadow Killer. I don't think that works. It should be an 8th node off by the end. If it's 4/4, 5/4, 4/4, and then 5/8. But like 4/4 and then 7/8 and 5/8, that adds up to being even again. Oh, I see. That sounds like a little amateur arrangement then. Like if the part after that is all off beats.
Wow, the Demon Hammer is just really not performing today.
It really isn't. Oh, now
there
is.
it is. There it is.
There you go.
Alright.
You can do it, little buddy!
We needed some constructive criticism.
Put some gas in that hammer. Gas it up.
Nice. What is that? Is that the 3rd one or the 4th one we've gotten?
4th, I think.
4th?
I think we just need 2 more just to get Christo to level 26.
Yeah, that seems right. And Crystal learned Defeat, which is another one of those things that accelerates the grind here, because he can use Defeat to clear out a lot of these monsters now.
Clear groups of Hambaldas and Beban bars, basically. Dragonets seem resistant to it, though.
Yeah, he can get them sometimes with it, but I don't think it's the same success rate as some of the others.
Pretty much the only thing that works on Dragonets is Expel. They got boom resistance too.
All dodges from that babble.
Yeah,
And
that was
it
a
just
slippery
added
one.
it. Yeah.
So remember when I got here how Ragnar and Alina had, like, barely over 120 HP? I'm not even done the grind and they're over 200 now.
Yeah, the grind is nice because after this you go into Esterk's Palace, and for the first time you actually feel like you're kind of at an appropriate level for the game.
Yeah.
For just a little while.
I mean, like, I was feeling powerful just because of the gear I had, but it's just paired with a really low max HP, and it made things pretty uncomfortable.
So nice when the Demon Hammer Kaishin's the solo metal babble in the fight. Picks it off.
Yeah, everyone working on the many other enemies in the encounter. But there was no way I could get rid of all of them efficiently, so just might as well YOLO swing the Demon Hammer.
Mm-hmm.
The key is Krista learns Heal All at level 27, so after beating Esterk, Krista will have Heal All. Okay, I'd better head to the Staff of Transform here. I might see a Metal Babble on the way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is about the time to go pick that up and see if you get lucky along the way. And if you don't, it's so easy to get back to the grind spot. Because, yeah, we mentioned, you know, the metal babbles aren't quite as common on these floors where you're going through to go pick up that Staff of Transform, but they're not, you know, too uncommon. So there's still a fairly good chance we'll see some. Oh, hey. Look at that.
Well, we saw some.
It's the same formation you saw on the floor earlier, too. Which is the best one.
Ooh.
Nice.
The bros.
Way to go, Demon Hammer. Yeah, can we get two? Ragnar didn't get it to sleep, but it's still here. Okay.
2 chip damage. Sleep? Ooh, sleep!
Ace Ragnar! Way to go. Alright. 2 and 1. Feels good.
Alright, that's definitely enough.
Cool. That'll do it. Yeah.
Learn Zap. That's good to have for the Esterk fight.
Yeah, Zap is huge. It's definitely the most damage you can put out from the hero in the Esterk fight, and hero's got plenty of MP, so it doesn't hurt to be able to use that several times.
Big money! Big prizes! I love it! Oh. Can't sing the Smash TV theme along with this cave music very well,
Yeah,
especially when it keeps
that's,
getting interrupted.
Some real dissonance from the the Super Smash TV into the
I think this cave music's in D minor. I haven't looked at it in a while. But Smash TV is in B minor. With a really cool C# dominant 7th chord in it.
successfully did not walk onto the escalator there, the conveyor belt.
Yeah, that would be a bit of a backtrack.
That's one of those floors where I don't hold down the direction pad when I'm walking down the stairs, just in case I don't remember the right way to walk.
There you go, defeat does work on Dragonets sometimes.
Yeah, sometimes it will.
Oh wow.
Not a huge success
Took out
rate,
3 of
but...
them. I think I'm gonna do the Iron Eyes versus Esterk, like really lots of lore too. That was a really clever strat you came up with for me.
Yeah, sometimes you need those edges, and it's nice to, when you learn about how the AI works, to use it to your advantage.
It's not for AI learning, it's just so I can sleep through Esterk snoring.
Oh, and wake him up, yeah. Yeah.
Just because, like, having 50 damage on everyone on turn 1 just makes things a little delicate to balance sometimes.
So yeah, that was a really classic Metal Babble grind, actually. It started off super slow and then got faster and faster as we went along. And then at the end, it was
Classic.
2 at once to finish it up. It was great.
Alright, now I gotta go to Soretta and prep.
Need to remove this terrible curse.
What a horrible day to have a curse. Made a decent chunk of money from all that grinding, too. Now I gotta undo all the hand-me-down equipments. Plus side, I can give this Yola Shield to Ragnar, which is a huge defensive boost for him. I didn't need to equip the Sword of Lethargy on Hero. I could have done it in a fight, but it'll be a long time until I'm in a fight again, and I'd probably forget. Okay, I gotta go to Dire Palace now. Now that we have a Staff of Transform, we can look like monsters and attend a secret meeting that Necrosaro is going to hold as soon as he teleports in, so...
Guess your favorite monster for us to transform into?
Yeah, what are we gonna turn into, chat? I bet wizards.
Skeletons.
Skeletons!
Nice, nice. Yeah, horse is the best. Hands down, best. You can walk through as a horse.
I didn't know you could be a horse. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Welcome back to the land of the living. Now pick up a shovel and get digging! Skeleton warriors! So you can't cast return yet. We gotta jump out the window first.
You can, you don't have to quite jump out the window, but you do have to walk out of that room.
Oh, okay.
Into the hallway.
Interesting.
And then suddenly the magic that keeps you contained is no longer there. I know, you could have saved 2 seconds there, if you had known.
Dang. Get High Spirits on the phone. I'm not gonna hit estimate now. I guess there's 2 reasons why people don't speedrun the remake. There's no English version of the PS1 remake, and DS capture hardware is still very hard to come by. Like, Nintendo, I think, gave out like capture hardware to game journalists, but never made anything consumer grade. And there are people who like handmade FPGAs that could do DS capture, but they're very expensive, and I think the main guy who was making them for the 3DS retired from doing it. If you want to try to find one, expect to pay at least like 300 CAD.
So this dungeon is really funny. So this is the mine from Chapter 4, and they've dug deeper now. But the first 2 floors are actually the same encounters from Chapter 4. And we're such a high level now that we've passed that threshold where the game lets us run automatically 100% of the time. Which is really nice. It's the only time you really get to experience it.
Oh, there's a remake of this on mobile? I've never heard of anyone speedrunning mobile games, though, because how are you gonna get the capture on Twitch? I guess you could... I've heard there's, like, emulators for Android, though. So
Yeah,
I guess you'd be
probably
doing
a way
that. If you're gonna go through the trouble of emulation, though, then why not just play the DS version?
And then as soon as you get down to this third floor, back to Chapter 5 encounters.
Yeah,
So you got Necrodanes.
that guy that was in the gunpowder jar room is a skeleton now.
Mm-hmm. These Chaos Hoppers aren't too bad. They won't hurt you if you decide to try to run, or they're really easy to deal with if they're just kind of on their own. But we do have some nasty ones in here. We'll have Dragon Riders, they're around. Wyverns, which will trap us and poison us, which is more annoying than anything else right now.
Tiger Horn, way too tanky to bother fighting.
Yeah,
Not very
these guys
dangerous, but they're
So
just...
much HP.
And they become scared and turn purple and take like 1/4 damage from everything once they're down to low HP.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they're just not even worth it.
Ah, it's bound to happen. I often go the wrong way in here. I think I just remembered the reason why I usually only grind Christo to 26 during Metal Babbles. It's because it's really easy to keep getting more experience on Christo in the tree after Esturk. The fights there are really easy. Most of them are vulnerable to beat and defeat, and Alina can one-shot some of the enemies as well, and they give a lot of experience. You can get like between 1,000 and 2,000 experience per fight while walking up the tree.
Yeah, it's pretty easy in there because of the vulnerabilities. Just kind of, yeah, I always just kind of take it as, alright, well, how much experience has Christo actually gotten, and then do we need to bother getting more? It's really nice to have him get heal all for Esturk, just makes the Esturk fight a little bit safer. But not necessary.
I mean, I got 2 Metal Babbles on my way to the Staff of Transform, so I kind of overshot my target anyway. I'm probably just still gonna take most fights in the tree. It's usually faster to fight them than to try to run. Like, if you escape, then great, but otherwise you can usually win in, like, 1 to 2 turns.
Mm-hmm.
I want to say less than 2 turns is what I'd call it. Like, if you don't win on turn 1, they'll be almost dead. This guy, look at all these waist-high tables surrounding this very important treasure chest.
Mm-hmm.
I almost want to talk to the skeleton and, like, just... He says something like, Esturk made me immortal. As long as he lives, so shall I. Ha 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 ha. We're like, okay, buddy. And I can't just vault over this waist-high table and get whatever's over there. I think in the DS version, it's like a Aztec pyramid with 4 tiers of stairs. It's like a little more convincing that you can't just get the thing because there's a spooky skeleton in the way. Oh yeah, I should probably be using Christo's MP. Because, this cave is interesting. Like, once you enter the screen with the new background, like with the big stalactites, and you can see Esturk's underground fortress, the Strange Force is kicked in, and Outside and Return won't work anymore. There's a reason for that. It's because after you beat Esturk, you want to go back and get that thing in the chest that the skeleton is guarding, so they don't want you to leave too early. Of course, that's annoying for the speedrun, though, because once I have that thing, I do want to leave right away. So how do I get out? Well, Death Warp seems like a good option. Best way to do that, there's a Mimic just to the south of that chest.
Christo, cutting it close, buddy.
Yeah.
Oh, jeez.
I really hate to lose Christo. I can have any other character die, because Christo can use Vivify to get them back. But losing Christo would be a disaster. Really want Christo to get this 10,000 or 15,000 experience that Esturk is about to bestow us.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it would be really sad for him to lose out on that. And, Also, he is pretty helpful in the fight itself as well.
Oh yeah.
Because Esturk is, he's gonna do some damage to the party. Yeah, so we got these guys kind of guarding Esturk while he's sleeping. But these guys are total pushover.
I think they're more like gawkers. They're like, oh, Esturk's gonna come. Esturk's gonna wake up. This is so cool. I want to see it. I want to see it first.
Yeah, real mystery why there are 3 of them and then only 2 of them when you enter the fight, of course.
I guess one of them runs away.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe one of them is Lighthouse Bengal, and he just has to, like, peace out and go back in time. Okay. Is there any item stuff I have to figure out? I don't think so. Esturk time. Aw! Usually you don't even have to talk to Esturk, you just walk onto this tile. Oh, this is so rude! I'm gonna start the fight with 45 HP missing on Alina.
Yep. Really fun when the game decides to do that. It always prioritizes the encounter appearing over everything else, which is really fun when you walk up to Esturk, or it can happen when you walk up to Necrosaro.
Alright, so Esturk was the first Pokemon to ever use Snore. While Esturk is sleeping, Esturk's body will emit airy lights that deal 50 to 45 damage to everyone on your team. However, you still want to attack him with the Sword of Lethargy just because, like, you'll waste a turn waking up. So it's more efficient to do that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the best thing that can happen is he wakes up and goes back to sleep, and then is spending less time doing terrible things to your party, essentially.
Yeah, we're kind of getting terrible things right now. Christo should heal himself here.
Oh, nice crit from Lena.
Okay, there's the wake up. There's the missing turn I needed. Uh-oh. Christo selfless.
Oh, Christo, why?
Oh no!
Alright.
Alright, well, we're fighting in the tree now. I did not know Esturk could outturn anybody so easily.
Okay, we need those crits now. It's really important.
Yeah, Esturk has regen, so... really gotta respect Esturk's HP here. Uh-oh, the deep breath. Oh, I've lost another character.
Big
This is looking familiar.
Okay, Alina with these crits, though, might be the saving grace. Freezing Waves is good to see here.
Yeah, didn't get any buffs out. Set my tactics to defensive, but Christo never cast increase.
Yeah. Okay.
Ooh, deep breath coming.
Okay, at least you didn't put him to sleep there, that's good.
I'm gonna block.
The deep breath and then sleep is really bad, because then he gets the powerful attack on the whole group.
Yep. Oh, Galaxy Brain, dude!
Oh, jeez.
I blocked. Oh yeah, Alina's corpse blocked right now, so...
Yep,
only
it's
hero's
all
gonna get
focused on
attacks.
Hero.
Oh,
No, not anymore. Alright, it's all
Alright.
to you.
1v1. Oh no, Alina's blocking.
Over.
Not again!
You win this one, Esturk.
Esturk embarrassing me in a marathon run again. Wait, wrong guy. Should just revive Christo. And then vivify the others.
Yeah, Esturk does not make it easy. He's really no pushover, and that's a fight that's much harder if you don't have heal all to try to stay ahead of some of those damage rolls.
Yeah, Esturk's got big damage. Ragnar doesn't revive.
Yeah, Christo, if he'd prioritized healing himself, that probably would have been okay.
Or if I just chose to heal Christo. I just didn't see what Christo had in mind there. I didn't know Alina was low enough for Christo to go for the heal.
Yeah, because it's funny, she had way more than Christo did, right? But she's so far below her max HP that Christo was concerned.
Yeah.
And yeah, Christo's he does seem to prioritize Alina for healing. Whether that's because in the lore, you know, Christo's got a big crush on Alina, or
If something
For
were to
whatever
happen to you,
reason.
I mean, the king would be devastated.
mm-hmm. These are the mistakes that Christo makes because he's just young and in love.
And yet he's Chancellor. I wonder how close I was to beating Esturk. Probably not very, because I think his regen saved him once Ragnar died.
Yeah, Esturk regen's about 50 a turn. I don't think you were too far though. Ragnar and Alina were doing a lot of damage to that guy.
I know.
So I bet you were within 100 or 150 damage.
Uh-oh.
Ooh.
Our first Dragon Riders of the run.
How has it taken this long for those guys to show up?
I got lucky and didn't see any in the Shrine of Breaking Waves when I was getting the Zenithian armor.
Or in the Colossus.
Oh, I
Where they
forgot they
can
could
create-
show up in Colossus.
In the top, yeah. And then not in here the whole first time. Been pretty nice in that way.
I have to sit through a lot of damage reports for all these Infirmores. I complain about Dragon Quest VIII's interface being slow, but at least when there's a mass damage attack, you see all the numbers at the same time.
Yeah, so it's bad to die to Esturk, of course, but even worse, and this has happened to me twice, is when you die after Esturk, but before you grab the gas canister.
Yeah, that would hurt. Between Esturk and the gas canister, oh man.
It's just kind of like, well, I did the hard thing, and I failed at staying alive for 30 more steps.
Yeah, dying to Esturk really hurts because it's such a long walk, and when encounter rates in this game are this high, it's gonna take a while.
Yeah,
Now
it's one of the more difficult spots to wipe at, just because
3
it's never easy to
poisons.
get back down. Yeah, those Wyverns have a really high poison rate.
I'm probably gonna go overestimate just due to that alone. Hopefully I can beat Necrosauro first try, or else I might not be allowed to try again.
What's estimate? 730?
Yeah,
Yeah, there's still a chance. You could,
well, according to my splits, I'm 41 minutes behind my PB of 7:01, though.
yeah, we shall see. It's Dragon Warrior 4. A lot of things can still happen, good and bad.
I'm still
You
gonna
never know until it's done.
Yeah, I'm still gonna take a minute to get the Staff of Healing on the first floor of the tree, because I think that makes Necrosauro much more reliable. And Radamvis, actually, because it means you have a way to heal your team without the Dew of the World tree once Spend Spell is up. Yeah, true, I set the estimate. I figured 7:30 would be fine. Then again, I said 7:45 for my estimate for Lots of Lore 2. So maybe I was greedy. Thought I could do better this time.
Yeah. The thing was you thinking it was up to you how quickly you finish the game, but of course it's up to the game how quickly you finish the game. Especially with Necrosaro, because we all know with Necrosaro especially you can do everything right, and sometimes he just doesn't feel like letting you beat him.
Yeah, and if I lose to Necrosaro, that's fine. I think that'll set the tone well. Yeah, we can't let the heroes win every game in this marathon, right?
It's okay. You got further than I did when I was trying to practice the run last night, and I couldn't get past the metal slimes in Chapter 2.
Ah, well. You were probably going for a PB, though, whereas I am running this for a marathon. My goal is to see the credits, hopefully within estimate. Even if I did get the credits, though, they're pretty long. We wouldn't have time to sit and watch all of them. This isn't JRTA timing. Time is when walking out of Zenithia after talking to Master Dragon and avoiding all the partiers lazing around on the stairs.
Yeah, the real final boss is making your way out of Zenithia Castle.
Oh yeah. Ooh, another triple escape fail. Haven't had one of those for a while.
Yeah, fortunately, could have been a worse fight than that. Could have been Dragon Riders.
Oh, I should be using Heroes MP, actually. I should probably keep some on Christos so he can Vivify during S-Turk.
Yeah, Hero usually doesn't need more than 40 or 50 MP for the S-Turk fight.
Yeah.
Nice thing about this one is
oh, Rhino King is still dead, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. You don't need to worry about the groupies anymore.
Okay, I'm still gonna open with Iron Eyes. Don't want Christo taking 100 chip damage. Iron Eyes has super priority and always goes first. Okay, Esther Cam awake. You gotta watch out for Esther doing a deep breath though, because if you put him to sleep, the lights will be powered up by deep breath and do double damage to everyone.
Yeah, nice first turn though. Direct hit on Hero, who can take it pretty well because of the good armor, and then Freezing Wave, which is useless since there were no buffs yet.
Yeah, and now I got upper. Hopefully that sticks.
Yeah, hopefully Esther decides to target the hero, not Alina so much. Okay, Christo, I'm worried about you.
Christo should be faster than Hero, but I don't know what to think.
Okay, attack and a deep breath. That's good. Gives you time to heal Christo up.
And this was the turn I wasn't attacking. If I attacked and put him to sleep, I'd be worried.
Nice. That was a built-up attack on the hero. Only took off 24 there with the upper, so that worked out really nicely.
Order lol. He did Dekunda to scrub off my upper too late, and now it's back on.
Now it's back. Perfect. All right, going smooth so far. He is staying awake though quite a bit, not going back to sleep.
That's because I'm healing with Hero more than attacking. It's kind of intentional though.
Not seeing those Alina crits though. Would be nice to see more of those.
Uh-oh, now I got two characters who are low.
Alright. Christo prioritized the hero there, which makes sense. And now he'll almost certainly go for Alina. Yep. Nicely done.
I played around Christo's AI again.
That worked out much better.
That was actually a pretty smooth block by Alina.
Nice, that was the free turn.
Oh no, he didn't.
Freezing waves in an attack there. Hero clutching through. No problems. Nothing to worry about.
Nice.
Nice fight.
Also,
nice fight.
no one in chat corrected me. I should have said Dekaja, not Dekunda. Cleansing my buffs. That was still a pretty spooky Estark fight. They usually go better than that.
Yeah, I don't know if Alina got a single crit that whole fight.
Yeah. Didn't need it, I guess.
Just a slow kind of slog to get through Estark's 900 HP plus the 50 regen every turn. It was a lot to get through.
And there's Heal All.
And Heal All, that's nice. What a nice spell.
Rosa, that girl I didn't talk to. Huh. Too bad for you, buddy. I'm not gonna bother healing too much, because, next on my to-do list is Death Warping. Actually, if I saw Dragon Riders, I'd probably scream, so maybe I'll heal more.
Yeah, that's the scary one that can still happen. What I've learned is keep the hero healthy.
Yeah.
And then everyone else, you know,
Oh,
hero
Christo's
can
gone.
survive pretty much anything.
There's 30 less MP for Mimic to feast on. How's the run going so far? I mean, it feels like it's going well, but time-wise, it's going terribly. I think we're gonna end up going overestimate.
Yeah, it's gonna be close, maybe a little over.
That's the paradox of running this game. Like when you're playing it, it's like, yeah, I'm winning these boss fights, it's going great, and then you just look at your splits, and it tells a different story.
And then you're like, oh yeah, that thing that happened 4 hours ago.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oops, I don't need
Yeah.
that.
Buy inventory space.
I'll throw that in Nara's inventory first chance I get. Okay, so here, you just keep running. Oh no, Hero died. Okay, well now I have to keep running. Problem is, these two don't have MP that can be stolen, so the Mimic is just gonna have to chow down.
Yeah, it's just gonna take a minute to take him down with physical attacks. It's not a huge deal, just a little bit slower.
I think I would rather go try for another fight. Like, Dragon Riders would kill them a lot quicker.
Ragnar recovering his HP there.
Oh yeah, with Sword of Miracles. Next best place to Death Warp, though, would be the barrier tiles upstairs.
Yeah, that would go pretty quick. There we go. Got
Ragnar's
Ragnar.
down. Oh, nice dodge. Necrodane tryouts to become a Demon Knight and Dragon Warrior 1. With a 15 out of 64 evasion rate. Oh, Cloak of Evasion.
Alina with all the dodges.
Alina wants this experience! Oh no!
Honestly, I'm kind of rooting for Alina at this point.
Oh, 100 damage! She couldn't do it!
Didn't make it.
She wanted it so bad. Okay, once again, time to revive Christo, who will then revive the others.
Nice. So after you beat Esther, it really feels like you're kind of in the end game.
Yeah.
We're about to go get our flying machine. And yeah, start to go through some of the last dungeons and areas of the game here.
Esteric's a great fake final boss, because he's like, oh, the ruler of evil is about to wake up. But wait, what about the unresolved mystery of who Necrosaro even is? If you go to Ismet Village... Yeah. We didn't even get to see him at the tournament. We only got to see him for the first time, and, you know, that scene where he walked up to Esteric's body right after we dealt with him. If you go to Ismet Village, a different dream cutscene plays if you stay in the inn there at this point. Alright, the very firstest balloon. And again, go to Soretta.
Yep, Soretta's pretty close to the World Tree, and it's a fairly straight shot north from here, so easy enough.
Yeah, if you get the treasure map from Howden, it shows a map of the world, and there's an X marked in the center of this ring of mountains that you can't get to, and now we can finally go there, now that we have a balloon. Gotta do one important thing before going in, though. Need to go in with 3 characters. Just gonna clean up Hero's inventory right now, too. Oops, Nara can't carry any more things. Here, Mara, you can have a cool new hat. Definitely don't need this. Actually, maybe I do want that Sphere of Silence. I might use that on Snowjives.
Yeah, Snowjives can be still quite annoying in the tree here.
I'm gonna get this out of Ragnar's inventory, because he's probably gonna end up with the Baron's Horn. So yeah, someone on the ground here says, I think I can hear a voice coming from the top of the tree. Come up with only 3 characters! Seems really strange, but Lucia is standing on an intersection that we need to get past in order to get to the Zenithian sword, and she needs to join your party because she broke her wings and is stuck on the top of the tree. So that's kind of the gimmick of this dungeon. How well can you do with only 3 characters? And the answer is pretty darn well. Now that Christo is level 27 and has Heal All and Beat and Defeat, and Alina with Stiletto Earrings and outrageously high attack power and critical hit chance. I guess I could have also grabbed the Yola shield from Ragnar, but I don't think that's worth it. It's just another thing to move in and out of Hero's inventory.
Every spot on the tree that's a leaf tile, you can pick up a world leaf and have unlimited revives while you're up here.
Oh yeah, so, that makes it pretty free, huh?
Yeah, the tree is not a hard dungeon. As long as you don't fall out of it. That's the real challenge, is don't fall out of the tree. Not that I've ever fallen out of the tree.
I have.
No way.
In a marathon.
I'm just kidding. I fell out like last week. During a speedrun.
Oh, I forgot to change my tactics to offensive.
Yeah, those red cyclones are vulnerable to defeat.
And boom. Look at that. They only have like 100 HP. They're so squishy. Look at that. Igerhorn survived a terrific blow from Alina. That Staff of Healing I picked up is kind of funny. It casts heal more when you use it in battle, but by default it targets enemies first. You have to go up and click the arrow to look at your list of party members instead. Oh right, we don't go this way. Still want this Leaf of the World tree in Hero's inventory, just in case I need to revive someone during Necrosaro. I guess I could revive someone during Radamvis. But I would
it's basically
way rather,
whenever you need it.
I would way rather use the Dew. It's easier to get another Dew than another Leaf.
Yeah, that's for sure. Nah, the Leaf is it's the real insurance, which you'd like to take as long as you can toward the end. But, you know, in the end, use it when you need to, because that's the whole purpose of having items. Not to make you feel better, to actually be useful, I hope. And the Leaf can be really helpful for, yeah, Necrosaro. Phase 3 Necrosaro, when he's casting beat spells on your party. That's a really nice time to have a Leaf in your inventory.
That would still really suck, because they would lose their buffs.
Yeah, they do lose their buffs if they die and they get revived. Nice to avoid, just, So your idea here is you're gonna get Hero up to 27, learn the Heal All spell in the tree.
Nice Magma Staff by Christo. So yeah, Staff of Healing might seem like a silly thing to get when I have Heal All on Christo and will soon have it on Hero, and have so much MP to throw around. Why would I need it then? Well, I talked about Fen Spell earlier during the Metal Babble grind, and how it's kind of like Stop Spell but in buff form. It will prevent all spells from reaching the target, and like other buffs and debuffs in this game, it never goes away. It lasts for the entirety of the fight. And so when that's up, I can't use my healing magic to heal my party. And I'm going to be making use of Fen Spell on my guys so that Radamvis can't do any damage to me. But I'll be casting Fen Spell on Necrosaro in the Phase 1 so I can get my buffs set up. Talked about how to get the AI to do what we want. The best way to do that is to cast Fen Spell on Necrosaro so that Bray will stop trying to use his pitiful attack magic and will instead cast Bykill on our team.
Yeah, it's like the most speedrunning tech of the whole speedrun is understanding that the way to get Christo to cast Increase on your party is to Fen Spell Necrosaro, so Christo's like, oh, I guess I shouldn't use Beat on this guy anymore.
Oh right, I should be winning a fight with Lucia. I can do that next, I guess. Oh, I've got too much stuff in my inventory. Well, I'll give the Sphere of Silence to Tulu's Ghost. He'd probably like having it. So here's the Sword of Decimation. This is a Cursed Sword, but we're not going to equip it. We're just going to use it as an item to cast Kasap, or Defense, on a couple of enemies.
Yeah, pretty useful though, as it gives somebody who's not Bray the ability to sap some of the monsters, and that's going to be very helpful for quite a few of the bosses we have remaining in the run here. Going after the Ferocials as the battle. Alright, I don't think I've ever fought these guys in a speedrun.
They're probably vulnerable to defeat. We'll see what happens.
They look mean. They have a lot of legs.
They also roar a lot. It's kind of annoying. Oh, they're kind of squishy. Boom and an Alina attack takes him out. Oh wait, they got some boom resistance. Oh yeah, Lucia has that Staff of Force. Her MP goes down with every attack. Okay.
Works. Pretty nice XP there, too. So yeah, we're gonna grab Gotside Village here just as a return point.
I'm gonna use the inn here.
Take
Just
the
because
inn,
Hero's
yeah.
almost out of MP. I
Sure.
usually use it after walking through Zenithia Tower,
Mhm.
but I saw I've only got 8 left. Might as well do it now.
Yeah, the tree drained you a little bit because he took so many of those encounters.
Well, I used Hero's MP for healing more than Christo's, so that Christo
Mhm.
would have a lot to use beat and defeat. Oh, hang on. Gonna put Ragnar back in the party so that the Baron's Horn can go into his inventory.
Yep, good to get Lucia out of there anyway. You don't want to accidentally take her up the tower.
Oh yeah, I really don't.
If you walk into Zenithia Castle with Lucia in your party, she says, "Wow, thanks for bringing me home," and then she leaves. And we really want to avoid that because we want Lucia to stay with us till the end.
Yeah, she's our substitute Christo, who doesn't have Vivify, so she won't try to Vivify Nara's ghost, which we're using for corpse blocking.
Mm.
So this is the tower that leads to Zenithia, but we get kicked to the bottom of the stairs if we don't have all the Zenithian gear equipped. So we actually have to equip the Zenithian sword, even though it has even less attack than the Sword of Lethargy. It's been sitting in that tree for a long time and is rather rusty.
Yep. The trick is just not forgetting to switch back before you go to fight Infernus Shadow and Giga Demon.
Yep. Last time I just equipped it right away, but I'm already behind estimate. I gotta try to save all the seconds I can.
Mhm. Yeah, you'll go to fight Infernus Shadow and just be like, wow, I just cannot put this guy to sleep.
And then you find out you literally can't put him to sleep. Yeah, I was talking about marvelous architecture when watching Dragon Quest II last night. And here, this is probably the wildest architecture of all. Just look at these, like, balconies leading to nowhere and stuff. Wait, I think I'm going the wrong way. I think I want the stairs, not the steps. Wait, what's the difference? Which is which? I
Just
want
keep walking left.
Yeah, I want the Dragon Quest staircase, not the Link to the Past, up, down, oops, I beat the game stairs.
Mm-hmm.
Oops. I got
Classic.
sent into the notch. Who designed this staircase? I have to go back down. I can't go across it.
That tile is so funny. I've seen that get like everybody who runs this game. And it's funny because you can see it coming too. Before you walk into that room,
Yeah.
you see the stairs, you see the tile, and you're like, okay, you gotta walk left. But it's so easy to just walk right up into that.
Guest appearance from Barak from Mortal Kombat. Oh, that's Baraka, sorry. I think Mara learns Be Dragon at level 38 or something.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Bee Dragon is one of those. It's funny. There's so many really great spells that you get when you play the game casually and really level everybody up. Like Thordane on the hero It's another one that when you get it, you're like, oh wow, everything is so much easier now.
Wait, I think I want to go in this door, not the one up there.
The one on the left to get your Do with the World tree.
Here we go.
Yep.
Here, you can have a cool Zenithian sword.
Oh, you're not giving it to Taloon. That's sad.
Yeah, I would.
That's all I wanted.
You wanted exactly the Zenithian sword, yes. But I don't have my wagon. I didn't use much MP. I should be able to walk through the cave like this. Hey look, I have my wagon again all of a sudden. So we're gonna switch up our strat here. We're gonna walk with Alina and Ragnar instead. Because they have the best gear by far. They got way better HP and defensive stats, Ragnar especially. Like, Hero's HP pool is tiny compared to Ragnar's. Although now that I think about it, my Hero has 193 HP already. That might be one of the higher HP ranges I've seen on Hero in my runs.
Yeah, Hero's doing really well here. Yeah, fortunately, when you leave Gardenburg after getting the final key, Taloon does magically make his way out of the cell, even if you don't...
Even if you don't get him out.
Explicitly free him, yeah. He finds his way back.
If we actually had to go get him out, we probably would, because we need to sell more of his stuff to finish our second round of shopping in Roseville.
I think if we had to get him back, we would just sell his stuff earlier.
Yep.
Yeah.
And if you die on Mount Moon, you just reset. Oh yeah, the commentary would be so different. And here we're gonna sell all the proceeds of Taloon's crimes.
Yeah.
That was a lot of sleep, wow.
Yeah.
I've really seen that before.
Nice to get out of that one. Those fairy dragons, fortunately not actually the most dangerous, I guess, version of that sprite, but they can trap you for a little while.
I guess that's where the sleep came from. But yeah, we're marching in pairs because not only is HP and defense high on these two, they got good resistances. They got spell resistance for sure, and I'm pretty sure Ragnar should have breath resistance from... Or wait, I think Ragnar just has breath resistance from Dragon Mail. I don't think Ragnar actually has spell resistance.
No, he doesn't.
But Hero should have both. Although according to that spreadsheet that Evil Ash 2.5 made, if your armor has resistance of some kind, the game will forget to check if your shield has resist. I feel like that's not true, though. I think that Hero has both spell resist and breath resist, and usually both of them work.
You are beyond me. That's too early.
Yeah, Spiral first.
Spiral goes a lot further than that.
Yeah, this is a kind of a funny illusion, this part.
Yeah, the whole idea here is basically this is a cave that takes you deep, deep into the earth. So the first screen is this, or the first area of the map is this giant spiral where you can kind of imagine like Journey to the Center of the Earth style, just like going down, down, down.
Yep, we're heading to Double Hell after climbing into heaven and then jumping through a hole in the clouds.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. The game likes to use spirals as kind of like an illusion of going up or down. You see it in the lighthouse. There's that room that's the spiral. Kind of like you're climbing up, the lighthouse, and then here you have this one going down into the depths of the earth.
I wonder if these rooms overlap each other. You know what I mean? Like, but I think the second leg of the spiral is a little bit smaller. Maybe they do fit inside each other.
Yeah, they do. If you look at the whole thing on like a wide map, it's just one big spiral that just goes all to this point in the center. We actually cut off kind of in the middle of the spiral. We don't go all the way to the middle or to the center of the spiral because that's not how you get through the dungeon. But I've been tricked by that. I remember when I was relearning this game to actually speedrun it, I was kind of doing my casual playthrough and just going through. I just went all the way to the middle and I was like, oh, wait a second. Just went way too far into this dungeon.
This cave is part of a long tradition in the series that started with 2 of like the second last cave that's super long and has lots of annoying enemies that leads to the final area. with the Road to Roan in Dragon Warrior 2, and then the Cave of the Necrogond in Dragon Warrior 3, and then this game having the Path to the Evil World.
Yeah, this place is pretty long. Shiner's probably like a little more than a third of the way through it now. But it is a long thing to get through, and if you have I don't know, one of the characters die and then you have to lose some MP trying to vivify characters, you can really get into some desperate places with your MP trying to make it all the way through here.
Look how much damage these demi-ghouls do to my tanks, by the way.
Yeah, these guys are so tough. With the demi-ghouls, sometimes it's a hard decision of do you just try to run and survive it, or do you expel them to try to make the fight a little bit safer?
Oh, there's Impostor. We talked about how Prince Kanak from Dragon Quest II is Christo's Impostor. Or no, that wasn't Kanak. Pazuzu from Dragon Quest II is Christo's Impostor. It's just a fight versus Christo.
Yeah, imposters are great. They're really cute, and then they generate the giant sprite versions of your party members, which are just kind of fun.
They give good experience, too.
Mm-hmm. Maybe if we're lucky, we'll actually see more than one turn with them, so they can actually mirror the party members.
Fun fact, the old route of this game, the Metal Babel grind was even longer, because the goal was for Hero to reach level 31 by the end, so she could learn Transform and turn into Christo, just so she could cast Increase on the party for the final battle, and have better healing spells, I guess. Well, wait. I don't think Christo would even have heal us in time for the final battle.
Yeah, level 31... I think it'd be close. You might have it. But
well,
yeah.
The goal is to reach 31 by the time you beat the 4 barriers.
Sure would be nice to have total control over increase.
Yeah. Put it back up after freezing waves, I guess, but that's not even the important part. Do you think I should take some fights in here anyway, or is the 6800 I put on Bray enough?
Bray's good.
Okay.
Yeah,
6800 from Sorrow Knight.
Yep. You'll get your buy kill from one of those bosses at the end, depending on how many Androids you take down.
I think you only need 2,000 or 3,000, even with like a level 5 Bray.
Yeah. I think it's 3,000. So for my route, where Bray is usually at level 10, I need a little over 3,000 XP in Chapter 5 to get him to where he'll learn buy kill.
Okay, it would be like 4,500 then for level 5 Bray, because
you're definitely safe.
I think Alina only needs total 2798 experience to reach level 11.
And here we finally upgrade Ragnar's shield.
Sort of. It's actually 5 defense less than the Yola's shield, but it also returns 50% spell damage. And I'm going to equip it right now, just in case we see a King Medal.
Yep, no such luck though. Easy walkout.
Yep.
And yeah, here's the last refuge. Another classic kind of idea in the Dragon Quest games.
Yeah,
so this is our
DQ2
in and save
definitely had
location. And we have this Zenithian here who basically tells us, okay, we need to break down these barriers that are blocking the way to Necrosaro's palace. And each barrier is essentially generated by one of these 4 mini-bosses. So we gotta take them all down one at a time. We're gonna start up here in the northwest corner with Infernus Shadow. He's pretty tough, which is one of the reasons we actually go for him first. The other reason is he drops the Sword of Miracles, which is nice to have. We can give that to Christo, and then both Christo and Ragnar will have one of those. Be able to do a whole bunch of damage. This is also the first boss fight where having that Sword of Decimation is going to come in handy. So we can cast Sap on this guy.
Priority 1 is getting him to sleep, though.
Lucia already cast defense though, so it's less of a priority now, which is really nice.
Yeah, this guy uses really strong attack magic.
Yeah, he has exploded, which hurts very, very much.
I could probably hold up the Zenithian shield to do a bounce, and I could even... Hero could heal herself with the Staff of Healing that I still have in her inventory. Yeah, I think I'll do that. Oh no, a double attack!
Oof.
Looks like I lose.
By hero, yeah. When Infernus Shadow doesn't want to go to sleep, he can be a real jerk. And he does regenerate HP too, so if you're not staying ahead of 50 damage a turn, not gonna make it. Fortunately, just barely saved. So it's an easy one to come back and try again.
Oops, I wanted to hit revive, not save. Yeah, Final Refuge is a return location, so I can just use return and just go back there. Fun fact, when the Mexican runner did... oh, Christo's still alive, he wasn't in the fight. When the Mexican runner did the, like, the NES challenge to beat every NES game, when he played Dragon Warrior 4, he never found Final Refuge, because it's just another shrine sprite right next to the exit, so it's not very obvious that it's something different from the exit of the Paths of the Evil World you just emerged from. So, he never knew about it, so every time he lost to one of the barrier bosses, he walked all the way through the cave, all the way from Zenithia to the bottom of the Evil World. And for every attempt on Necrosorrow as well. Must have been really hard.
That kind of high luck when you're in a dungeon and you're really worried about your MP. You get it when you're in town and it's safe.
Must have been really hard for his chat to not say anything. Wonder what it was like to watch those.
Okay, let's try again. So that was pretty bad luck of him just really staying awake and then...
Yeah,
and really big attack spells.
Sword of Lethargy equipped. Yeah, I should not have tried to do Zenithian Shield. Just got to put him to sleep.
Did you have the wrong sword equipped?
No, I didn't. I did equip Swing It. Just kind of got unlucky. I probably have enough stuff left over on Toulouse, and I could have bought the other Sword of Lethargy for Ragnar early. Normally what you do is, like, you beat the barrier bosses and then sell the Sword of Miracles to buy the other Sword of Lethargy for Ragnar. Probably could have just done it early, though. Oh, here's some nice Kaishins from Alina, though. Ah, sleep! But he woke up. Okay, I just get a free turn, then.
And sleep, yeah.
Ooh! See, look at that. Hero has breath resistance, but also spell resistance. Unless Zenithian armor just has both kinds of resist. That's like the only other explanation I could think of.
Yeah, it may. I mean, it's obviously extremely powerful armor, and you see a huge decrease in damage as soon as you equip it, just across the board.
Oh, Infernus Shadow was defeated.
Nice fight. That went quite a bit better than first time around.
Sleep makes a big difference.
Sure does.
In a casual playthrough, you would be level 39 here. Maybe early 40s. Because this game has a really high encounter rate. Yeah, I learned about the regen in Dragon Warrior series from trying to do a solo hero playthrough of Dragon Warrior 3. I barely beat Orochi using heal all and just attacking and attacking and attacking. I used the No Mask to have 400 defense power, because when you're alone, being confused is not a drawback. But I couldn't beat Boss Troll at all, so I grinded more and then learned Lightning, and all of a sudden I beat Troll just by casting Lightning 3 times. Instead of, like, attacking and heal-alling and doing, like, over 30,000 damage. So So here we're gonna swap Belina back to Christo. Or, Lucia back to Christo. Because Christo might cast Increase, that'll help a lot for this fight. And here we have to use the in and out of stairs mechanic that would really only be a thing in a NES RPG to get into the entrance.
Yeah, Giga Demon is kind of a tricky guy. He hides the barrier tiles behind the transition here and makes you walk through the Claydol room. Although those ones don't fight you, they just send you outside if you run into them.
Yeah, they mirror your movements. It's kind of a puzzle, but the solution ends up being really easy.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, Giga Demon here is one of the easier fights of the bosses here. He just follows a really straightforward attack pattern, and nothing he does is all that dangerous. He just attacks and tries to reduce your defense, and if Christo can counter that with Increase, then you're totally safe.
Sometimes Giga Demon can block while attacking, though, even though he's asleep and not even getting a turn. So that's kind of what happened here. Like, even my criticals only did 30 damage.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting how the guard mechanic works in the script. Basically, whether he's awake or asleep, when it comes time for him to be guarding, he's gonna do it.
Yeah, it just kind of happens automatically every 2 or 3 turns.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, every third turn, I think. Because it repeats after 6 actions, and it's taken 2 a turn.
Giga Demon has really low defense, so I don't need to bother using the Sword of Decimation. I just attack with a Q. Just press A to win.
Yeah, and he's just staying asleep too, so... This one's pretty easy, straightforward.
Oh yeah. Definitely the easiest of the barrier bosses. Well,
yeah, it's
arguably Andarug is easier.
Andarug is easier when it goes well. But sometimes it can still... If your defeats don't land and your shield doesn't land...
Yeah, if you don't try to instant-kill Andarug, it would be harder.
Yeah.
But why not try?
Oh, I think you try, but sometimes it doesn't work, is all I'm thinking.
Oh, speaking of that, I need to get ready for that.
Yeah, I get that shield back.
Just for a bit. And then we'll swap back again right away after Radamvis. Or no, I need the Staff of Healing right away.
Yeah, maybe transfer something else out. It's nice to have that Aeolus shield, too, for the very beginning at Necrosara's Palace, because you can actually use it to get rid of the Claydol if you happen to run into that.
Oh, really? I didn't know that. I used to hate running into that thing, because it takes like 3 or 4 turns to win.
Yeah, it's not like extremely vulnerable, but it's like I don't know, better than 1 in 3 chance to take it out. So yeah, the Andarugs are next, and this one's a little different than the others. It's just 3 of these dragon enemies, but they can call for help. So...
And they start in 3 separate groups, too. They're vulnerable to defeat and expel, but the fact that they're in separate groups makes that a seemingly unappealing strategy. But then we still have this item, the Aeolus Shield, that will just blast them away, giving me 0 experience. Has about a 50% chance to work, in my experience. Plus, they only have like 300 HP each, so if Alina gets a critical, they're half dead.
Alright, 1 out of 3. And defeat got another one. Nice start. So yeah, with 1 left, you switch over to single target strats. Makes a lot more sense than trying to use the shield. Oof. Defeat double missed the group. That's too bad. We'll get through them, though. It is a lot easier to deal with them once they're in a group together. Yeah, it might be damage that gets this last one.
Sleep! There you go.
Yeah, nice sleep proc. Easy fight from here. ended up killing 3 of them. 3,000 extra XP that you didn't necessarily need, but it sure helps.
Well, Bray hasn't learned by kill yet, so maybe I did need it.
Oh, he'll learn it.
Radam Beast is gonna give me another 5,000-ish.
Yep.
4 to 5,000. Can't return out of here, there's a strange force around the area.
Yeah, every single one of these you've got to walk all the way back outside. Radam Beast's tower is actually the best one since you can just fall off the top.
Radam Beast is the actual villain of this game, because he admits before the fight starts, "I'm the one who ordered the abduction of Rosa! Ha ha ha!"
Yeah, what a jerk, man. He's a bad dude.
He induced Necrosauro's insanity on purpose to doom the world.
Yeah.
He wanted a new ruler of evil that badly. I'm using Hero's MP here because Hero won't need it that much for the... Just needs enough to cast Fence Spell 3 times.
Mm-hmm.
And all my healing can be done with the Staff of Healing. I just remembered I need to use... Okay, give this back to Ragnar in case I need to mess with defense power before Necrosauro.
Yeah, Radam Beist's fight is a pretty tricky one. It helps once you kind of have a strategy for it, but it's tough because it's Radam Beist plus 3 demi-ghouls.
Yeah.
And the first thing we have to do is really take care of those demi-ghouls because they're going to do a whole lot of damage on top of what Radam Beist is doing with his very strong attack spells. So
yeah, the
Golden
demi-ghouls
Ghoul
are what ruin everything, because they're... Well, you can use Expel to hopefully get rid of most of them, but... You know, if it was just Radam Beast, you would just cast Bounce and Fence Spell on everyone and just laugh, but as we saw in the cave on the way here, the demi-ghouls do enormous physical damage.
Oh yeah, and they're pretty tough to take out if you aren't able to get them with the defeat and expel spells.
Radam Beast attacks! Oh wait, but he Infernusted. Still,
Yeah,
just
still a
attacking
pretty
for
nice
4 damage on Heroes is a nice bit of mercy.
Mm-hmm.
Oops,
Demi-ghouls doing their silly things, saying you can't actually take us out very easily. Triple defeat.
You're saying.
That's the way to do it. So then the fight basically transforms into protecting the party from Radam Beist's attack spells. So you kind of just use your best judgment about, okay, who is the best person for the hero to put a protection spell on. And the hero can just use the Zenithian shield for herself. So Ragnar is safe and protected now.
I like using it on Ragnar first because he has that Sword of Miracles to just keep his own HP up.
Mm-hmm.
It's probably smarter to go Alina first, but because I have a Staff of Healing, I don't have to worry about that. We saw it in a fight earlier, I think it was versus Balzac, where even though the enemy was asleep, Alina was still guarding. If Alina's HP gets too low, she'll just guard forever and be trapped in a loop of doing that. But with the Staff of Healing, I'm able to heal Alina through Fence Spell. I won't have to worry about it. And Christo has spell resistance and is in the back. He'll probably just keep himself healthy.
Alright, so this one went really well, actually.
Yeah, this is the best Radam Beast fight I've ever seen. Usually this goes terribly
really well
for me.
protected. And was never really in danger, so really nice. Yeah, the best case is really to put that Fence spell on the party members when they're still super healthy, so they're just in good shape, and Christo's not trying to, use heal spells on them, not being successful about it or anything like that.
I don't think he tries to heal people through Fence Spell, but yeah, if Alina's just guarding forever, she's effectively dead. Your only hope is to use the Dew of the World Tree. Luckily, it only takes 45 seconds to just return to Zenithia and get another one. There's By-Kill from Bray. 4 barrier split is done. Okay, we're actually like exactly half an hour behind my splits. We're actually within estimate again.
Yeah, saved some nice time.
Just gotta do one last transaction before we head to the final battle.
Yeah, that Sword of Miracles has served us well, but the time has come to trade it in for the ultimate weapon.
Yeah, something that has a little less attack power, but has a much better effect in exchange. When and 3 chance to just blank the enemy's entire turn.
Yeah, now we're playing with power.
Yep.
Hero and Ragnar both equipped with that Sword of Lethargy, so every time they attack, 1 in 3 chance to put the monster to sleep, no matter who they are.
Okay, so I got some alternate armor. You need Ragnar and Alina to have certain ranges of defense power for Christo to notice, hey, our defense is a little bit too low. I'm going to cast Increase twice. So I've got some, well, it doesn't matter if it's in their inventory. I'll have the wagon for the final battle.
Alright, here we go. Necrosauro's Palace. So, the first obstacle is this Claydol room right here. These Claydols move randomly, so they won't necessarily try to walk into your path or anything, but they often do. Nice, stayed away that time.
Yep. Because I have Staff of Healing, I'm going to use entirely Hero's MP to heal with, which is what most runners don't do. They usually use Christo's MP because Lucia will be your main healer for most of the Necrosauro battle. But because I have a Staff of Healing on Hero, I just need enough for her to cast Iron Eyes a few times for the last phase, and Fend Spell once, hopefully. Maybe more than once, depending on how frisky Alina's feeling in phase 1.
Nice thing about Necrosauro's Palace is, the encounter rate's not that high. It's fairly low, and then a lot of these room transitions aren't the kind of transition that makes you get into a random encounter. They're actual true transitions that take you into a new map, and you don't have that insanely high encounter rate when you're moving in between rooms.
Yeah, some of the enemies here are pretty nasty. Yeah, those Wyvern Lords can physical pretty hard. The worst one is Guardian, which is a palette swap of Dragon Rider, and it's, well, just as bad as Dragon Rider.
Oh boy.
Yeah, the best...
are...
Same thing, but far worse. Yeah,
they're just... You can be having a really nice time going through Necrosauro's Palace, and then you just get in a Guardian fight, and it's all over.
Yeah. That's one good thing that's happened this run. I have not been held up by Dragon Riders once the entire time.
Mm-hmm.
They're scripted to always go attack, Scorching Gas. They attack twice per turn, and then their second turn is attack, and then that's the loop.
And the loop's back, yeah. And by the time you're on turn number 3 with them, it's probably all over.
Yeah. What do they do on turn 3? Nobody knows. They're already wiped out.
Exactly. The triple run fail just means you died. But yeah, it's going pretty well so far, most of the way through. And,
yeah. There's a Sage's Stone in here that's kind of in the other direction. Like, if you want to get the Sage's Stone, then you're spending twice as much time in here. But, honestly, it's not needed. Necrosauro's final phase can just outpace the healing of the Sage's Stone anyway.
It's more trouble than it's worth, yeah.
I've got 4 useful items in Hero's inventory already. And most runners don't even get the Staff of Healing. So, like, you don't even really need the flex slot. Just double checking I had Baron's Horn on Ragnar. At Lots of Lore 2, I forgot to get the Baron's Horn in Ragnar's inventory, because I had so much stuff in everybody's inventory. Yeah. I can't remember who tells... Oh yeah, the angel in the Zenithian and Last Refuge says, if you have the Baron's Horn, you can call the wagon once you're through Necrosauro's Palace. So that's what it's for. Instead of these 4 characters I sent through the palace, I can summon my air-conditioned Pokeball wagon that has everybody in it. And that doesn't seem all that helpful because, Nara, Mara, and Tulun are all dead. But, with corpse blocking, that's actually a useful thing to have.
Mm-hmm.
Have some ghosts to make it so Necrosauro can't target Bray while trying to get buffs off. And having Lucia and Bray around they make a really big difference for this fight.
Yeah,
well, it's not just them as characters. It's not so much like the characters, it's like just having a Pokeball to hide my demons in, to hide my party members in, so that they don't get barbecued by Necrosauro's fire breath.
Exactly. Yeah,
It's
nice.
so
You
good.
made it through there without too much pain. There was that one Guardian fight that hurt a little bit, but not too bad overall. Calling the party, and then let's walk up and do the final battle here.
Off we go. If I get wiped, I'll ask permission to try again. Because if I one-shot this, we should finish underestimate. But trying again should take, like, I don't know, anywhere from 8 to 15 minutes.
So yeah, Shiner's gonna do some careful preparation here for the final boss. You want to make sure you have the right equipment. You want to have a very specific party order as well. Which is
my defense powers are good. Need Ragnar between 120 and 129. I need Alina under 100. And they've already got their best in slot gear on.
Yep, looking good. We're thinking about a lot of things that are gonna say, okay, how can we get Christo to cast Increase on the party and not use Upper? So that's what all this is about.
One more important thing to do. I have to go in this party order so that Christo looks at our defense powers a certain way. And it also works out better with characters getting tagged out and then back in.
Alright, here we go. So Necrosaro
Press
is a
select.
multi-phase fight. 7 phases in total. The first one is kind of a big one. We want to get all of our buff spells set up. So we want to end this phase with Increase on the whole party here, twice, as well as by-kill spells on the hero, Ragnar, and Alina. So there's quite a bit to try to get through here. So the first thing we're doing, which we mentioned earlier, is Fend spell on Necrosaro, so that Christo learns I shouldn't be trying to cast spells like Beat on Necrosaro. Better use of my time will be casting Increase.
You also need to set up Bray to want to cast by-kill. Can you talk about that a bit?
Yeah, for sure. So Increase is kind of goal number 1. And then to get Bray to cast by-kill, there's a couple things that you can do to kind of encourage that to happen. One is having Sap off on the boss here. So we picked up that Sword of Decimation in Conan Burr, and we're going to try to get that to proc. It's about a 1 in 3 chance in this phase, so it's not easy. But if we have that done on Necrosaro, and then he's kind of in the bottom half of his HP for the phase, then Bray will look at all of that and say, like, okay, the best thing I can do is now by-kill some of the attackers. So we're going to try to... nice. Got the sap off there. Try to not get him to transfer over into phase 2 before we get those by-kills off, so that's why we're going to remove Alina here.
I'm going to use my Staff of Healing on Necrosaro to prolong this phase.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
Alright, there's by-kill on Ragnar. That's a nice start. Yeah, by-kill does prevent crits. So it'll double your attack damage, but prevents you from doing crits. That's the trade-off.
Ah, I did too much.
Too
At least
much
this
damage.
phase is starting asleep.
No, got part of the way there. So phase 2 is kind of nice, because it's sort of just like phase 1, but with half the number of attacks, because Necrosaro only has 1 arm with 1 sword now instead of 2. So if we don't get the full setup in phase 1, we can finish it here in phase 2. Nice, got the early Sword of Decimation off there, that's really helpful. So we're just trying to do a little bit of damage here to Necrosaro, and the next thing is going to be to bring in Bray so he can get that by-kill on Alina.
Oh!
No, too
I
much
overshot
damage.
it again.
Alina keeps critting. Okay, well, we don't get the by-kill on Alina, which is okay. We don't necessarily need it.
That's true.
Once you're in phase 3, it's more of a, alright, here's where we are. Time to try to just get through the phases as quickly as we can. Phase 3 is pretty tough.
Alina being able to crit is good enough.
Yeah, it's the by-kills are on Hero and Ragnar, and those are actually the really important ones. here in phase 3, Necrosaru can randomly do a whole bunch of spell casting. So we're gonna see what he does. Firebane, that's actually one of the better attacks that we can have him do because it's not too painful. He can use Beat. He can use Increase, which is kind of the worst thing actually, because then you have to counter that with Sap if you're gonna be able to get through the rest of the phase. So hopefully he falls asleep. Ooh, he increased. That's too bad. So now we gotta try to counter that. So you can see Alina not even able to get through. Oh, and everyone's asleep now because of the sweet breath.
Sure would be nice if Alina would get some terrific blows. There we go.
Yeah. Phase 3 here also has a lot of HP. It's got 1023, which is the most that any enemy can have in this game. So there's a lot to get through. Oh, come on, sword.
I really don't like my party order here. I'm gonna take Ragnar out so I can bring Bray in at the back. I wish Lucia would cast defense here.
Okay, there we go. Nice.
Oof!
Oh, right in time for Beat to show up. Oh, no. Yeah, phase 3, sometimes it's an easy phase and sometimes it's the worst phase. Nice. First try Vivify, at least. That's good to see. Okay. Pretty much back on track here. Let's see if we can finish the rest of the phase. At least he's not regenerating in this phase. Nice. The solo attack, that's like the best thing that he can do here, because it's a very weak attack in phase 3. Firebane, alright. No problem with that. Okay. As long as he doesn't do anything else too trolly, we should be able to get through the rest of this phase. Big damage from Christo there with the Sword of Miracles. Sweet Breath, that's actually not too bad. And Ragnar with the big damage. Whew, made it.
Okay.
Alright, this is actually a free turn as he transforms from phase 3 to phase 4. So what we really want to see here is one of those Swords of Lethargy proc and put him to sleep.
Two of my
not gonna
characters
work
are asleep, though.
So, what's rough about this is this phase of Necrosaru can use freezing waves, and we don't know exactly where he is in his attack pattern. Fortunately, now he's asleep, so...
he just did attack, so I think Violent Blaze would be next.
Yep, he attacked, so you're the furthest away from... Well, he can attack at full HP as well. So he's on Violent Blaze, but then after that it's either Freezing Waves or Scorching Gas.
I want to be greedy,
Okay.
see if
Staying
I can get
asleep,
another
though.
by-kill off. Wow, okay.
Okay, restoring the by-kills in Phase 4. That's a gutsy move, but alright. Apparently Necrosaru is just staying asleep forever though, so it worked out just fine.
Funny how these animations look better in this game than they do in the DS version. Oh nice, this phase just starting to sleep.
It's always great when you get the move into the next phase with the Sword of Lethargy and he falls asleep from the beginning. So we got Phase 5 here. Phase 5 isn't too bad. He's vulnerable to sap in Phase 4, 5, and 6. So we just kind of get that off and then just cruise through the HP that he has remaining. In these 5 and 6 phases, he's mostly just going to attack and use Scorching Gas, which is... his attack is pretty high, so if he decided to target Bray right now, he could take him out pretty easy. But the Scorching Gas is not his worst attack by any means, and the fight gets real once we move him over into the last phase, Phase 7.
Alright, I'm going to... I'll do one turn with Alina in. And then I'm gonna put her away, so that she doesn't take damage, and so that I can last hit phase 6 and hope for a sleep proc. Oh wait, but
Nice.
I want to get by kill on Alina, so...
Yeah, it'll have to be more toward the latter half of the phase, probably, if you're gonna try to get that.
Hopefully the sword sticks right here, otherwise I'll just abandon the plan. Okay, it's stuck. I got Fence Spell on, I guess I haven't done enough damage.
No, not yet. This phase has 700 HP though, so it's a pretty small window. You gotta get into that back
Yeah.
half of 350. Okay, he's in there now. Scared for Bray here, but okay. No, Bray's gone.
Alright, there he goes.
That's okay. If you're gonna lose one party member, let it be Bray.
Oops.
Okay, well, ready or not, here we are. Phase
Yup.
7. So, first thing is to see if he's asleep here.
No, Alina attack, that's not gonna
Oh,
happen.
it was Alina. Well, no chance of that then. So the first thing is just to ironize. So what we're doing here is we're going to ironize for a few turns, and every time we're entering a new phase with Necrosaro, the AI is basically considering it as a brand new enemy. So they have to learn all about his weaknesses every single time. So after you pass about 9 turns, that's a lot of turns, and it gives your party members like a, I don't know, 75-ish% chance to have learned, okay, things like beat are not going to work on Necrosaro, and really specifically using the Sword of Lethargy as an item is not going to work on Necrosaro. So maybe Ragnar should just attack him instead.
This is a preview of the attack pattern we have to look forward to, by the way. Just all these are equally 25% chance to happen.
Yeah, attacking, Freezing Waves, Violent Blaze, Icy Wind. So the really scary part is once we've finished ironizing and we really hope to put him to sleep.
Oh no! My
Okay,
buffs are
Freezing
gone
Wave.
before Alina could even jump out.
He did it once, so let's hope he just keeps doing Freezing Waves and doesn't switch to something else. Nice.
Okay.
Double is good.
Yeah, Alina lives. Any breath attack would have killed Alina. They do about 100. Alright,
Okay, and he's asleep. Good,
there's the
good.
sleep I needed.
So the next goal is to try to get, well, obviously there's some healing to do, but we need to get sap on this guy so we can do some real damage to him. So we're going to be using that sort of decimation. And this phase is not especially vulnerable to it. Ooh, nice. First try. That's some good luck. We needed that. Okay, you woke up. Lucia's here. She's doing some healing. That's helpful.
Oh,
And back to sleep. Perfect. So now it's all about dealing damage. This phase has 1,023 hit points, regenerates about 100 HP a turn, so there's a lot to get through here. And the more he stays asleep, the easier this is.
Necrosaro's agility is kind of unpredictable as well. Sometimes he's faster than a hero. You don't really know if he's going to wake up, so you just attack and hope to put him back to sleep every single turn. And if
Okay,
not,
so
then...
he's awake here, but at least Alina has a whole bunch of HP in the back there. Okay,
Yeah, whenever
pretty good.
Necrosaro's awake, you gotta hide Alina on the wagon. Otherwise their buffs could get scrubbed. Well, they already did, but...
Yeah, they're already
You gotta
gone.
protect Alina. Alina is your main damage.
And back to sleep. Nice. Really good luck on sleep so far in this phase 7.
And the first try sword as well.
Nice crit.
Oh, he's awake.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Ideally, you only want 3 characters out at a time, no matter what. Like, I'm kind of just stuck with Lucia out here. Uh-oh.
See a hero. And Lucia using defense, great. Alright, Ragnar, the hero of the...
I'm gonna bring
Of
in
the
Alina
lens.
first. Christo
Yeah.
next.
Get the damage out. The This guy is well along. Don't want to fall behind on those regens. It would be really nice to see more crits from him. Okay, he's awake.
There goes Christo's increase.
Alright. Okay, Icy Gust is really painful. It's... oh, so much damage. But at least everyone stayed alive through it. That's good. And asleep. Alright. Close enough now. This is probably kind of in the final stretch. We just need to do some damage and get him through past the finish line now. Let's go. Okay, he woke up, but he's so close to dead now. Good job, Lucia.
I'm getting really lucky with sleeps, but like it's been kind of a crawl.
Yeah, he keeps waking up.
I really need some crits from Alina to overcome this regen. Oh, there we go, GG!
GG's. Nice fight.
Necrosaro was defeated.
The Necrosaro fight is never easy. Well, almost never easy.
Yeah, it's really thrilling. It's one of my favorite final battles.
It's so much fun. It's really a lot to control. A lot of different things can go wrong. That time it was about not quite completing the setup at the beginning, and then an early freezing waves wiping out the buffs at the beginning of Phase 7 anyway. Plus, Phase 3 was really tough there with the increase and the beat spell.
Yeah,
great on top of it.
There were a lot of thrills. I got pretty lucky recovering from them. And yeah, here we go. The actual final boss, escaping from Zenithia. It's not an obvious route to get out of here at all.
Yeah, you can't just go the short way because the stairs are blocked here.
Okay, and time is right here. Oh, and stop that timer.
7:34. Nice run. Just barely overestimate, which is really nice considering all the things that happened. Yeah, GG's.
I love getting to show this game off for marathons. I don't try to get PBs anymore, but I still would like to have a sub 7 someday. Maybe I'll execute a marathon well enough, it'll happen. Shoutouts to Mr. Holmes for sharing the new route through Chapter 2. That was actually a lot of fun. It's probably... I don't know if it's faster than Grizzly Sabers, but it's definitely the most consistent.
Yeah, it was pretty fun too, and a really nice balance of grinding up and getting through the story, so it was really nice.
Yeah, this is one of my favorite NES games. I'm so glad I got to show it at this marathon. Not quite sure if we have time for the credits, but I'm currently restreaming for the marathon, so we can enjoy the credits for a couple minutes.
Yeah, make sure to stick around. Next we've got the Dragon Quest III race, 4 ways between Rodman, Tactical, Pop Hop, and Darko, so that's going to be really, really fun. So definitely don't go anywhere, that's going to be super fun.
Oh yeah. Dragon Quest III Super Famicom version, the best version of Dragon Quest III, I think. It's on the Dragon Quest VI engine, and the game just feels so good to play and to speedrun. The menus are so fast. Also a good way to learn Japanese. It's working for me. Some say Dragon Quest III is Japan's national sport. The leaderboard is huge. It's got hundreds, if not thousands, of entries. Lots of sub 3 times. It's like A Link to the Past. It's one of those runs that, like, the more you put in, the more it gives back. It's a really good run. I'm glad I learned it. Hot plate strats are for the Famicom version. This is the Super Famicom version. Alright. I'm getting the all okay from High Spirits and the Forerunners, so just gonna say thanks to everyone in chat for watching. I had a great time running this for everyone. Thanks again to Anatoliu, fellow Dragon Warrior Forerunner, for commentating with me again. It's a good reappearance after really lots of Lore 2.
Yeah, it was a great run, and always happy to hang out in DQ RTA Marathon. And yeah, let's keep it going.
Alright, I'm gonna give High Spirits the countdown here. In time with the music.